Yeah, I was going to stream for a bit, so it should be starting here in a couple minutes, but I'll go ahead and kick it over to that. Might jump on here in a bit. DeFi is kind of slow today. Oh, holy hell. Yeah. But yeah, DeFi is a little slow. APRs are down, volumes are down. So if it starts popping off, I might jump on for a bit. But let's go ahead and kick it over to the. There we go. Yesterday, the pretty boring. The one guy on like, trying to live forever, and he gets like plasma transfusions from his son and stuff. He was talking about freaking like, his heart on while he's asleep and stuff. And it was what the hell are they having in Bitcoin? Hey, morning Deadwood, morning Black Ice, Evil, Blockchain Report. Let's see who else we got. We got Wispy in here. Maybe Nachos. Like the name, like the name. Yeah, I didn't see a DC show so far today. I know that you were getting confused. You use this city crypto studio. I think they're all today. They might have like videos throughout the day. I know that Josh and Kelly went on last night talking about how historically there's going to be a pullback on Bitcoin. And so, and I think he did a live short that made a nice. All right, we're about to start. We put it up as good as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, fellow believers in the future of money, good evening. My name is Michael Saylor, founder of Strategy, longtime defender of Bitcoin, and a man who has chosen to walk directly into the fire of truth. You may have heard the headlines. Yes, I'm in the middle of a legal battle. The government is suing me, questioning my commitment, questioning my integrity. But let me tell you what this case is really about. It's not about taxes. It's not about my residency. It's about control. It's about power. And it's about fear. Fear of a future where people are no longer dependent on fiat currencies that
There we go. I'll see if I can entertain you all until until it starts. That other stream popped off, so um yeah, yesterday was some interesting speakers. Not a whole lot that I found super informative. It kind of seems like it was mostly the political aspects, and then they had that, like I said, that one guy that was just trying to live forever and gets blood transfusions, and I mean does all kinds of weird shit. But let's actually take a look and see what's going on with DeFi real quick. Looks like we got about 4 minutes. Let's see. All right. So I'll pull up. Let's pull up DeFi Llama. All right. So here's the overview. Didn't look like there's, when I looked earlier, it didn't look like there was a whole lot of volume going on. I mean, we're definitely TVL's going up and the DEX volume is going up. But today has been seemed pretty quiet. Like, I don't know if I believe the chart here, because looking at VFAT, I'm only at 710% on Kita. I mean, that thing's been like 2,000% for the past like week or two. I mean, I've made a couple $100 off of this $600 that I deposited. I mean, that's just been freaking printing money. And this wrapped ETH, it surprisingly has been staying in range. But I've harvested a bunch of earnings off of both Kita and wrapped ETH, and I'm about to take it off of this arrow. Usually, when these reach about $100, I'll harvest. I'll harvest them, and I have about $1,000 in earnings from last week that I'm sitting on, looking to deploy in a new pool. So, if any of you guys out there know of a good pool to dip into, I'm kind of looking for something new. It's something outside of what I'm watching. So, if any of you in the chat have some interesting new project or something like that that I can get out there and look and see if I can find a liquidity pool for it, it's a great way to stack. If you want to stack your, like stack a bag of something. I mean, it's what I did with this with Plume. I know a lot of you are probably tired to hear me talk about Plume, but I started out with $1,500 in Plume, and I mean it's only at 22% right now. But this thing, it at least every couple of days, off this $3,500, I make $100 or so. So because of that, over the past couple of months, I've turned $1,500 into almost 5 grand. When Plume is around 17, 18 cents. I mean, I have like freaking 4 grand, 5 grand of freaking, 4 grand of free Plume, roughly 3,500, something like that. But DeFi is a great way to stack HODL bags and, to stack long term bags for the, hopefully the altcoin season that's coming. Starting to wonder. Let's see what we got. Looks like a couple of you guys. CW8740. Looks like you're new here. Appreciate you, brother. Oh, it looks like you're on X. Nice. One of our first X chats. My wrapped ETH has been in range for a while. Real nice. Yeah. No, wrapped ETH has by far been my best earner. I started out with about 9 grand in my wrapped ETH. Let's actually go to this one. I started with about 9 grand in this wrapped ETH. I've peeled some of my principal amount out into other pools, but for the most part, this thing has made me like 15 grand. Um, just in the past like 6 months. For about a month and a half, it was out of range though. When the whole market took a dump, and when ETH went from like 4,000 down to like 1,600 at one point, um, I just let it go because I had other pools earning for me, and I didn't want to lock in that loss. So I just kind of had rebalanced like once or twice, but I wasn't just going to keep rebalancing all the way down and locking in losses. So yeah, CW 8740. That is wrapped ETH is a good one. VVS. I'll better try again. I'll have to take a look at VVS. Actually, let's look together. Let's see if maybe a Uniswap. Let's see. VVS. There we go. I'll have to check and make sure this is the project. Looks like it's pretty early in the project. No pools yet. Not on Uniswap anyway. I'll dig a little bit deeper on that and get back with you better. Wispy. Nice. Wispy's in that ETH pool, it looks like. Don't know much about the project, but JKL just launched on Aerodrome. All right, let's take a look at that. All right. And I actually, those of you out there listening, if you are looking for a really good deep dive into not just Aerodrome the token, but Aerodrome the platform, I just did episode 5 in our DeFi Academy, and each episode builds, knowledge wise on the last one. I just did a full tutorial on everything to do with Aerodrome. Uh, so everything from flight school bonuses to locks to how you can add to your positions, how you can increase your flight school bonus, just all of those different things. I go in depth. So if you want to check that out. All right. So JKL. Let's see what we got here. JKL. I think the Bitcoin conference probably is about to kick off. So we'll do this one and then we'll kick it over to there because I'm sure that's why you're all here. You don't want to listen to me talk. All right. So this looks like the one doesn't have an APR yet, and the TVL is only 101,000, and volume is only 44,000, and only $134 in fees. You might want to wait on this one, Black Ice. Um, I'm a huge fan of. I want to see 250K of TVL. I want to see a daily volume that's equal to or greater than that, and of course, I want to see some APR and some fees being generated. Um, 134 bucks doesn't tickle my nuts. So let's see. Yeah, no, it's DeFi. I don't know why. I think it's just this little. It's still this little secret, and that people get scared off when they hear about impermanent loss and things like that. It happened to me. But DeFi is such a powerful tool. I mean, I started with 15K. I'm currently sitting at 25, and I say this almost every episode because I want to demonstrate the power of DeFi. But if we go back up, like if Arrow goes back up to $2.20, and ETH goes back up to 4,000 or a little over 4,000, everything goes back to those highs back in December. I'll have like 75, 80 grand, and I started with 15 grand like 6, 7 months ago. So I mean, if you do DeFi, and even if you're conservative in your positions, you can double your portfolio in a couple of months, like 2, 3 months. And I'm not talking about getting into meme coin pools that are volatile as shit. I mean, I'm talking full range aerodrome USDC positions. Like, I mean, that's most of what I'm in. Is these full range positions. I only have a couple of range positions. It's KTA and USDC, and my one plume pool are my only 3 range positions. Everything else is full range, or lending, or staking, to where it's just fire and forget. It just prints money for me while I go about my daily life. So, yeah, let's go ahead and jump over to the Bitcoin conference. Let's see. Where are we at here? That's not what I'm looking for. Why does it keep bringing up the same shit? Here, let's close all this out. Then let's do... All right, baby. Oh, there it is. It's on my laptop screen. Holy shit. Everything's going unavailable. There we go. Here we
Have our
go.
own wallets. We
All
want to be able
right.
to use it. Bitcoin like cash, right? All of our cash is in KYC. If I hand you
All
a
right,
dollar,
I'm going to
it's
shut
as
up, let you
making a
guys listen.
Bitcoin transaction from one person to another. So we want to preserve that. So the Genius Act is looking at stable coins. Market structure will be a little bit different. That's more of a classification of crypto assets. That will affect Bitcoin, but we do know that Bitcoin is classified as a commodity, under the it's under the CFTC's purview. So I'm not super, I'm paying attention to what's going on there, but I think the big act that I'm really, really excited about is the aforementioned act, the Bitcoin Act. And I think that's really, really important. It's amazing that President Trump created an EO where he said, we're going to create a strategic Bitcoin reserve, but we know executive orders can be taken back by the next administration when they come in. So if we create this strategic Bitcoin reserve only under the guise of an executive order, we can have the next president come in and just say, okay, no more strategic Bitcoin reserve, we're selling all the Bitcoin, much like we saw the Biden administration sell the Bitcoin that we had seized, this Bitcoin that we had on our balance sheet. So yeah, it's important to pay attention to all three of these things. And again, privacy is a really big issue with all of these bills. We want to stay vigilant and make sure that we don't see any language that's going to say that that all nodes or Bitcoin wallets are money transmitters. We want to really make sure that that doesn't happen.
Well, yesterday we got the sense from listening to the speakers, Eric Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Cynthia Lummis, that the stakes are high. There's a deadline self-imposed by the Republican Party to pass these legislations by August to actually enact these bills. And there does seem to be some pressure as Democrats maybe walk away on this issue or start to be more comfortable being anti-crypto. Can you talk about this dynamic and how it's shaping up?
I think first it's important to give a shout out to not say that all Democrats are the same. So we have the Rokanas of the world who are saying to the Democrats, you really need to pay attention to this technology. It is not a partisan technology. We should be looking at this in a bipartisan manner. Yes, Democrats are walking away. They have their reasons. They've cited them. Elizabeth Warren, she keeps harping on this idea that crypto is just used by criminals. And I think what I've been told by many politicians is that there still is a lack of education on the Hill. There's a lot of people who still do not really understand the value proposition of Bitcoin and why Bitcoin aligns with American values, self-sovereignty, the ability to just save money to better your life, to use it as a tool to do those things. So right now, I think what we're seeing with Democrats is that there's just still a lot of misunderstanding, still harping on the old talking points, and I think there's also just a bit of vitriol, right? Some of them just really don't like Trump. They don't want to see Trump get any wins, so we're just seeing partisan politics play out in an unfortunate manner.
And we are now just 10 minutes away from J.D. Vance's historic speech. Maybe a final thought, Frank, from you on what you expect to hear from the sitting vice president.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a macro overview. We know this is a pro-tech guy. I think he's going to talk about Bitcoin and American values, as I just mentioned, for sure. I don't think we're going to be getting into the weeds here. I don't think we're going to be talking about, de minimis tax exemptions for spending your Bitcoin or anything like that. But the importance of having Bitcoin on America's balance sheet, creating an SPR that's codified into law, I think that'll be brought up absolutely. I hope he reaches, kind of reaches across the aisle, says to Democrats, we want to work together on this. I think that's really the big thing here. Last year we had more Democrat representatives here. This year it's a little bit more Republican. So I think the big thing is sending a message out there that Bitcoin is an American thing, not just a Republican thing or a right thing. And I think that that's a big thing. But again, I think it's going to be macro level overview. America is pro-technology. America is pro-self-sovereignty. And I think that's going to be the majority of it.
Frank Corva, senior White House correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, of course, making his own history as the first correspondent on Bitcoin in the White House. J.D. Vance coming up. We'll be right back after these messages.
What is the key to progress? Is it more machines, more money, more buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
I think the new type of censorship is going to be far more intelligent, and I'm already seeing all of the signs of it.
The tide of free speech has turned, and it's unstoppable. At Rumble, creators are unfiltered, uncensored, undeniably bold. Powered by our own cloud, we are completely independent. Through the Rumble Advertising Center, we're rewarding authentic voices. This is where crypto creators and communities who value freedom and authenticity belong.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I am Frank Corver, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine. I am joined by three legends from the Bitcoin Policy Institute. We have Stephen Pollack, head of development at BPI, all the way to my left over there. Matthew Pines, to his right, the executive director of BPI, and Zach Shapiro, head of policy at the Bitcoin Policy Institute. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Stephen, I want to go over to you first. I think it's no secret that we've had plenty of political figures, including the Vice President of the United States, who's about to take the stage here at the event. Why is it important that we as Bitcoiners, as Bitcoin enthusiasts, Bitcoin proponents, are engaging with the political class at this point in time?
Sure, right. Frank, thanks for having us. It's an exciting morning, and really it's been an exciting, I guess, 9 months in not only the Bitcoin policy space, but in the Bitcoin industry itself. Obviously, President Trump spoke last summer. I think there's a big difference here that I don't know that anyone's really touched on yet. Last summer, this was a campaign stop. It was someone was running for office, and of course we've seen those promises come through, and we've seen the president deliver on many of the things he shared with us last year. But this is not a campaign stop. This is a sitting vice president who is nowhere near a campaign right now. And so I'm really excited to hear what he has to say. I think what we've seen as BPI, the Bitcoin Policy Institute, we were sort of founded on this idea 3 or 4 years ago that there would come a day where the United States government takes Bitcoin seriously. And that day's arrived. We always wondered, when that day comes, is it going to be seriously, are they going to take it seriously in a good way or in a different way? And so our mission was to be there and help educate and guide the conversation in Washington, D.C. So when that day arrived, we had elected officials like the Vice President, J.D. Vance, who understand Bitcoin and have a baseline understanding for what we're working on and what many of these companies are doing.
Incredibly important work. Appreciate that. Matthew, over to you. Your thoughts on what the Vice President of the United States will offer us this morning. What do you think he's going to touch on in his talk?
I think he will articulate a vision for America's role in the world, leading financial innovation, and in particular, doubling down on the administration's executive order statements that Bitcoin is a strategic asset and that is important for America to lead and not lag in Bitcoin in particular, and to sort of make good on this rhetorical promise of being a Bitcoin superpower. I'm not sure what specific announcements he will make, but I think just him going to that stage and articulating a vision, I think that will send signals around the world that some of these things we've seen come out in the last few months, we're not passing fads. We're not sort of pablum to sort of pat the backs of a particular group of supporters, but actually is an integrated element of the administration's overall policy focus and a strategic priority.
Yeah, appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have actually people filing in right now. As I said, the Vice President should be taking the stage momentarily within maybe 5-10 minutes, hopefully. But we have people streaming in. As you can see, the Nakamoto stage is packed. I believe I don't even know if it's standing room only at this point. I think everybody is almost taking their seats. But as I said, quite excited to have the Vice President with us. But quickly, Zach, I want to go over to you. I see you and Matt wearing these hats. Save our wallets. What is this all about?
Absolutely. So BPI's core mission is education. When we talk to folks on Capitol Hill, we talk to them a lot about what Bitcoin is, why this is important, why this should be a serious topic of conversation, and what we think good policy looks like. And I think there is no better example of what good policy looks like than the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act. The biggest legal and regulatory question in Bitcoin and digital assets right now is where is the line between a regulated financial institution, in legal speak, a money service business or money transmitter business on the one hand, and just code on the other. And the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act is the best shot we have through Congress of establishing clear rules of the road of where one concept begins and the other concept ends. And that's incredibly important for software developers who are building the tools to make Bitcoin useful and scale to the masses.
Yeah, and I think maybe to contextualize this a bit, so we're looking at issues with the Samurai wallet case right now, the Tornado wallet case. Could we do a little bit of an overview on that? I know you've been covering it very closely.
Absolutely. So these are two federal criminal cases going on in the Southern District of New York. And there's this really big problem stemming mostly from the prior administration's overzealous regulation by prosecution against the digital asset industry, where when it is not clear where the line is, or arguably not clear where the line is between software and between a money transmitter business, the government is trying to hold software developers directly responsible for what people use with the code that they built. And that is a First Amendment problem, that is a logical problem, that is a legal problem. It's stretching the Bank Secrecy Act beyond where it is. But it threatens to set really bad precedent. In America, we have what's called a common law system, which means if a federal judge makes a ruling, that is the law of the land. And those types of laws that don't have democratic input, right, it's just what a judge who maybe is not super familiar with the technology decides, that becomes the rule for all of us. And so what the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act does is it takes the democratic process, it takes our elected representatives that create a robust and durable rule that would make it that we don't risk these prosecutions in the future.
Yeah, important work. Appreciate that. Stephen, back over to you. There's so many different fronts on which Bitcoin sort of has things going on right now, right? We have the SBR, we're talking about over here privacy, the ability to use Bitcoin privately. When it comes to all of the educational efforts for this, it almost seems like Congress people and senators, it's like if they were just focusing on Bitcoin, it would be almost a full-time job for them. What is the process like of getting through to them, their staffers? What is it like to educate them and to bring them up to speed on all things that are happening in the Bitcoin space?
Sure, Frank, that's a huge question, and something we work on a number of different fronts, the government affairs side and education side. It's a constant, it's about having a constant presence in Washington, and people like Matt here, people like Zach, getting the right people in the room with the right person at the right time. I think something I would want to highlight is an event that we do every year. It's the Bitcoin Policy Summit, and this will be our third year doing that. It's June 24th through 26th in Washington, D.C., and it's not about talking about our event, but I think this is a great example of what we do. We're the only Bitcoin-focused advocacy nonprofit think tank in Washington, and at our summit is a chance to really roll up the sleeves, get elected officials, key stakeholders, policymakers in the room, educate them about Bitcoin, and work together in sort of roundtable fashion to discuss what good policy looks like, and to be able to answer those questions in closed-door sessions and hit Bitcoin mining, talk about the impact of Bitcoin and human rights, and bring in actual human rights activists and advocates to share that with staffers. And we started this a few years ago, and the results were really powerful. There's a number of elected officials, their first time really ever speaking publicly about Bitcoin was at the Bitcoin Policy Summit. It's a friendly place to be able to learn, to kind of grow your understanding there, and discuss some of the policies that these guys are hitting on today.
Yeah, appreciate that. Matthew, back to you. So you've been working with government officials for a long time. So you're probably a really good person to ask when it comes to seeing this Overton window, which has now shifted, where it's now sort of less taboo to talk about Bitcoin. It's something that people want to do. We have people like Jim Justice, Senator Jim Justice, who seems to have recently learned about Bitcoin, seems excited about it as a result of that. Can you talk about a little bit of what it's like? Give us some perspective of what it's like to have seen that window shift.
Yes, it's been quite dramatic, and politicians, right, they they sort of have a sixth sense for whether an issue is serious or not, and they survive by being able to kind of to where the puck is going while staying within the Overton window, right? There's a risk to sort of stepping too far outside, and so the critical function of BPI over the last few years has been to sort of incrementally, in a very serious way, stretch that Overton window to make it a serious thing for politicians to engage and learn about Bitcoin, and then every incremental step further makes the water warmer for the next politician to step in. And I think that's a nonlinear process, and I think we see it sort of started to play out like in little steps in the last few years, and then all of a sudden there was a waterfall last year, and we saw that sort of cascade this year. And so we're in that process now of politicians sort of reassessing the significance of Bitcoin. I think last year was Bitcoin as the sort of political force. 2025 is now Bitcoin as a geopolitical force. Now that hasn't fully manifested yet, but we're in this new era of transition when the United States has now stated officially that Bitcoin is a strategic asset they intend to hold and not sell, that it's digital gold for the 21st century. And that is being picked up by other countries around the world. And so this moves from the political layer down into the bureaucracies, right? The quote deep state here. And so you now have officials inside Defense Department, inside the intelligence community, where the traditional folks interacting with Bitcoin has been through the lens of Bank Secrecy Act, illicit finance. But now there's a fundamentally new dimension to the conversation about Bitcoin as a strategic asset that is aligned with our values and our national security interests in a world where China is aggressively trying to reset the terms of the deal and impose their vision of digital authoritarianism. And so we want to stand for a certain set of values that we think Bitcoin embodies, but they also align with the values that America likes to spread around, or has said that they like to spread around the world, and to sort of try to stitch together a coherent vision of how Bitcoin succeeding is good for America, is good for American politicians, is good for American values, is good for people around the world that want to have these protections from digital surveillance and control. And so this is kind of our fundamental mission at BPI, and it started off kind of howling into the wind, and I think now we have a megaphone and there are people listening.
Yeah, David Zell, the director of it, or one of the co-founders of BPI, told me from the moment he wakes up in the morning to the time he goes to bed, he's got people texting him, phone calls coming in, and he's barely fielding. And I'm sure with all of your help, it's helping to lighten the load a little bit. So I'm sure he appreciates that. Zach, I want to go over to you, head of policy at Bitcoin Policy Institute. How do you know what to prioritize? There's so much happening on the regulatory front. How do you go about creating a strategy to prioritize a certain policy over other policy?
Absolutely. So first I want to start with a shout out to the co-founders of BPI, David Zell and Grant McCarty, who I think really saw early that there was an opportunity here to be a credible face of Bitcoin that maybe looks a little bit different than Bitcoin Twitter. And I think part of the reason that people listen to us when we talk about our policy is our outlook here is we're not an industry trade group, right? We work closely with industry, but really we started as a group of mostly academics who are here because we believe that Bitcoin is good and we think that Bitcoin is worthy of good policy. And like our job is to sit here and particularly my job is to sit here and just think about what does good Bitcoin policy looks like. So when I think through that, I really start with who are we here to represent? We're not here to represent any part of the industry. We're here to represent Bitcoin itself. And we just released our 2025 policy framework, which lays out sort of in detail what our policy positions are and what we're advocating for with regard to Bitcoin policy. And we really break it into three parts of Bitcoin. There's Bitcoin, the asset, which is now, as Matt said, incredibly important from a geopolitical perspective and has a lot of bearing on America's ability to project power and the future of what it means for the world to move towards a neutral reserve asset that is digital and peer-to-peer and everything that comes with that. Second is Bitcoin, the network. There's a lot of incredible technology being built on Bitcoin that runs into some of the Bank Secrecy Act questions that we had before, but having lawmakers really understand, okay, what is the difference between holding Bitcoin and using the Lightning Network for payments and for remittances and global money flows, and what's a Chaumian eCash mint, and all of this stuff that people are building to make this money usable, maybe in different ways than we use it in the United States, in the global south, where it's used as a lifeline more than just a savings vehicle. And third is Bitcoin's proof of work consensus, so the energy and mining side of policy. And there, this is really mostly a pure education mission. It's been going well, but it's an uphill battle. I think there have been sort of a lot of smears about Bitcoin, specifically on its energy usage, and a lot of myths about how dirty the energy is. And early on, BPI really indexed to, all right, let's look at the data, let's see where the energy is coming from, and let's really help people understand that a lot of Bitcoin mining comes from flared oil and gas that would otherwise just be lit on fire in a way that's awful for the environment. Bitcoin mining, if you zoom out enough, is going to incentivize the exploitation of stranded renewables in a way that's not otherwise economically viable. And so we really start, just a long-winded way to answer your question, we really start with, okay, what is Bitcoin and what do policymakers who need to interact with this increasingly important monetary network and asset, what do they need to understand to make good, informed choices?
Appreciate all that perspective. Thank you, gentlemen. Again, we're here with 3 gentlemen from the Bitcoin Policy Institute. We're about to go over to Isabella Santos. She's going to let us know what's going on. We're waiting on J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, and we will be right back after this. Nice.
We are live from the Venetian in Las Vegas. Behind me is the Nakamoto stage, and we're just a few moments away to hear the Vice President of the United States of America. That is right, the first VP in the world to own Bitcoin is going to give a speech at the Bitcoin conference. Last year, we had the President of the United States, Mr. President Donald Trump. This year, we have J.D. Vance, who's going to give a huge announcement. So stay tuned. Don't leave your seats and wait up, because it's going to be a wild ride. As you can see, everybody's wearing their best attires. Bitcoiners dressed up today as suit coiners. So don't leave. Over to you guys by the news desk.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk. I'm Frank Corva here, joined by Zach Shapiro, Matt Pines, and Stephen Pollack. Stephen, I'm going to go back to you. I want to talk about the importance of creating the Bitcoin Policy Institute and differentiating Bitcoin from crypto. So we have other think tanks, other organizations in Washington doing important work around blockchain and crypto. But why is it very important that something that specifically focuses on Bitcoin exists in Washington, D.C.?
Sure, it's a great question. Frank, if we look at the total market cap of just the crypto, various cryptocurrencies relative to Bitcoin, I think it's obvious why. Bitcoin is not just the largest asset in, among cryptocurrencies. It's one of the largest assets in the entire world. It's what we're setting number 5 right now, top 5 asset in the world, and so we have trillions of dollars. Gold's number 1, Bitcoin's passed silver, it's passed, a number of the S&P 500 companies. And when you look at advocacy in Washington, and when we sat back a number of years ago, when Bitcoin Policy Institute was just getting up off the ground, there are a number of other organizations. There's lobbying groups, there's trade groups, and everyone's playing an important role. There's no CEO of Bitcoin. I don't know if you're aware of that, Frank.
No CEO. Satoshi Nakamoto, not the CEO of Bitcoin.
Yeah. So therefore, Bitcoin doesn't necessarily have a lobbying budget. There are no line items in the Bitcoin company, budget for certain activities. And we said, well, there needs to be a group that is solely focused on Bitcoin. And I think that's made sense. That's playing out. Bitcoin Policy Institute, we're a 501c3 nonprofit. What that means and why that's important is that we're a nonpartisan think tank and advocacy group. We don't play winners and losers. We're here to work with anyone who wants to learn. We don't care if you don't know anything about Bitcoin, or maybe you're an elected official who is putting out legislation and would like some advice and some input on that, and to help think through some of the implications, second and third order effects of what this may or may not do. We're there for all of it, and we've really grown and scaled. I'm really proud of the team we've assembled. I think I would say humbly that we've developed and built the deepest bench of Bitcoin experts anywhere, potentially in the world, when it comes to Bitcoin and public policy, Bitcoin mining and energy, and then our friends over at the Human Rights Foundation really helping pinch hit on that side of things as well.
Shout out to the Human Rights Foundation. Earlier today, through the Bitcoin Magazine media handles, we were streaming the Oslo Freedom Forum, so we want to say shout out to everybody over there. I believe the co-founder we mentioned earlier, David Zell, is over there joining them. Very important work. And obviously, I think what's amazing about the work they do, and also the messaging coming from the Bitcoin Policy Institute, is that just because we're talking about Bitcoin in America, it does not mean that Bitcoin is just for America. America is setting an example that this is a technology that countries around the world should embrace, that people around the world should embrace. Matthew, I want to go over to you. you that the vibe in D.C., I want to talk about it under the new administration. So we obviously know under Biden, we were all quite scared. We didn't know, I think the Winklevi put it best, they loved the color orange, but they were worried that they were going to be wearing that color in jail if they continued with their operating their crypto exchange. And we had the Harris administration continuing with some of the policies of the Biden administration. What was it like to see Trump come into office? What changed in D.C. as a result of that?
Yeah, I think the vibe was a night and day, right? And I think we saw that very early on with the signing of the executive order establishing the strategic Bitcoin reserve. And so that was a rhetorical, complete 180 from obviously the last few years. I think now we're in a transition from rhetoric to action. And so BPI is very focused on trying to translate.
Matt, if you don't mind, I just got word that the Vice President of the United States of America is about to take the stage. History is about to be made at Bitcoin 2025. We're sending it over to the Nakamoto stage to hear from Vice President J.D. Vance. Stick with us. We'll be right back after this.
This is definitely the biggest crowd I've ever seen. Holy cow. So, what's cool about this conference is that it's all about making history. So, we're making history because this is the biggest Bitcoin conference we've ever done. We're expecting 35,000 people to be here today. We're making history because this is the first Bitcoin conference to ever happen over $100,000 Bitcoin prices. A year ago in Nashville, we made history when we had candidate Donald J. Trump come and address this crowd. He made us some promises. He promised to end the war on crypto. He promised to free Ross Ulbricht. He promised to never sell our Bitcoin. He promised a strategic Bitcoin reserve. And he promised to make America the Bitcoin superpower of the world. In 100 days, promises made, promises kept. And today we get to make a little bit of history this morning by having the first ever sitting Vice President of the United States of America address the global Bitcoin community. Are you ready? With that, join me in welcoming the Vice President of the United States of America, J.D. Vance.
Thank you all. Well, first of all, I want to thank, please, thank you guys. Take your seats. And, the Secret Service is a little bit nervous because I told them these Bitcoin guys really like guns. But they really like the President and Vice President of the United States, too, so I think we're doing okay. So I first have to thank David Bailey, grateful for everything that you've done for the Bitcoin community. Thanks in particular for what you did for me and the president, helping us get from candidacy to the White House, because we've done, I think, a lot of good in the past 120 days, and I don't think we could have done it without David's support. I want to also thank the Winklevoss brothers, Tyler and Cameron. These guys are out here somewhere. Who, I got to say, Tyler and Cameron, I think really helped break the dam in Silicon Valley. Because if you remember, you go back to June or July of last year, it feels like forever ago. It's not even a year ago, where Silicon Valley, people would whisper in private that they were going to support Donald Trump for president. They would talk about the fact the Democrats had gone too crazy. We had to get Gary Gensler the hell out of there, but they weren't quite willing to say but they weren't quite willing to say, at least not publicly, that they were going to take the big step and support Donald J. Trump. And Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss, I think they were some of the first big names in Silicon Valley to take that step, and a whole host of people followed them. So Cameron and Tyler, thank you for that. And of course, I want to thank the good people at Coinbase, the organizers of this event, and everybody who made this incredible event possible. It's great to be here with Bitcoin at 108,000, at least when I checked this morning, and as Vice President of the United States. It's great to be here. Now, you guys know I get to meet a lot of exciting people in my job, but it's been quite a while since I've been to a conference with this level of energy. I mean, hell, you guys came out here at 9 a.m. after a long night, I'm sure, in Las Vegas. You can't do that without a lot of good energy. But I promise I'm not just saying that to juice my own meme coins. But I think it's wrong, actually, to call this just a conference. This isn't a conference of people. This is a movement, and I'm proud to stand with you here today. And I think this conference, this movement of people, is where the future of cryptocurrency in this great country gets decided. So let's start by making one thing abundantly clear. That future is going to be decided by the people, by you, not by unelected bureaucrats. Now, as you all probably know, you've got a star-studded lineup here today, including several of my colleagues in the Trump administration. David, Bo, Hester, I know you're all out there. It's great to be among so many friends and allies. So I want to speak for just a few minutes about a few things, and I want to talk a little bit about what we've done in the Trump administration. I want to give you a rundown of what this administration is doing on digital assets policy. But I also want to talk about some of the principles that help guide us as we develop this policy. But before that, I want to speak about why I'm personally optimistic about crypto and what it means for the American people. Now, people ask me why I tend to be bullish on the future of innovation in this country. Now, I spent enough time in Silicon Valley to recognize the difference between good tech, technology that boosts our productivity, makes our lives richer, that grounds us in the real world and complements our day-to-day lives. That's the good technology, but there's also some bad technology out there. And when it comes to crypto, I think the last several years have made it clear that we're talking about genuine, ground-up innovation, one that's already improving the well-being of tens of millions of our fellow citizens. I believe it's 50 million Americans own Bitcoin, and I believe that's going to be 100 million before too long. But it's not just about Bitcoin and about the value that's been generated, the wealth that's been generated by so many millions of our fellow citizens. Through decentralized finance, crypto has transformed how Americans transact with one another. It's expanded access to banking for many who may not otherwise have had it. And every single day, I feel like I see some groundbreaking new use of blockchain tech, whether it's in supply chain management, whether it's in hospitals, or whether it's in changing how we track and store patients' private health records. But for each of these new forward-looking applications, I also feel like there's an incredibly conservative element to crypto technology, and that's as a hedge. Crypto is a hedge against bad policymaking from Washington, no matter what party is in control. It's a hedge against skyrocketing inflation, which has eroded the real savings rate of Americans over the last 4 years. And as you all know well, it's a hedge against the private sector that's increasingly willing to discriminate against consumers on the basis of their basic beliefs, including their politics. That includes, of course, debanking users for Second Amendment advocacy or for ties to the first Trump administration. In Canada, the government did the same to kill those big truck driver protests in 2022. Less than a week later, they succeeded. The protests were over. But maybe most importantly, I see crypto as a hedge against one of the most dangerous trends in the digital era in both the public and private sectors. And that's of elites who, rather than innovate themselves, prefer to simply take over and co-opt cutting-edge technologies to assert their control over other people. And I know we believe this in this room. That's not Bitcoin. It'll never be Bitcoin, and you guys are going to make sure that happens. But as you know, there's a new sheriff in town because after 4 years of mistreatment and outright hostility led by Democrat regulators, lawmakers in this country have a choice. Will we lead our nation into a future of financial sovereignty, of innovation, and of prosperity, or will we let unelected bureaucrats and foreign competitors write the rules for us? And I'm here today to say loud and clear, with President Trump, crypto finally has a champion and an ally in the White House. In our administration, we understand the full potential of the digital assets industry, not just as an investment, not just as a flashy technology, but as a symbol and driver of personal liberty for all our citizens. And we are dedicated to seeing that promise fulfilled. The way that we see it, the people in this room are the digital pioneers of the American economy. And that's why our administration is doing something a little unusual in Washington. We're listening to all of you as you blaze the trail of innovation. The innovators in this room are making people's lives better. You're pushing boundaries and solving problems, injecting unprecedented transparency into how we do commerce. And the way we see it, you all deserve a similar level of transparency and clarity. And most of all, you deserve respect and support from government, not bureaucrats trying to tear you down. Now that means a few substantive concrete steps, and of course the first and most important of those steps is straightforward. We've got to clean up the wreckage that the last administration left us, and since day one, that is exactly what we've been trying to do. Our administration, we prioritize eliminating the rules, the red tape, and the lawfare that we saw aimed at crypto by our predecessors. We're ending the weaponization of federal regulations against this community. To put it simply, Operation Choke Point 2.0 is dead, and it's not coming back under the Trump administration. And by the way, it's crazy that was ever even controversial, the idea of using the regulatory power of the government to crush an industry and to crush people who espoused a view that you didn't like. It's crazy, but let my words today serve as Operation Choke Point. Let me serve as its obituary. Now this is my vow to every single person here. You will never see this administration trying to handicap your community or diminish the impact it's had on the economy. Instead, we reject the Biden administration's legacy of death by 1,000 enforcement actions. We reject regulators. Maybe the most important thing that we did for this community, we reject regulators and we fired Gary Gensler, and we're going to fire everybody like him. And we know that people like Gary Gensler, the game that they played is that under the pretense of consumer protection, they attacked every single effort to democratize our financial markets, and that is over. America. I grew up in a working class family. I believe that America is a place where anyone should be able to make a fortune no matter where you grew up, what degree you may or may not have. And in recent years, I'm hard-pressed to think of a better place to do so than right here in the digital assets industry. Now, our second substantive step is we're trying to create a clear, pro-growth legal framework for stablecoins in this country. And I know we've got some solid allies in Congress. Is Cynthia Lummis out there today, or did she already go home? She already, well, you know, I was supposed to have dinner last night with Cynthia Lummis. We had a little event yesterday, and I looked around, I said, where the hell is Cynthia Lummis? And somebody said, well, she's got a dinner she had to go to. And I said, I'm the vice president. Unless she's having dinner with the president, Cynthia does not have an excuse to skip this event. But we love Cynthia, and I know that she's one of the great advocates for your industry in the United States Congress. Now, I know, led by Cynthia and other great legislators, Congress is hard at work getting the Genius Act passed and across the president's desk as quickly as possible. And that's an important step. It's with good reason, because regulatory uncertainty in this country has pushed way too much stablecoin activity overseas over the last few years. Now, somebody said to me yesterday that Bitcoin has done so much over the last few years with so many headwinds. Wouldn't it be nice to have a government that provided some tailwinds to one of the fastest growing industries in our country? And that's what we aim to do. And once the Genius Act is enacted, it's poised to vastly expand the use of stablecoins as a digital payment system for millions of our fellow Americans. It'll also protect coin holders and inject further transparency into the market. And let me be emphatic on one other point. In this administration, we do not think that stablecoins threaten the integrity of the United States dollar, quite the opposite. In fact, we view them as a force multiplier of our economic might. Dollar-pegged stablecoins, particularly once Genius is enacted, is only going to help the American economy, and it's only going to help the American dollar. So, again, we're optimistic that the Senate is able to move quickly on passing a clean Genius Act, and for the House to follow up and do the same. And of course, once that happens, our great President Trump will sign it into law the minute it comes across his desk. Now, when that's happened, when the administration will then fully shift to our third priority, which is to enact a transparent and tailored regulatory framework for digital assets, one that's pro-innovation and fully incorporates crypto into the mainstream economy. And again, I've talked to so many of you over the last couple of days, and the consistent fear that I hear with all the great things that have happened over the last couple of months, the consistent fear that I hear is that there's still this perception that digital assets are not welcome in the mainstream economy. And let me promise you that our effort to change the policy is purely about changing that. We want our fellow Americans to know that crypto and digital assets, and particularly Bitcoin, are part of the mainstream economy and are here to stay. We think the way to do that legislatively, because again, I hope that our party is in charge for a long time, but nothing is ever guaranteed in politics. So the best way to ensure that crypto is part of the mainstream economy is through a market structure bill that champions and doesn't restrict the extraordinary value that Bitcoin and other digital assets represent. Right now, in this Congress and with this administration, we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to unleash innovation and use it to improve the lives of countless American citizens. But if we fail to create regulatory clarity now, we risk chasing this $3 trillion industry offshore in search of a friendlier jurisdiction, and President Trump is going to fight to make sure that does not happen. Think about this. By locking in smart, pro-innovation rules of the road, we can also make sure that Democrats or anybody else never wage another war on the crypto community. Now, I've already hit my time here, but before I head back to Washington, let me offer you just a few bits of advice and a few thoughts on where this industry is going. This is one politician's perspective, so take it for what it's worth. Maybe a little bit less than one Bitcoin right now. But let me say a few things. First of all, I remember when I ran for Senate, the first time I'd ever entered politics back in 2022. And one of the frustrations, honestly, that I had with the crypto community as a person who was one of the only people running for office who actually owned Bitcoin, and I still own a fair amount of Bitcoin today. Think about this. This is during that campaign. That's 2021 and 2022. This feels like an eternity ago, but it was only 4 years ago, is that I recognized what so many advocates of Bitcoin recognize, which is what the Biden administration was doing. What Gary Gensler was doing was a disaster, and yet there didn't seem to be any real organization pushing back against it at the political level. And let me say that part of the reason that I'm standing here, part of the reason that Bernie Moreno defeated Sherrod Brown in the Senate campaign last year is because you guys got organized and got involved in American politics, and I'm grateful to you for that. But there's a lesson to take from that experience, which is that unless you guys get involved in politics, politics is going to ignore this industry. Now, you took a big step in 2024, and I'll tell you, every victory that we win, it's only a provisional victory. You know, one of my great mentors in Silicon Valley always told me that, Bitcoin, that the crypto community was about exit and artificial intelligence was about voice. Well, I know that a lot of people in 2024 in this community chose voice. You chose to speak up and you chose to get involved, and I believe you changed the direct trajectory of our country because of it. But you got to keep on choosing voice. Bitcoin, of course, people call it digital gold. But while Bitcoin is digital, none of you are. None of us are. What happens in the world of politics, what happens in the world of bureaucracy, it will affect even the most transformational and valuable technologies if we don't make the right decisions. So the first piece of advice, the first thing that I'd ask you is to take the momentum of your political involvement in 2024 and carry it forward to 2026 and beyond. Don't ignore politics, because I guarantee you, my friends, politics is not going to ignore this community, not now and not in the future. The second thing that I want to toss out there is that we have to start thinking of the long-term strategic implications of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is owned by about 50 million Americans. A lot of Americans have made a lot of money, have created a lot of wealth for themselves, and that's a great thing. But I actually think that where Bitcoin is going is as a strategically important asset for the United States over the next decade. It's one of the reasons why President Trump, with the help of our great AI guy, David Sachs, it's one of the reasons why we started the Bitcoin Reserve, because we want to start to put in motion the strategic importance of Bitcoin for the United States government. We know that the PRC doesn't like Bitcoin. The People's Republic of China doesn't like Bitcoin. Well, we should be asking ourselves, why is that? Why is our biggest adversary such an opponent of Bitcoin? And if the Communist Republic of China is leaning away from Bitcoin, then maybe the United States ought to be leaning into Bitcoin, and that's one of the things that we're going to be doing. But that's not a vice president standing up here and talking at you. The way that Bitcoin is involved in the strategic future of our country, that's got to be a two-way conversation. And so when I talk about getting involved in politics, one of the things that you guys got to do is continue to give us feedback and continue to tell us the ways in which Bitcoin can play a positive role in the strategic future of this country. I know the Bitcoin Policy Institute is working on this very topic now, but all of you have got to be involved in this conversation, Because I don't think any of us want to wake up in a country 10 years from now that is less wealthy and less prosperous because we made bad decisions today. We're going to make the right decisions, but that depends on you guys being part of the conversation. So be part of that conversation. And here's the third thought that I want to leave you with. You know, one of the ways you hear this stated is that crypto is fundamentally a conservative or right-leaning technology, and artificial intelligence is fundamentally a left-leaning or a communist technology. Now, I think that overstates things a little bit in both directions, but there's a fundamental element of truth to it. Now, I haven't been involved in the day-to-day operations of a technology company in about 4 years since I entered politics for the very first time. But what I've noticed is that very smart right-wing people in tech tend to be attracted to Bitcoin and crypto, and very smart left-leaning people in tech tend to be more attracted to AI. Again, that's a gross generalization, it's an overstatement, but there's an element of truth to it. But what I'd ask you all is to remember that what happens in AI is very much going to affect, in good and bad ways, what happens to Bitcoin. And of course, what happens to Bitcoin is very much going to affect what happens in AI. So, while this is certainly a Bitcoin conference, and I know we're all proud of what you guys have accomplished over the last 10 years, my final piece of advice is to make sure you're keeping tabs on and staying involved in what's happening with artificial intelligence, because I don't want Bitcoin to be negatively affected by what happens in AI, and most importantly, I don't want America to be negatively affected by what happens in AI. And the best way to ensure that smart people are at the AI conversation is to ensure that Bitcoin is part of the artificial intelligence conversation. Our administration is committed to it. I want you guys to be committed to it as well. I just want to say in the next few years in the Trump administration, we've accomplished a lot, but we have plans to continue to make big progress for this industry and for the American people who rely on it. The whole of government, we're going to need your help, we're going to need your guidance, we're going to need your encouragement, and at times, yes, because this is politics, our politicians are going to need your pressure. So, have fun this week, but keep the pressure up. And we'll do great things together for our industry, but most importantly, for the cause of personal freedom and the United States of America. God bless you guys, and thanks for having me.
Wow. Okay, so we have a couple of announcements that we are going to be making here shortly. But to start, I don't know if you've seen the signs, but we're trying to set a record today. We want to do the most Bitcoin transactions that have ever happened in a single day today. So I think the Guinness Book of World Records is here to be the official judge of this, but we're kicking this off with the first Bitcoin transaction, and I'm buying a pin. So I need all of y'all's help today to go buy something with Bitcoin. This is always the danger of doing it live. All right, people, it's a whiff. I'm going to need y'all to do extra transactions to make up for this one, please. Okay, well, so we have two more announcements that we need to make. We have one coming up right now from a special friend of mine, Ryan Cohen. So we're going to play a video from Ryan. He has a special message for the Bitcoin community. And then we need to flip the stage. But in about 20 minutes, we are going to have a special announcement from the mayor of the biggest city in the United States, Eric Adams. So please wait around. What's up, everybody? It's David Bailey from BTC Inc., and I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, Ryan Cohen from GameStop. What's up, Ryan?
What's up? How are ya?
Doing well, man. I'm enjoying these Bitcoin prices. How about you?
It's all good.
Well, let's get started. We're talking innovative corporate strategies. We're talking pioneering from a dying business to a thriving business. How'd you do it?
When I took over, the company was a piece of crap and losing a lot of money. The company was under a lot of pressure, moving from physical games to digital downloads. So you had to cut costs. You had to cut costs very aggressively and bring in fiscal discipline And we did. And retail is a tough business, but it was a big focus on getting costs under control. You've got a lot of macro headwinds going against the company. A lot of money. The company was under a lot of pressure, moving from physical games to digital downloads. So you had to cut costs. You had to cut costs very aggressively and bring in fiscal discipline. And we did. And retail is a tough business, but it was a big focus on getting costs under control. You've got a lot of macro headwinds going against the company. You have a move from physical games to digital downloads, and we needed to get the costs under control and also shift the business from being so reliant on video games to collectibles, which we've done. And so now there's a big focus on trading cards. We're doing grading in a bunch of stores, and we're selling a lot of trading cards, both in sports and TCG. But the company today is profitable in the US, and we've gotten our costs under control. You had a lot of executives and directors that were very short-sighted, and effectively they were making decisions that were what they call in corporate America in good corporate governance, which is effectively screwing shareholders. So we got rid of all of that nonsense, and we focused on running the business profitably.
Well, you also made some news about, what, a month ago or so, that you raised some money that you might use to buy Bitcoin. I guess the $1 million question that everyone wants to know is, has GameStop bought Bitcoin?
We have bought Bitcoin.
Ooh. Okay, how much?
We currently own 4,710 Bitcoins.
Let's go. So tell us about that. Why did GameStop decide to buy Bitcoin?
It was, if the thesis is correct, then Bitcoin and gold as well can be a hedge against global currency devaluation and systemic risk. Bitcoin has certain unique advantages compared to gold. The portability aspect of it, it's instantly transferable across the globe, whereas gold is bulky and very expensive to ship. The authenticity, it's instantly verified via the blockchain. The storage, you can easily secure Bitcoin in a wallet, whereas gold requires insurance and it's very expensive. There's the scarcity element of it as well. There's a fixed supply of Bitcoin, whereas with gold, certain technological advances, the supply of gold is still uncertain. And then ultimately, there's the asymmetric upside. Gold is a more mature market. It's roughly around 20 trillion of market capitalization, whereas Bitcoin today is about 2 trillion. And if the thesis is correct, then ultimately Bitcoin becomes digital gold, adopted, then there's more upside. But we'll see what happens. Nobody has a crystal ball, but that's the current thesis.
Well, congratulations. And I feel like GameStop is the ultimate meme stock and Bitcoin is the ultimate meme money. And if you combine the two, you get a meme super cycle. So, what's next for GameStop and Bitcoin? Are you going to buy more Bitcoin? Is this the next micro strategy, the next Meta Planet, or even better?
We're not going to call our shots in advance for obvious reasons, but GameStop is following GameStop's strategy. We're not following anyone else's strategy.
Okay. So to summarize, embrace the GameStop theory. I like it. So final question. The world is watching right now. Everyone at the conference is watching this interview. We probably have 10 million, 50 million people on the live stream. What is the message you'd like to send the global Bitcoin community and everyone who's watching this interview right now?
No pressure. No pressure. Don't follow GameStop. Make your own decisions independently. It's my message. Just do whatever you're comfortable with.
Don't trust, verify. Let's go.
Exactly.
Well, Ryan, thank you for hopping on. Congratulations on your Bitcoin buy. To many more. Let's go. Thank you.
YOLO.
YOLO.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin News Desk presented by Mara. We're here at Bitcoin 2025. The people are streaming in. We just heard from the Vice President of the United States of America, J.D. Vance, as well as an interview with David Bailey, the head of BTC Inc., the man behind this whole conference here, as well as his interview with Ryan Cohen, the head of GameStop. But I want to dig a little bit deeper into what J.D. Vance just said. A shout out to the Bitcoin Policy Institute in the talk. I think he may have said Bitcoin Policy, left out the Institute, but we know what he was getting at there. Matthew, I want to go over to you to start there. What were some of your takeaways? What did it mean to hear the Vice President of the United States shout out the work that you're doing?
Yeah, that was remarkable. Really had a great conversation with him yesterday, and it was really encouraging, exciting to hear him kind of resonate with some of the themes of that discussion on stage. And I noticed kind of a marked difference between, I think, the scripted portion of the speech and kind of when he sort of ad-libbed at the end, and it was a really revealing indication of how he thinks about the sophisticated intersection of his views on this sort of era of digital disruption. Right, we have an acceleration of these changes to our global system. AI, obviously, he pointed at, is going from the fringes to the front door of policymakers. And Bitcoin is on the same trajectory. And it's all happening in the context of US-China competition, and a competition over power, but also over values. What sort of values will be embodied in the technological systems that we're increasingly being sort of either rolled into as a kind of digital serfs, or whether we have sovereignty over. And I think that was the most important takeaway I had from the speech, right, which was a framing of Bitcoin in this strategic context for the future of technology and human freedom. And I think he really articulated a view of Bitcoin's significance in that fight, in that live policy battle, which is taking place really at all levels, right? Not just in the United States, but around the world, and between governments and large multinational corporations and individual technologists that are building peer-to-peer systems. I think it was a call to action from the administration to help them, right? These are fast-changing policy issues and technologies, and they're trying to get their arms around it. And these things are difficult and complicated. And as you pointed out, like the intersection of these two issues is also driving a lot of the policy debates and political frictions inside our society and around the world over who has power, right? And who's going to use these technologies to further their political agendas. And so this is, I think that was a really interesting articulation of the intersection of these issues and really the things that BPI and we are obsessed about. And so it was a really rewarding kind of affirmation that the work we're doing at BPI is strategically significant, right? We say it, right? We say those words, but sometimes it's just words, right? To hear it coming from the vice president adds a gravity to the significance.
Yeah, and he is a technology proponent, generally speaking, but I do want to dig a little bit deeper into maybe this relationship between Bitcoin and AI. Zach, I'm going to come over to you. Are these things different, or are they symbiotic? Should we be looking at something like Bitcoin as more of a right-wing entity or thing, and AI as more of a left-wing thing? Is this the proper context?
Absolutely. So I actually think one of the most interesting things that the Vice President said is that that is not the context we should look at them through, right? It is maybe contingently true that people on the left tend to gravitate towards AI a little bit more, and people on the right tend to gravitate towards Bitcoin and blockchain technology. However, it's not a left-right thing, right? It's not that simple. There are so many axes on which these two technologies interact. So one is in an era where AI makes it cheaper and easier to create deepfakes and undermines the idea that we understand what we see with our eyes. Bitcoin has absolute cryptographic proof, right, that you hold your keys, and that can be a really important counterweight. In a world where countries are going to move to incredible centralized control of their money through central bank digital currencies, where you can use AI to surveil what all of your citizens are doing, decide whether they are, should go up or down in the credit score, and maybe their personal inflation rate changes. Bitcoin is absolutely fair and has the same rules for everyone, and is a counterweight to that. In authoritarian countries, they're going to use AI. We're seeing this in China to control the population. Bitcoin takes power away from centralized leaders. And so this is much more about an individual rights versus centralized control story. AI obviously is an amazing technology. I'm sure we all use it, near daily at this point, and it's not going away, and it's going to become more and more an important part of our lives. But I think left unchecked, there are a lot of scary aspects to AI, and the Vice President referenced good technology and bad technology. I think Bitcoin here is clearly one of the good technologies, and even more exciting, it allows AI through the sort of counterweight of real decentralized, real individual rights-oriented architecture to allow AI to perhaps, on balance, be a better technology than it otherwise would end up being.
So we need that symbiosis between Bitcoin and AI. Yes, Matthew, back to you.
Yeah, the other point of this, and I'm aware that the Vice President has been tracking the AI policy conversation quite closely. There was a white paper that was produced called AI 2027, which has sort of grabbed a lot of attention inside Washington, D.C., which sort of lays out this plausible scenario of kind of an arms race dynamic between U.S. and China and a rapid acceleration of AI capabilities. And it's kind of woken a lot of people up inside Washington to the urgency of these questions. And I think he understands that there are potentially similar types of urgent policy questions that are going to land on the doorstep of these decision makers from Bitcoin's perspective in the next few years at the same time. And they need to get smart on all of them and how they're going to intersect together to ensure that America's national security interests, America's values sort of win out. And it's a non-trivial question, right? Whether that is going to lead to a positive outcome for the values that we have and our democratic systems here. And so I think it was a real demonstration of where those gaps are, right? Politicians usually don't like to say they don't know the answers, right? They don't like to say that we haven't gotten this figured out, right? They like to kind of project confidence and they have a plan. And I think he basically was saying, like, we want your ideas. Like, this is such a fast-changing and sort of unsettled question. We need folks that are on the ground actually building these technologies and seeing how they're intersecting with other technologies to drive policy. And that was a really encouraging statement.
Yeah, I would have to say, for the people listening out there, from my time that I've spent in the White House, the amount that people are really asking for input, people in the administration saying, or senators speaking from the main stage yesterday saying, we need you to speak to us, we need to learn about this, right? We know that a lot of senators, congresspeople in the U.S. government are a bit older. Hopefully we see some new blood in recent years, but it is nice to hear that even people who might be a little bit older, who don't necessarily have, such incredible incentive to dive into learning more about this technology, are willing to hear more about it from those who are willing to teach them. Stephen, I saw you over there taking notes during the talk. What's on your mind? What did you take away from the talk?
Well, he used the term digital pioneers to describe everyone who's here today and everyone who's working in this space. Now, I think that's a pretty accurate description. And I think the awareness of not just Bitcoin Policy Institute, but other stakeholders, everyone in the industry, whether it's mining or whether it's individuals out here who are attending the conference and are very passionate about this. I think the awareness that, hey, these guys are first in the door. They know this inside and out. We need to really listen. And he used the term listen. They said the administration wants to listen and learn. And I think that is an incredibly different posture than what we've seen in the past. And hopefully when we're talking about different sides, we're seeing that from future administrations, regardless of party affiliation. I think the Vice President hit a number of different kind of key buckets today. So it was really cool to kind of see him unpack the different values of Bitcoin and the different applications. I think he said it's really important. Bitcoin guarantees expanded access to banking to those who don't have access to banking. He mentioned using Bitcoin as a hedge against central government control, as a hedge against inflation, and as a hedge against private sector picking winners and losers type of work and debanking.
Right.
So he hit all the kind of high notes there. He fired Gary Gensler 3 or 4 more times.
I think we had a little, so for those who might not have referenced it, in 2024 in Nashville, Donald Trump got quite the reaction when he said that he was looking to fire Gary Gensler when he came into office. Vice President J.D. Vance maybe piggybacking on some of that energy.
Yeah, the president said, oh, you like that one? Yeah. And then he said it again. It was a really funny moment.
Gary Gensler didn't do much for himself to making friends, so he deserves it a little bit. We do have to cut to ad break for just a moment. We're here at Bitcoin 2025. I'm talking with 3 great minds from the Bitcoin Policy Institute. We're cutting to an ad. We'll be right back after this.
What is the key to progress? Is it more machines, more money, more buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
If a Bitcoin was the size of a quarter, all 21 million of them would fit inside a single shipping container. But to fit the dollars the Fed prints on average every day, you'd need 72 shipping containers. Each year, you'd need 26,280 containers. And to fit what they've printed in the last decade, well, you'd need a lot more than that.
Satoshi released Bitcoin. The world was forever changed. No one realized it.
This is the once-in-a-century opportunity.
And this is just the beginning.
Bitcoin is like digital gold.
So I view Bitcoin in line with the next evolution of humans engineering a better world.
I think the story of the past few years is Bitcoin going from a niche interest into a respectable global macro asset.
Bitcoin Policy Institute has become a thought leader.
Welcome back to to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk presented by Mara. It's day one here at Bitcoin 2025, and the news is absolutely pouring in. You heard from Vice President J.D. Vance. You saw a special appearance from the CEO of GameStop announcing that he's buying 4,710 Bitcoin, putting it on the balance sheet. We're back with a special panel to break it all down. We've got Zach Shapiro, Matt Pines, and Stephen Pollock. Corporate adoption going absolutely parabolic. This is the fourth or fifth announcement we've heard from a major corporate buying Bitcoin. Ryan Cohen coming out saying devaluation is pushing him to hedge against the assets that are falling in value, bonds, stocks, things like that. Zach, GameStop, they're here. The meme coin of the last cycle unites with this cycle's zeitgeist. Why should we be excited?
Well, look, on the surface, this seems like sort of a silly thing, right? GameStop is a meme stock, but when you think about what it means for GameStop to pivot to a Bitcoin treasury strategy, I think it says two things. One is that a lot of the sort of Wall Street countercultural energy behind the GameStop short squeeze, which I think is more political than people realize. It was about going back against
it was very anti-financial system.
Right, is sort of merging with the same ethos within Bitcoin, right? This real grassroots, ground up, decentralized movement. And then second, and I think this connects to a lot of what the Vice President just said, it really, the broader phenomenon of Bitcoin treasury companies, I think is a strong validation of Bitcoin as a reserve asset, right? This is a way forward for companies that want to hedge against inflation, that want to hedge against geopolitical risk. And this is not the same as like, oh, we're doing some crazy issuance, right? They could easily do their own meme coin and make a lot of money. This is really, we found this tool that really works well on the balance sheet, and we are going to lean into that, honestly, as a method of self-preservation.
Well, let's put some numbers behind it. 800,000 Bitcoin now owned by corporations. This seems like it's becoming real, and it's becoming a movement. Matt, Steven, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, the Bitcoin treasury, thing is kind of the meta, right? And I think we're seeing a lot of fast follows. It's going to be, I think, the main sort of financial engine that powers, a lot of Bitcoin accumulation on these treasury balance sheets. And you're seeing people carve out different niches, exploring different strategies. It can be, I think, we're sort of just in the incipient stages of that process playing out. I think we're going to see this start to scale, not just vertically inside the United States, but horizontally across the world. I think fundamentally, I sort of think about the treasury strategy as a meme wrapped in either regulatory or legal arbitrage, wrapped in financial engineering, and kind of getting this sort of mimetic flywheel to get the MNAV premium that then you can sort of harvest to do the Bitcoin acquisition, do the financial engineering. I think some organizations will do it smartly, will do it in an accretive basis without taking out too much risk, and those will win. And then there'll be people that get out ahead of their skis and they'll blow up. And so I think we're just in the beginning stages of that. I think everyone's jumping in with their own particular take on it. But I think this will be one of the defining phenomena of the next Bitcoin cycle.
But Stephen, it seems like the message here also to government states is that the pressure is on. The Bitcoin supply is capped only 21 million Bitcoin. Does this corporate adoption put pressure on things like the strategic Bitcoin reserves as these companies accumulate? We've seen Michael Saylor over almost 600,000 Bitcoin. The question now is, if governments get involved, how can they catch up? Is that a conversation that you're having?
Sure, I don't know about putting pressure, but I think it definitely raises eyebrows, and I think it definitely adds fuel to the argument that it just makes sense, whether you're an individual, whether you're a company, or whether you're a nation state, that it just makes sense to hold Bitcoin on your balance sheet. It's common sense, and I think common sense is really becoming a little more common these days. We're seeing, companies from all over the world and nations across the globe adopting Bitcoin and adding Bitcoin and realizing, I don't think we have enough.
Well, we're about to hear another special announcement added to the schedule last minute, last night. I'm talking about Eric Adams, mayor of New York, the largest city in America. Unknown what he could announce, but just moments away on the main stage. If you're watching on YouTube, Rumble, and X, appreciate you staying tuned. Zach, I want to turn it over to you to talk about states, municipalities that are adopting Bitcoin. We've seen Roswell come out, become the first city. We saw New Hampshire come out to be the first state. Can we talk a little bit about what's going on at the local level here and maybe hint at what we could see from Eric Adams?
Absolutely. So I think there are two sort of interesting hints that we have about what we can see at the state and local level. The first is to look at unique challenges that states and municipalities have compared to, for example, the United States government or another sovereign government. And that is, unlike the US federal government. States cannot just issue treasury bills in the same way. States cannot just deficit and spend into oblivion in the same way. They can't print money, right? They don't have the same money printer that the combination of the Treasury Department and the Federal Reserve has. And at the same time, states and cities have long-term obligations. There are pension funds, you need to keep your general account funded, and you are just as exposed to inflation as anyone else is, and you don't have the same levers. So in many ways, for states and local municipalities, Bitcoin is a more important tool than it is. I mean, it's pretty important for sovereign countries too, but there are real exigencies at the state level that don't exist at the nation-state level. And so I think we're going to see a lot of creativity from states and from forward-looking cities about how do you bring Bitcoin into the mix, whether that is a standalone strategic Bitcoin reserve, whether that is a mix of Bitcoin into pre-existing investment funds that are in the state, whether that's some sort of debt and Bitcoin mix. I think like states really do need to think about what the options are going forward. And then the other, I think, hint we have, if you listen to the Vice President's speech just now, it sounded a lot different than now President Donald Trump's speech in Nashville last year, which was more political. It was a campaign stop, but it was a lot more just sort of signaling to the industry, I'm on your side, I'm here to listen. What we heard from J.D. Vance that was remarkable, including the shout out to BPI, is that a lot of our both BPI, but really also the industry's messaging is getting through. And there have been a lot of really smart folks that have come out with white papers with really smart ideas on, in J. Vance's case, how to leverage Bitcoin for the betterment of the United States, but also at the state and local level, there have been a lot of really smart thinkers. And so my guess is what we hear from Mayor Adams probably will come directly from, people who've thought about this carefully from within Bitcoin world.
Yeah. I should clarify a little bit of what's happening on the state level. So New Hampshire becoming the first U.S. state to pass a strategic Bitcoin reserve in May, closely followed by Arizona, though not a strategic Bitcoin reserve, more to do with the forfeiture of assets. And Texas, finally, last but not least, passing SB 21 from the House and Senate, but still waiting on a governor's signature. Matt, you were saying?
Yeah, so I think last year was the introduction of this idea of a strategic Bitcoin reserve that the president announced in Nashville, and then BPI did a lot of work to try to codify what that looks like, how to cash that out in terms of hard policy at the federal level. Wrote a bunch of white papers, draft executive orders, and have been strong supporters both in the executive side and legislative side this year to help get that executed and codified in law. And so we want to prioritize that. That's a lot of the focus. But now there's an additional idea that's kind of come on the table that was really put together in rigor by Andrew Hones, who co-authored a white paper with me on this concept of a bit bond.
Right.
Kind of fusing Bitcoin with a traditional debt instrument. The white paper we wrote and sort of have been having conversations inside Washington D.C. is about federal government debt. The Treasury Department issuing a debt security that has essentially a Bitcoin kicker built in.
This is really the playbook that Michael Saylor started, now moving to governments. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, essentially using traditional debt securities that have traditional funds that buy and sell those particular products, but maybe have a restriction in terms of their mandate that prevents them from actually holding or getting direct Bitcoin, essentially leveraging those sort of trap pools of capital that want to have some Bitcoin exposure. And so there are sovereign debt markets. Obviously, the federal government would have a strong leverage here to kind of counterbalance the fact that they're having to devalue their currencies and potentially the bonds that they try to sell, and leveraging Bitcoin to kind of counterbalance that and kind of bring in new demand for those bonds and also get a lower interest rate. And that same logic applies to any debt issuer, right? So not only applies to sovereigns, but applies to municipalities. And so I think this could be the start of a new era, just like SBR was kind of the meme that became a reality last year and into this year, is this idea of bit bonds going from white papers to reality. I think that's going to be interesting phenomenon to see play out.
Well, of course, we're talking about Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City, about to take the stage, talking about what he might announce, talking about municipalities, states, why they are adopting Bitcoin, the nature of their balance sheets. Stephen, over to you, maybe to theorize what we're about to hear, and could it incorporate something like a bit bond, like a strategic Bitcoin reserve, or maybe could this be something else? We saw Square yesterday come out, integrate Bitcoin payments, a hot narrative as well.
Sure. Well, I think all options are on the table. I'm really interested to hear what Mr. Adams has to say. I think, and the reason all options are on the table are because of speeches like we just heard from the Vice President and what we heard from President Trump last year. Anytime you get that kind of political air cover, from a president, a vice president, multiple conference last year and this year, that kind of air cover, it allows these others, whether municipalities or states, to come in and feel very comfortable making whatever type of announcement he's going to make, and taking these massive strides that we're seeing. And so I think, I think the 1-2 punch we're seeing with a vice president coming, sharing, kind of rehashing the promises made, promises kept that we've seen from the speech from the president last year, whether it's Operation Choke Point 2.0, and he's saying that's its, this is its eulogy and all those sorts of things, really are part and parcel of what we're about to hear from the mayor.
And I would mention that, the New York City, this is really the financial heart of the world, not even just the United States. Zach, over to you. I'm curious your thoughts. What message does it send? Just that Eric Adams is here about to make a special announcement. Maybe it's the SBR, maybe it's BitBonds, we don't know, but he's here and talking.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're not going to get any disagreement from me. I'm a New Yorker, that is in many ways the financial capital of the world. I think one really important thing to contextualize what we're going to hear from Mayor Adams is that whatever we're going to hear is likely a template for what states are going to do. And just to chill one of our BPI initiatives, we're about a month out from releasing a state legislative toolkit. We think when we have forward-looking mayors or forward-looking governors at the state level that have ideas of how to regulate Bitcoin, we want to be as supportive as possible. And so we are working with lots of people across the Bitcoin industry to leverage their specific subject matter expertise. And I've been piloting this initiative along with one of our superstar associates, Zach Cohen, to give states basically a menu of options, pre-written legal language that they can pick, decide, okay, do I want to do a straight SBR where we put Bitcoin in state self-custody and then we hold it for a long time? Do we want to figure out how to integrate Bitcoin into pension plans to leverage Bitcoin's liquidity profile versus other types of, for example, treasury securities a state might have? Do we want to do self-custody? Do we want a qualified custodian? Do we want multi-institutional custody? Is it important to insure our Bitcoin holdings? All of these questions that states can plug and play based on the best advice we're able to get from the experts within our industry.
Well, I should add also that Eric Adams identifies as a Democrat, but now maybe running as an independent. This does show that Bitcoin is crossing aisles, though we might be hearing from a lot of Republicans. Stephen, Matt, your thoughts on just the nature of Eric's presence here?
Yeah, I mean, this is the combination of the on-the-ground technocratic policy work that we do, and then politics. Politics is about capturing attention, right? Distinguishing yourself as a candidate, right? And carving out a reputation that you are at the frontier, that you're willing to take calibrated risks to advance the interests of your constituents, to make sure that your city, your state, your country leads in a competitive global environment. I think New York City, has a certain reputation, right? It's the mantle of financial gravity in the world system, but the financial system is changing, and there are other countries and other sort of city-states around the world that want to steal their thunder, and so countries and states have to kind of be innovative to stay competitive.
And of course, so much more to come today. We're throwing it to the Nakamoto stage. You're about to hear from Eric Adams with a special announcement. We'll be right back at Bitcoin 2025.
Calling Bitcoin a strategic asset for the United States. We follow that up with GameStop announcing their first Bitcoin purchase. And now it is my distinct pleasure to welcome the mayor of the financial capital of the world, New York City, Mayor Eric Adams. Please come to the stage.
Just want to take a moment to put on the uniform of the day. Let me say this to you. Why am I here? And I want to answer 3 questions. Why am I here? Why now? And why Bitcoin? Because we're the same. I reflect back when I grew up in South Jamaica, Queens. I was bullied in school, called the dumb student. I couldn't read. Little did I know that I was undiagnosed dyslexic. And people laughed at me. But I asked the question to them now. When you go from dyslexic to being elected to the largest city in America, that says a lot. And we're the same. Because people laughed at you when you talked about Bitcoin. And when I became the mayor that invested my first 3 paychecks in Bitcoin, they laughed at me. Well, who's laughing now? And David has a real vision. And I was introduced earlier to David's wife and his mom. You should be proud of your son because he understands the power of what we are about to do. I want to throw a name out to you. Betsy Ross, 1776, she created our flag. She was not some great intellect. She was not some great government regulator. She was not some philosophical, intellectual person who wanted to decide what was going to be the foundation of our country. She was an ordinary person like you and I, hardworking, blue-collar people. But that flag still stands today. And that is what Bitcoin is about. It is not being led from the intellectual giants that are going to determine how we're going to pay for our goods and services. It's being led by everyday working class people in America. And just as our flags still fly, Bitcoin is going to continue to fly in our country. And New York City is going to lead the way. We are going to be the leader because we know the power of innovation and what innovation has to offer. These conferences are crucial. And when we held our summit in New York a few weeks ago, we held it with a clear focus that it is time for you no longer to go through the lawfare that you went through and had to flee our city. New York is the empire state. We don't break empires, we build empires. We're saying to you, come back home. You have a mayor that is the crypto mayor, is the Bitcoin mayor, and I want you back in the city of New York where you won't be attacked and criminalized. Let's get rid of the Bitcoin license and allow us to have the free flow of Bitcoin in our city. But let's go further than that. We have financial instruments for all other bonds. You can have tax-exempt bonds and other bonds. It is time, for the first time in the history of this city, to have a financial instrument that is made for those who are holders of Bitcoin. I believe we need to have a bit bond, and I am going to push and fight to get a bit bond in New York so you can do those same bond investments in New York City. Thinking big and being unafraid of the future is what we want to do. So I say to all of you who are here, summoning, come out of the shadows, come back to the city. You no longer have to be afraid to be part of this major industry that has been attacked, it has been criticized, and it has been denied the opportunity to move forward and grow. We must lead the way. We must be a city and country of innovators and creators, not haters. And even those haters that laughed at us in the beginning, we have to ask in a uniform manner, who's laughing now? Look at how Bitcoin has grown. And we must match what is happening on the national level with what we're doing on the local level. If it grows in New York, it would cascade throughout the entire country. And we would normalize and allow young people to know the evolution and power of the Bitcoin universe. This is such a natural formation. If you go back to 1200 BCE, they were using shells for goods and services. We moved to the coins being made, then the paper currency, and then the credit cards. This is the next evolution that we must embrace. And those who are not willing to embrace it, they need to get the hell out of our way, because we're going to embrace it and we're going to move it forward. But I think in my conclusion, Vice President Vance said something that you should all listen to. We must be part of the political strength in our country. In golf, they say you drive for show, but you putt for dough. Local politics will determine what happens to this industry. So as you leave Las Vegas and go back to your local municipalities, identify the lawmakers, Bitcoin community. We're going to use Bitcoin and blockchain. We're going to allow our young people to understand what it is to be part of this industry. But we need you on the ground. And I thought the message was clear. Go on the ground and show the power. Because if you don't show the power to elected officials, they're going to show the power to destroy your industry. You must win. You are the Bessie Ross of the day. It's everyday people that make this country what it is. And I know you hear a lot of naysayers on the greatness of America, and one poll said that 52% of Americans don't deeply love our countries, and our young people are being radicalized against the country. Well, I'm a 48%er. I still believe every day, and I still pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This is the greatest country on the globe, and this is one of the greatest movements that's been made in this country right now. Keep fighting on, the Bessie Ross of the day. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, presented by Mara. It's day one of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world here at the Venetian in Las Vegas. 30,000 people are behind us. A Guinness Book of World Record attempt in progress. You heard from JD Vance, Ryan Cohen, and Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City, the financial leader of the world, taking the stage. Two subjects there that we're going to hone in on are with our guest panel today. Zach Shapiro, Matt Pines, and Brandon Green, head of the Bitcoin conference, now joining us. Again, the two themes from Eric Adams' speech that we're going to touch on. Bit bonds are here, financial instruments backed by Bitcoin. The mayor coming out and saying he'll launch a bit bond, light on details, but also saying that he'll get rid of the bit license. This is a piece of regulation, legislation that has harassed the industry for years, held back progress, and now potentially a sign that it could be removed from law. So Zach, let's start with you with Eric Adams. What did you take away from the speech?
So first of all, what a day. I mean, this has been pretty remarkable. I think there are two really important takeaways from the speech in terms of substantive announcements. The first thing that the mayor mentioned is getting rid of the bit license. in this industry, we sometimes use the term regulatory capture. And just to explain to folks what that is, it's you have folks in government sometimes enact policies, sometimes with good intentions, but then it becomes a tool of basically big business to club
This was a process that started in 2014, one of the first state-level licensures, and it was criticized for being technologically specific, right? It was overly specific in how it regulated the industry.
Absolutely. At the time, the Bit license was sold as a way to make New York a capital for Bitcoin-focused innovation. Right? It's Ben Lawsky's creature there. Ben Lawsky helped pass the Bit license, then basically went directly into private practice to monetize that. Now, the Bit license sounds like a good idea, but let me tell you, as a practicing lawyer in the space, it is it's near impossible to get a Bit license nowadays. There's a huge backlog with the New York Department of Financial Services. Only a couple companies in New York have Bit licenses. That creates a huge artificial regulatory moat that makes it really hard for innovative startups to compete. And a lot of the best, most robust Bitcoin exchanges, for example, with lots and lots of users, do not have Bit licenses. That it's just not something they can get in a short amount of time, no matter how much time and money they devote to it. And so you're pushed to, in some cases, suboptimal options in New York City. And then even some big companies that have Bit licenses, right? So Block, the artist formerly known as Square, the Bit license only covers some of their operations. So you can buy Bitcoin on Cash App in New York, but for some reason you can't withdraw it on the Lightning Network, even though that's just clearly better for the user. So getting rid of that would be a huge step in the right direction for New York.
Well, Eric Adams, light on details. Matt, over to you. What does it look like to remove a piece of legislation like this? Can Eric Adams act unilaterally on this?
No. Short answer is no, right? But it's a clear statement of intent. The interesting part about the Bitbonds announcement, right, is there are a large number of restrictions placed on local finance laws inside New York City that would constrain their options. But I think there is a feasible path for the city to issue a general obligation bond, with a Bit bond structure to it. And so I think that's an encouraging announcement that he articulated there. That essentially they're going to study this, right? They're going to look at the structure of such a bond. And I think the analysis that we've done at BPI is, it's plausible enough that right now I think New York City probably pays 5.3% on a 10-year note. Looking at some of the issuances that have come out in the corporate debt markets, they would likely attract sufficient demand for a Bit bond, say 10% of a $1 billion note. That would maybe bring that down to say 3.5% interest, which over the lifetime of a 10-year bond would save about $170 million. And so that's a material savings for a city, and that structure, the city doesn't even have exposure to Bitcoin, right? They're just saving on the interest costs. Investors take all of the Bitcoin risk. Stepping further than that would require probably some additional legislation from Albany, giving them the ability to hold Bitcoin itself. The structure of the Bit bond that we put forward for the U.S. government, essentially where the portion of the proceeds from the bond issuance go into a trust, and essentially half of it gets paid out to the buyers of the bond, half of it gets held on the government's balance sheet, so everyone shares from the benefit. And so that would be like a next step to explore for the city.
The announcements are rolling here on day one. We're about to go to the main stage for another special announcement. Matt Cole calling on Meta to buy Bitcoin. We're going to see it here live.
Fellow shareholder.
Hey, JP.
Can we hear this?
I'm presenting to you live from the Bitcoin conference in Las Vegas, Nevada, asking that Meta put Bitcoin on its corporate balance sheet. The case for putting Bitcoin on your corporate balance sheet has never been stronger. Right now, Bitcoin is over a $2 trillion market cap. And when you look at the macro picture, we have a global fiat debt crisis. M2 is rising almost every single day. And as M2 rises, the purchasing power of dollars, or dollars that are put in short-term U.S. treasuries, continues to decrease. And it's not accurate or sufficient to only look at inflation. You also have to look at the rise of asset prices, like stocks and homes. The reality is that a corporate balance sheet in cash and short-term reserves is losing its ability to generate value for shareholders almost every single day. And when you add the rise of AI risk, the risk goes even larger. And to be clear, Meta has been a leader in preparing for our AI future. You took the bold step of changing your name from Facebook to Meta, and I applaud you for that, and also to be a leader in AI innovation. But the risk for most corporations is not just that. If you take a look back to the internet era, over a period of 30 years, there was a 50% turnover in the S&P 500. Our belief is that there will be a similar turnover because of AI disruption in the next 10 years. While I do not believe that Meta will fall out of the S&P 500, my belief is that Meta has the opportunity to actually be the largest, or maybe the second largest corporation in America if you get this right. Lean into AI innovation, but also look at the balance sheet side of the equation, and don't just sit on cash and short-term treasuries, but adopt a bold Bitcoin corporate treasury strategy. And so my ask is simple. Mark Zuckerberg, you've already taken step one. You've named your GOAT Bitcoin. My ask is that you take step two and adopt a bold corporate Bitcoin treasury approach and vote yes on proposal number 13. Thank you.
Thank you. Line muted. Sound on page 90 of the proxy statement.
That's it. That's it. We're done.
You did it!
We did it. Boom. Thank you, man. You killed it.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. Day one of the Bitcoin conference is getting wild. You just heard Matt Cole, investor, CEO of Strive, calling on Meta to put Bitcoin on the balance sheet. That's right, Meta, the parent company of Facebook with billions of users. His message, don't sit on cash, adopt a Bitcoin strategy. He said, Mark Zuckerberg, quote, adopt a bold corporate strategy. We're back with a panel to break it down. We've got Zach Shapiro, Matt Pines, and Brandon Green, head of the Bitcoin conference. Brandon, let's go with you. This is the latest in a series of activist shareholder efforts to put Bitcoin on the balance sheet of major corporations. What did you hear in this call?
Yeah, you know, I think it really illustrates the trend that these corporate balance sheets are adding Bitcoin. And, you know, the interesting thing he also talked to is AI and, you know, sort of this integration between AI and Bitcoin. That's actually the same thing that the vice president just said in his speech. It's very important to make sure that we're highlighting Bitcoin alongside this AI movement. And so I think that this is a really strong message to send to the CEO. We'll see what happens. We'll see what Mark does. I think it's a funny note that he named his goats Bitcoin and Max back in the day. There could be interest from him. We'll see.
Matt, your thoughts? Strategic Bitcoin reserves, Bit bonds, now calling on shareholders. The pressure seems to be mounting across the board.
Yeah, I mean, I step back and even drawing a thread with the vice president's speech of like, what does digital sovereignty look like for every actor in the society, from the individual to a municipality, to a small company, to a large company, to a mega cap, multinational company, to a small country, El Salvador, to a world superpower. Everyone is exploring how Bitcoin fits in and provides that element of self-sovereignty. And I think we're seeing, a stack started to emerge, right? Where digital money is a piece of this self-sovereign stack. And there's a version of it that works for companies, a version of it that works for countries, and a version of it that works for individuals. And I like, for example, at countries like the United Arab Emirates, right? And those countries have a lot of capital and autocratic leaders that are trying to build, essentially a self-sovereign stack with their own energy resources, their own compute, AI inference, and their own, hard asset holdings to kind of build a self-sovereign, system for themselves. And I think that should be a stack that's available to every individual and every company in the world. And so I think it's encouraging to see this kind of development play out with corporate treasuries on Bitcoin. And I see these trend lines starting to converge.
Well, Zach, we've seen this before. Certainly, we saw Dell, a former shareholder proposal to get it to consider Bitcoin on the balance sheet, did not pass. Microsoft, McDonald's. Is Meta different?
It could be. I mean, stepping back, I think it's hard to really overstate how early we are in this story. I think the world has only fairly recently discovered, I mean, some of us maybe a little bit longer ago, but the mainstream has discovered that Bitcoin is a legitimate, real, important store of value, I'd say sometime in the beginning of 2024 with the launch of the spot Bitcoin ETFs. And we're in this really interesting period where these actors, everyone from, sovereign governments to state governments to corporations to funds to companies are trying to figure out, okay, how do we leverage this asset, right? This unique digital commodity that sort of sprang from the ether out of this bizarre virgin birth with a pseudonymous founder, and what does optimizing Bitcoin as a store of value look like? And so I think we're seeing in the sector this sort of Cambrian explosion of different experiments of how to use Bitcoin as a treasury asset. And is it just, holding as much Bitcoin as you can? Is it doing the sort of MicroStrategy playbook of convertible note offerings and at-the-market equity offerings in order to arbitrage the way the capital markets will give you access to capital? Is it figuring out what your long-term liabilities are and figure out how Bitcoin as an asset can match certain of those liabilities? And what I think at the end of the day is that companies will find some answer to that question, right? For most big companies, they will have one of those, potentially those three needs that Bitcoin will fit well for. And I think Meta as a really sort of forward-thinking company, right? They changed their name to Meta. They want to be the home of the metaverse. This could be the home of this sort of Ready Player One utopia, dystopia, depending on how you see that. I think it is likely that sooner or later they find some integration for Bitcoin.
Well, we've seen GameStop come out and buy 4,700 Bitcoin. Meta, could they be next? You'll be seeing it live at the Bitcoin conference. Stay tuned. We're getting back to the main stage with more programming. We'll be right back.
Shopkeeper in Nairobi saving her paycheck in USDC. In effect, indirectly buying US debt. That's one of the most important things here. So the world is absorbing US debt with stablecoins. And when you look at what the stablecoin issuers, and you stack them in comparison to other countries. You take all of them, Tether, Circle, stack them in comparison to other countries. Stablecoin issuers rank roughly 19 in terms of purchasing US debt. That means they're buying more debt than Germany and South Korea. Now, as I remind you, I said 1.25 trillion projected in 2030. So when that happens, that means that stablecoin issuers will be the biggest buyers of US debt. But again, today, people need dollars. Tomorrow, people need Bitcoin. And I know you all know why. I personally, when I look at what the Trump administration is doing, I'm very happy. They've embraced our industry. Vice President Vance's speech was amazing today. So because they've embraced our industry, I love it. With Doge, the efforts with Doge is great. But some of you know about the big, beautiful bill, and I understand it's not finished yet. But in the House at the 11th hour, pork was added, extra spending was added. So you have to question, does some of the bureaucrats in Washington have the fiscal discipline for this country? We know with Bitcoin, it doesn't matter. So this is what I call the Trojan horse strategy. We lead with what the people need today so that we can deliver what they will need tomorrow. And we know that's Bitcoin. So you want the next billion Bitcoiners? They're right here. And we see it. We see it all across the world with our customers. In fact, 70% of our customers are outside of the United States. Because for them, the wallet is no longer an app. The wallet is a bank branch. It's a passport. It's a freedom machine. The next billion people will not be signing up for a bank. The next billion people will be downloading a wallet. But what needs to happen is that wallets need to have to abstract all of the complexity and technology away. That means no complicated 12-word secret phrases, no crypto addresses, no L1, L2, who cares? It should be, I want to send $20 to my mom. I want to be able to buy groceries for my family. I want to save in dollars and be ready to swap for sovereignty when I'm ready. That's ultimately what this is about. Because we're not building for crypto natives anymore. We're building for the global mainstream. And they won't be signing up for banks. So because we have millions of customers all over the world, we have the fortune to be able to speak with them, have conversations with them. I want to share a story of one of our customers. So a father wrote into us, his father in Venezuela, and his son's name is Andres. And you know the political instability in Venezuela. You know the currency issues that they have. And so his son, Andres, built a crypto mining rig. He started mining crypto. And then he swapped it for dollars. Because that was his lifeline for his family. These stories are happening all over the world in millions. Again, we're fortunate to be able to have these conversations and learn what these people need. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I know for us, oftentimes, we can get really caught up in the yield. Oh, this token gets 30%, 40% if you stake in this pool and mine in this pool, whatever. I have gotten caught up in it as well. But at the end of the day, the yield doesn't matter. It's the sovereignty that matters. And that's why we're here. That's why this is so important. So imagine a world with 8 billion wallets. And every wallet downloaded is actually a Bitcoin wallet. Every dollar saved is one swap away from sovereignty. And that's the world where that gives us one inevitable outcome. And that inevitable outcome is freedom. So the playbook is this. Start with something that people need every single day. Make it so incredibly simple. Dollars, stablecoin. Then we slide in Bitcoin behind the scenes so it's ready for when they need it. And then in doing that, we will empower the world. Because the reason this is so important, because freedom is not something that we keep to ourselves. Freedom is a protocol that we share all across humanity. And that's why this is so important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, JP. Our first keynote of Bitcoin 2025 here in Vegas. We have lots of incredible keynotes, panels.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. It's day one at the largest Bitcoin conference in the world, and history is happening. A Guinness Book of World Record in progress. Here to talk about it, we've got a new panel. Brandon Green, head of the Bitcoin conference. Frank Corva, senior White House correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine and Rockstar B2C Inc. advisor. So the Guinness Book of World Records, they are here, they are watching, and I think we've got a counter of the number of transactions happening on site at this conference. There's an attempt to break the world record. Before we get into it, a slew of announcements about Bitcoin payments. We've seen Square come out, add it to 5 million merchant terminals, Steak and Shake taking Bitcoin for payments, talking about how it's faster, cheaper, better. Rockstar, why don't we start with you? Set the stage. What is happening here, and why did you want to set this Guinness Book of World Record?
Because I've always been saying if it's a Bitcoin event, Bitcoin conference, it has to accept Bitcoin payments. As we saw, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do, but luckily now I'm here, so I'm going to give it a try. And if we're, like 0 out of 2, yeah, it will
Becoming easier, though. Brandon, head of the Bitcoin conference, why try to set the stakes? Why set a record? What does the record mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think you've seen Bitcoin really start to adopt and flourish in the store of value narrative. You've seen now corporate balance sheets adding Bitcoin to their treasury, and I think the next phase of Bitcoin is really using it as a medium of exchange. And so we want to really kick-start that narrative here at the conference, point out how effective it is as a medium of exchange. Even if you get one-off terminal issues, those will be fixed, and every day it becomes easier and easier to spend your Bitcoin, to use your Bitcoin on site, and we want this to be the #1 place in the world that Bitcoin is used.
But we hear from folks in the industry, people like Michael Saylor, never sell your Bitcoin. Isn't spending selling? Frank, how do you think about sending a Bitcoin payment? What do you hear on the floor?
I don't think it's selling. I guess some people could conceptualize it that way. Bitcoin is meant to be spent. If we look at the title of the white paper, Bitcoin is peer-to-peer electronic cash. We had a gentleman on the desk the other day, Herman Vivier, founder of Bitcoin Akazi, a Bitcoin circular economy where people spend sats every day without thinking twice about it because it's a better money than the South African rand in that case. We see that same story playing out around the world, different parts of Africa, Latin America, Southeast Asia, but here in the States as well. We had Steak and Shake on stage yesterday talking about accepting Bitcoin as a medium of exchange. We're moving in that direction, and it's cool to see it happen. And this gentleman right here, for all those who don't know, this Guinness World Record that we're trying to set, this is the mastermind behind all this. He's making it all happen here today. Uncle Rockstar, great to have you with us.
Well, I want to go back to Brandon for a second. Let's talk numbers. So is there an existing record? What is the new record that you want to set? How high is the bar? How many payments could we see today at the Bitcoin conference?
Yeah, I would like for us to test the feasible limits of what the network can actually even accomplish today. So if we could get to 1 million, that'd be amazing. But I think Rockstar might have a heart attack if we get that high. Rockstar, how many do you want to see?
I mean, we did the research, and based on the previous event that were done, like the Guinness Book of World Records has set this threshold of 4,000 transactions, and we're currently in 688. And again, it was a bunch of events that were looked at. Shout out to Bitcoin Atlantis, Baltic Honey Badger in Riga, Bitcoin Jungle had the event. So all of that was taken into account because, yeah, if we go and we generate 1 million Lightning invoices in 30 minutes, yeah, technical people know how hard that is. But we are at 690. We're going for 4,000. And yeah.
Well, we'll be tracking it throughout the day, of course. Many merchants here buying and selling goods for Bitcoin. Brandon, Frank, maybe before we go back to the main stage, what are some interesting things you're seeing out there being sold?
What am I seeing being sold? First of all, there's amazing merch all throughout this conference. You got pens, you've got swag, you've got even some wallets, you've got all sorts of Bitcoin gear, ways that you can hold your Bitcoin, ways that you can spend your Bitcoin all over the place. And the other thing that I'm seeing as we look around, we had the mayor of New York walking by. We had Russell Okung, the former left tackle in the NFL, taking pictures over here. It is a crazy madhouse all around us. And I think that, this world records, setting opportunity really just emphasizes how this is the center of Bitcoin today, and it is a very fun place to be. And everyone watching at home, we'll see you next year, but you're missing out on a good one here.
Yeah. Everything from trading cards to apparel and art being swapped and sold at the Bitcoin conference. We'll be tracking the Guinness Book of World Records all day. We're going to send it over to the main stage. We've got Miles Suter from Block, again, a company at the vanguard of Bitcoin payments. Stay tuned on X, Rumble, and YouTube.
Incredible speakers. And I just got the thumbs up, which means it is time for one of those speakers to come to stage. Are you guys ready to go? Yes, okay, let's keep it up. This is a big announcement. This is Miles Suter from Block. Let's get a round of applause for Miles, everyone. Woo!
I'm not going to go out if it's not there, man. Okay. Okay, great. Yeah. Thank you. Woo! Bitcoin is at a crossroads. On one hand, it's never been stronger. Trillions in market cap. millions of holders, and even talks of nation-state adoption. Technical difficulty with the slides in the background, it looks like. But we're gonna freestyle it. The original vision, the one in the title of the white paper, peer-to-peer electronic cash, is still mostly a dream. We use Bitcoin to hold, to hedge, to opt out, but we rarely use it to live. At Block Inc., we believe that has to change. Because if Bitcoin doesn't get used, if it doesn't become everyday money, it risks failing to live up to the mighty mission that has inspired so many of us around the globe. That's why at Bitcoin 2025, Block is officially announcing that we're bringing Bitcoin payments capabilities to our millions of Square businesses and point of sales. At Block, we've always believed in Bitcoin's promise, but belief alone is not enough. What matters is action, and that's why, for more than a decade, we've kept showing up, often before it was popular, and sometimes before it even seemed practical. In 2023, we first enabled Bitcoin on-chain payments at Square. We were early, and it didn't get much traction, and the Lightning white paper was still years away, but it planted a seed. In 2018, Cash App became the first public company to support Bitcoin, driving the first exposure to Bitcoin for millions of Americans. In 2019, we launched Spiral to support open source Bitcoin development, no strings attached. In 2020, we co-founded the Crypto Open Patent Alliance to defend Bitcoin innovation and fight back against patent trolls. We'll come back to this one. In 2020, we also put Bitcoin on our balance sheet mere weeks after MicroStrategy. In 2021, we launched the Bitcoin Clean Energy Initiative to directly counter the boiling the ocean narrative. In 2022, we began building Proto, our open source mining initiative. And again, in 2022, Cash App became the first public company and the first major financial platform to adopt the Lightning Network. In 2023, the first physical BitKeys, our dead simple self-custody wallet for the world, came off the production line. And in 2024, we helped defeat Craig Wright in court, standing up for Satoshi's legacy and for Bitcoin developers around the world. And last year, we also introduced Bitcoin conversions, which allowed some Square businesses to convert part of their incoming sales to Bitcoin using Cash App. These aren't just headlines. They're a pattern. Again and again, Block has made early, principled bets on Bitcoin. We've made it more accessible. We've fought to make it more secure. And now we're focused on the third and hardest part, making it usable every day. So why are Bitcoin payments important? At Block, we believe the world needs a native currency of the internet, one that isn't dependent on gatekeepers, doesn't stop at artificial borders, and doesn't fall apart under political pressure. That currency is Bitcoin. And payments, real everyday payments, are how we make that vision come to life. If we don't use Bitcoin for payments, then we risk losing one of the most important promises, permissionless money. If we don't preserve the qualities of cash in a digital world, then human liberty is in serious trouble. And unfortunately, probably forever. Again, Jack said it best, if Bitcoin just becomes digital gold, we failed the mission. Bitcoin payments validate Bitcoin, not because the government says so, but because the market does. When price discovery goes from a handful of major exchanges to millions upon millions of participants in an economy, Bitcoin's decentralization increases. Payments are core to the soul of Bitcoin's ethos. When someone tips their barber in Bitcoin, or streams payments to their favorite podcaster, or zaps a node on Nostr, we're proving that Bitcoin is money. And the more that Bitcoin is used as money, the more robust and cemented into our world it becomes. And we all need to do our part. At Block, we believe Lightning is key to making Bitcoin more practical and accessible for everyday use and for everyday people. But we also believe that Lightning can be an essential foundation for the coming age of artificial intelligence. Humans and machines alike will require global, instant, and programmatic payments to unleash our fullest potential. And they will prefer a currency like Bitcoin. Agents are going to need frictionless, permissionless payments. They're going to need to transact instantly, to stream microtransactions, to bid on bandwidth, data sets, or whatever new economic models become viable in this new age that we're entering. At present, Block runs one of the top Lightning nodes globally, and we've brought the ability to use Lightning payments to our 50+ monthly active users within Cash App. And here's what's wild. It's working. Cash App continues to be one of the largest Bitcoin on-ramps in the US, regularly accounting for almost 10% of on-chain block space on any given day, month, or year. And at the same time, in 2024, we saw a 7x increase in Lightning payment volume compared to the previous year. And this usage continues to shift today. 1 in 4 of our outbound Bitcoin payments are now happening on Lightning. And at the infrastructure layer, we're earning nearly 10% Bitcoin on Bitcoin returns by efficiently routing real payments across the Lightning network. This isn't yield from altcoin staking or reckless speculation. It's from solving hard, real-time routing problems. And it's real Bitcoin on Bitcoin returns from our corporate holdings via supporting real payments use cases. What we see is that when you're enabling real payments by making them faster, more convenient, the network gets stronger, smarter, and more useful. So if you're wondering if Bitcoin is still just an asset, the answer is no. It's already a network, it's already a protocol, and now Block is leading the effort to make it into the world's best payment system. So today, we're taking the next step. For the first time ever, businesses will be able to accept Bitcoin natively directly through the Square point of sale, just like they would with cash, credit cards, and tap to pay. No clunky workarounds, just one seamless, elegant flow for both the customer and the business. Right now, if you head over to the conference merch store, just beyond these walls, every Square register is running a version of the updated point of sale. And if you pay with Bitcoin, you'll receive a 21% discount. There, you'll get to see it and experience it first before we start rolling it out, Lightning payments to Square Business later this year. Why does this matter? Because this is what makes Bitcoin everyday currency for everyone. What we're showing at the conference is just one layer of what we'll be introducing. We're actually building a full Bitcoin for businesses stack. We envision a world where any and all Square businesses will accept Bitcoin payments that seamlessly blend into the background. Whether they want to hold it as Bitcoin, convert it into local currency, whether they want to keep their Bitcoin in the Square ecosystem, or whether they want it to automatically be swept out to self-custody. This means not just accepting Bitcoin, but holding it, managing it, converting it, and reporting on it. We believe hardworking entrepreneurs deserve access to the full power of Bitcoin. They deserve the ability to bank in Bitcoin. to integrate Bitcoin into the tools they already use, from sales to accounting to taxes, to take the earnings from their life's work and transfer them into the hardest money ever created. It's about taking the blood, sweat, and grit poured into small businesses and turning that into something generational, something that honors the work, that protects it, and that gives it a future. For 16 years, that's what Square has enabled for millions of businesses. Proof of work. 1 year ago, we enabled some Square businesses to start dollar cost averaging into Bitcoin, converting a set % of their daily sales automatically. Today, 1,700 businesses are all 100% in the money. Some have one employee, some are very large. Some are converting 1%, some are going as high as 60%. But with this feature, we've seen firsthand that businesses DCAing into Bitcoin can unlock more control over their treasury, a hedge against inflation, a path for faster business expansion, and importantly, a signal to their customers about what they stand for. And we weren't going to let our businesses do this alone. As a company, we are DCAing ourselves, taking 10% of all of our profits from Bitcoin and adding it to our corporate balance sheet as a salute to our beloved Square businesses and a nod to our overall conviction. We're in the process of expanding this to all businesses, and the experience will be native within Square Banking. You'll be able to set conversion percentages dynamically, toggle it on or off based on cash flows, and take your Bitcoin into self-custody at any time. It's the simplest way for small businesses to add Bitcoin to their balance sheet. We'll also have native buy-sell functionality, making Square Banking the place where businesses can manage their active Bitcoin treasury. This will continue to differentiate Square Banking as a one-stop shop for businesses that want to do business in the way that they prefer, in Bitcoin or in USD or both. This will be the first mainstream accessible tool for businesses to earn, manage, and grow their wealth from their life's work and to participate natively in the Bitcoin economy. And later this year, we'll begin rolling out what you're seeing here today. Beautiful Square terminals accepting Bitcoin payments at your favorite, and frankly, typically the coolest neighborhood businesses. Ultimately, our goal is for when you think of Bitcoin for business, you think of Square. We're in the early stages of kicking off this journey, and I hope you kick it off with us for the sake of your business and for the sake of Bitcoin in the long run. So why do we think that things will be more successful than in 2013? Back then, Cash App was just starting out, playing around with email-to-email fiat payments. Many of our largest Bitcoin peers did not even exist yet. And there's been so much work done by so many people to get us collectively to where we are today. And the beautiful thing about Bitcoin is that our competitors in the industry are also our collaborators. As they grow, the network grows, and we all benefit. We're building a new future together, one that we all believe is rooted in a more free and fair foundation. And the rising tide lifts all boats. In 2025, with so many Lightning native Bitcoin apps, we've collectively grown the top of funnel of Bitcoiners who are not only willing, but importantly, now able to spend their Bitcoin to a number of many, many millions, tens of millions. It's strength in numbers. So hand in hand, let's do this one more time. Let's keep manifesting we know we need to live in. We can make Bitcoin the global reserve currency of our world by using it in our everyday lives. So if you see a Square business, we encourage you to do your part and pay in Bitcoin to show that the Bitcoin economy is not only possible, but inevitable. The long road to mainstream starts now. The new chapter of making Bitcoin everyday money will begin with skepticism and require us, together as a community, to be pioneers. Just like we all did with Bitcoin, just like we did with Lightning. Bitcoin as everyday money won't just happen on its own either, but we're all used to that. It starts with us, the early adopters, the community of tens of millions of passionate Bitcoiners around the world, including small business owners who use Square. And based on experience, I'm certain others will follow along shortly after. But with any cold start problem, someone has to be first. Someone bold, who wills into existence their vision of the future. And there's no company in the world in a better position to kick this off than Block Inc., alongside all of you, the amazing Bitcoin community. So we hope you will join us, because Bitcoin offers a new path, one that starts gradually and then suddenly. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. It's day one at Bitcoin 2025, and it is an absolutely packed house here at the Venetian in Las Vegas. You've heard BitBonds announced, Bitcoin on balance sheets, and just now, Bitcoin payments coming to millions of merchants around the U.S. You heard from Miles Sutter of Block talking about peer-to-peer cash. The dream of Bitcoin is, quote, if Bitcoin doesn't become everyday money, it will fail to live up to its mission. Now to talk about what's happening at the conference in terms of bootstrapping the Bitcoin economy, we have Frank Corva, senior White House correspondent and Rockstar Dev, B2C Inc. advisor. There is a Guinness Book of World Record attempt in progress. That's right, if we reach a certain threshold, the Bitcoin conference will be in the Guinness Book of World Records. Rockstar, I want to talk to you about the technology behind this. This is cutting edge stuff being done by the conference. There's a lot of Bitcoin conferences around the world. A lot of them don't do as much as the Bitcoin conference to leverage technology. What is unique here that you're seeing on the floor?
Yes, and I just want to say it's BTC Inc., but it's all of you participating and all our exhibitors. Everyone is getting the pin. And there is tons of technology, man. I worked on BTC Pay server. I worked on Strike over the years. And now Square is joining. And they felt bad that this morning the demo didn't work. So we're going to do it live.
We're going to do a live payment demonstration. You're seeing now the floor shoppers. Rockstar, what's going on over here? Can we get a zoom in on this?
Rockstar, yes. We have a $1 bill here. I'm about to tap my Bolt card here with Uncle Rockstar's face on it, if you will.
Yes, so that's why it didn't work. It was Trump card and not Rockstar card.
Man. Well, the payment has gone through, my friend.
All right, a Bitcoin payment made on stage right now. One of many happening on the floor as we build to the Guinness Book of World Records. We're going to Lynn Ulbricht live on the floor. Of course, her son taking the stage in the final keynote on Thursday. Isabella Santos, our roving reporter, over to you.
No, man, I'm telling you, that's it.
Well done, sir.
So you finally made it.
Headset's on. Keep going. We're coming right back.
Okay.
You didn't zoom in on the payment, though.
If you want me
has
to,
been
we got
fighting and advocating to free Ross Ulbricht for over a decade, and you never once gave up. How does freedom taste like?
Delicious.
Can you please?
Wonderful. It's hard for me to even believe now. I can relax about some things. No, it's incredible. It's incredible for our family. And yeah.
Can we relive those first 5 days when Trump was elected and you were waiting for them to sign the free Ross Day 1? How did that feel? What was going through your head?
Well, we were hoping for a commutation, a full commutation time served. The judge had put something on there, which was that he would have a lifetime of supervised release, which is very unusual. That meant for the rest of his life, he would have a parole officer he'd have to report to who could put him back in prison at any time, and all kinds of restrictions. It's pretty rough. Usually you have it for a while, but not a lifetime. So we were just hoping for that. And we never, well, I never thought we'd have a pardon. I mean, I just never thought we'd have a full pardon. And the day that Trump had said he would do it, and I believed that he would do it, and that he would keep his word. And I did actually get to talk to him, and he told me he would do it. But he said that I might not have time to do it day one. I've got a lot to do that day, but I'll do it the next day. And I was like, that's just fine, no problem. And no, it was great. And the next day, after Inauguration Day, we were like, okay, he's going to do it, he's going to do it. And that evening, I had gone in the other room for something, missed a call. The call was from Trump. I missed a call. I'm like, no. But there was a message that I was able to say, hello, I missed this call. And his office said, would you like to speak to him? And I'm like, yes, I want to speak to him. And he got on and he said, I have good news for you. And I'm like, oh my God, And he said, I'm going to give your son a full and unconditional pardon. I was like, oh my God, incredible. It was just, I was just losing it at that point. And he took the time to read the whole pardon to me. And then at the end he said, and tell him to stay clean. And so it was amazing. It was amazing. And then we went, his wife, Caroline, and I, and his sister, my daughter, went to the prison. And his dad joined us right away. And he rode with his wife. They had her pick him up, and he just drove out. And there he was, outside the building. And we hugged and kissed and were so excited, and then had a whole family reunion for that week. It was amazing. It was amazing.
And I feel like it's still amazing.
It's still amazing.
Because Ross is free, and as you can see, this is the live auction. Ross Ulbricht's auction worth everything that he wore in that full decade that the world took from him. Over to you guys at the news desk. Yes. Hold on.
A sobering moment at a time of celebration. You just heard from Lynn Ulbricht talking about the pardon of her son, Silk Road founder Ross Ulbricht, launching this week Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing, a new nonprofit that hopes to continue her work fighting for others in the judicial system who need freedom. We're going to turn it now to talking about the latest edition of Bitcoin Magazine on newsstands now. You can go to bitcoinmagazine.com, pick up the latest copy. Of course, Ross Ulbricht now on the cover. This magazine includes a lot of interesting content about Ross, his time in prison, and of course, his release. There's a special letter from Ross in this edition, as from his mother, Lynn, who, of course, whose work has really inspired the Bitcoin movement and was instrumental in seeing Ross eventually released. Frank, I want to go over to you. Can you tell us a little bit about the making of this magazine and the love and care that really went into producing this product?
Yeah, it's a remarkable thing, especially to be able to showcase this here in front of not only the 30,000 people here, but to the world, to the many tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people who are tuning in. Lynn Ulbricht's fight over the last 11 years has been harrowing. David's been close to her. Many people from the BTC Inc. community and staff have been close to her. Many people from the Bitcoin community in general. And the fact that this is how it ended, it almost brings tears to my eyes as I talk about it. And to put a little interesting spin on it, my mom is actually here. She was the first person that ever encouraged me to write about Bitcoin and has been a tremendous support in my life. She read the story last night and it almost brought her to tears as well. I mean, there's really nothing more powerful almost than a mother's love for the children, their son, and for her to remain faithful all this time, and then to have the President of the United States call you directly. And I believe, I'm going to get some of the technical details wrong here, so please correct me, Pete, but we were hoping for, I think it was a pardon, but it ended up being more than we were hoping for, which was something that would essentially expunge.
Well, they were looking to commute the sentence, essentially,
right.
Which would have, he would have still been guilty of the original crime, but of course, Trump coming through with an additional pardon on day one. Rockstar, I want to go over to you briefly. A double life sentence plus 40 years. This was the sentence handed down to one of the early innovators of Bitcoin payments. We're talking about the Guinness Book of World Record, all that's done to bootstrap the Bitcoin economy. Can you talk about what it means for Ross to take the stage tomorrow?
Ross is absolute pioneer, and coding free market is not a crime. It's preposterous what was done to him, and We're so glad you're free, Ross. Let's go.
Over to the main stage, where we got Arthur Hayes, another recipient of a presidential pardon. Stay tuned on X, YouTube, and Rumble.
He was with George Soros, helped defeat a few different currency pegs, and is obviously extremely knowledgeable about what has to happen economically for the U.S. to succeed, given all the issues that they have. And here's a photo of Bessent giving a sales presentation. I'm sure some of you have seen this movie, Glengarry Glen Ross, and the iconic scene when, I forgot the name of the actor, standing up there and telling the salespeople, ABC, always be closing. So what's Scott Bessent's job? So every time you see him on TV, imagine he's a used car salesman and he's selling you something. What is he selling you? Bonds. His job is to sell bonds. His job is to sell bonds because his boss, the US government, needs to finance itself. So why are bonds shitty investments? Well, here in yellow, this is a chart of the total amount of US Treasury in 2017. And what you can see here, and the supply of debt has gone up by about 80%. And then I index this against the TLT, which is the ETF of long-term bond treasuries, divided by the NASDAQ 100. And so if the chart's going down, that means the NASDAQ is outperforming bonds. And so the outperformance of the NASDAQ is about 80% from 2017 until the present. So yes, you might have made money owning bonds on your coupon, but if you put your money in the stock market, you would have made 80% more. Okay, let's look at the same chart versus gold. Similar story. If you had not owned a US Treasury bond and bought gold instead, you would have outperformed by about 80%. Now, obviously, this is not a gold or stock conference. We're here to talk about fucking Bitcoin. So what is this performance versus Bitcoin? And it's even more dramatic. It's about like 99%. You have outperformed by buying Bitcoin versus buying bonds. And so while there are many investment professionals who will stand up and they'll tell you, hey, I think the bond market is going to do well over the next year or 2 years, what have you, that might be true. You might actually make money owning bonds, but you'll make more money owning other things. And the goal of investing is to maximize the amount of money you make given the current circumstances, and owning government bonds is not a great trade. Now, obviously, this feeds back into my message of this job that Bessent has is very difficult, because as more investors read these charts and understand that they're significantly underperforming what they could be making for themselves and their clients by staying in government bonds, then there needs to be more government action in order to make sure that the US government is able to fund itself. So, obviously, the new administration, the Trump administration came in and they talked about how the US government has a spending problem. Now, here's a chart from the Peterson Institute, and this is up until March of this year. The fiscal year in the United States starts in October. And what we can see here is that even though there's been a lot of effort and rhetoric about the fact that the US government is spending too much money, in fiscal year 2025, we're already tracking above fiscal year 2024, which is already a record year for the deficit. Now, obviously, in the media, we've been talking a lot about how certain people, and we'll get to that person in a second, are going to rein in government spending by eliminating fraud and abuse. And so we talked about it for a while, and then the protagonists of this effort, the Doge, went missing, and we haven't heard from them in a while because it's bad politics. Every dollar that the government spends is going into somebody else's pocket. And if you're going to come out here and say we're going to cut trillions of dollars from the deficit, that's obviously going to impact a lot of people and businesses in an adverse fashion. And we saw sort of the negative reaction to this from the media, from individuals. And ultimately, I think the politicians realized, hey, this isn't great politics. Let's call in our attack dog, let him go off into the sunset and run his private company. But what that means is if they're not going to be able to cut the deficit meaningfully, how do you make the books balance? And recently, Scott Bessent has gone on a media tour and talked about how he is focused on growth. He's all in on growth. And so what does that mean if you're running a massive deficit? That means that you need to get nominal GDP above your cost of interest, which is very difficult to do unless you're going to up the amount of credit in the economy. So a lot of you in this room are American or spend a lot of time in North America. I have lived most of my adult life in Greater China. And when you live in China, you understand that GDP or growth is just an output of how much credit you want to put into the economy. And so we want to understand what the Trump administration, and I think any administration would do, given these mathematical facts. We have to understand that this economy depends on credit. And so if you're willing to put more credit into the system, then you'll get any growth target that you want. So if Besant says they want 6 or 7% nominal GDP growth, great. How much credit are you going to create? And we want to know how much credit they're going to create, because ultimately that is what leads to Bitcoin outperforming every other asset in fiat terms. So how do we outgrow a 7% persistent deficit? What can they do? Usually, the authorities blow another financial bubble. Maybe that's Bitcoin and crypto. A very accommodative stance from the politicians to say, hey, we want the crypto bros and girls to get very wealthy, pay capital gains taxes, spend a lot of money, and increase economic performance. They could encourage lending by the banking system to real-world economy. That I call this QE for poor people in an essay that I wrote a few months back. And essentially, if the banking system, instead of doing financial engineering, takes its balance sheet and lends to ordinary companies, this produces jobs and economic growth. Now, the problem with both of these things is that there is inflation. Inflation is necessary to delever the balance sheet. And I know it's a dirty word in politics and economics, but inflation is necessary for the government to afford this massive debt pile that it has. So we are going to get inflation, and obviously people in this room understand that Bitcoin is the best hedge against that, but we need to spread this message around the world. Now, recently, I want to talk about a few things. The path to $1 million Bitcoin. And I believe there's 3 main prongs to this. So the first thing is capital controls versus tariffs. I wrote a recent essay where I delved into the fact that I think tariffs are bad politics because they encourage goods inflation and empty shelves, and the ordinary Americans don't like that. But you can achieve the same goal of economic rebalancing by using capital controls instead. And so we started to see certain fringe economists, and it will be mainstream soon, talking about how they can rescind certain tax benefits that foreigners have investing into America and take this income and redistribute it either to voters or to buying certain maturity of treasury bonds. The second thing is an exemption of the bank supplemental leverage ratio, which I'll get into in a second. Scott Besant has talked about this on multiple interviews, and he's even turned up the rhetoric recently in recent Bloomberg and Fox News interviews, talking about how this ratio, he believes this summer, there will be an exemption, just like there was in COVID, for large banks to buy treasuries with infinite leverage. And finally, something that's becoming a lot more energy is the Fannie and Freddie Mac, the government-sponsored entities that will be able to juice the mortgage market with lots of money if they're allowed to once again. So let's go into these 3 horsemen. Foreigners must pay is good politics, right? If you're going to go out to the voters and say, I'm going to give you something, obviously it'd be great if somebody else was paying for it. That's just how politics works around the world. So back in 1984, because the US government had another problem, same problem, how do we get people to buy our debt? And this is at a time when the 30-year treasury is trading at about 12% yield. They said, hey, why don't we exempt foreign owners of bonds from withholding taxes? Now, if you're an American, all the interest that you receive from owning a treasury bond is taxed at a particular rate. I think it's between 20 and 30%. And right now, if you're a foreigner, you don't have to pay that. So there is talk now about rescinding that exemption to do a few things. First, it could raise over $1 trillion over a decade by basically taxing foreigners on the income that they receive. Now, obviously, if you receive a tax, you're probably not going to want to own a treasury bond. So one thought is, how about we make it that it's very low tax to own a long-term treasury bond? These are the things that Besant has a trouble selling. And very high tax on treasury bills. These are the cash-like instruments that you might own in your money market account. And everybody wants this. Everybody wants a high-yielding cash account. So let's penalize you for owning that, but let you own this long end. And that's a soft form of yield curve control. How do we get demand into the long end from foreigners? Well, it just changed the tax rates. Now, the ultimate problem of this is who's going to replace foreigners as a marginal owner of debt. Now, obviously, that means they're going to print the money to make up for the amount of money that's lost from foreigners not investing in this debt. Other thing, bank buying bonanza. So the supplemental leverage ratio, if you don't remember anything from this presentation, please remember this. It's a way for banks to buy bonds with infinite leverage. So there's something called Basel III. It's this very complicated regulation that was put in after the global financial crisis. And it did something sensible. It said, hey, banks, you didn't have a lot of capital. Why don't we make you have more capital? So if I own a bond, I have to put up some of my own equity capital against that. That makes a lot of sense. Well, that means that the US banks will run up into a limit as to how much US Treasury debt they can buy. Remember, Besson has $2 trillion, if not more, per year of bonds that he needs to sell, and he needs to make sure that somebody can buy these. So if I remove this exemption, it allows commercial banks to buy Treasury bonds with infinite leverage. And when they can do that, their profits soar because they pay very low rates on commercial deposits. And obviously, smiling Jamie Dimon would very much love this to happen, and he has said this on many occasions that he believes that the banking system needs this exemption. And as I always say, Jamie Dimon gets what Jamie Dimon wants. Something else, stablecoins is obviously a very hot topic these days. If you combine stablecoins or US banks issuing dollar stablecoins throughout the market that pay no yield with an SLR exemption, they essentially become just like Tether. They pay nothing to allow people to invest in these stablecoins and use them for transfers, and then they get to take all that money, put it into US Treasury bills, and have no capital charge, and it's essentially infinite profit. So I expect that if this exemption goes through, which I think it will, you're going to see a very concerted effort by the large US banks to issue the orange stablecoin because it's a way for them to earn a lot of net interest income. Now, this is a tweet or a truth or whatever you want to fucking call it from Trump on Fannie and Freddie. Essentially, these are the organizations that were issuing more during the financial crisis. Before the 2008 financial crisis, they were very profitable. Now, what happens when you free Fannie and Freddie? Essentially, you take them out of conservatorship. Now, this has been a trade that's been talked about, for almost 2 years now. If you bought it at $1, it's probably trading at 11 now, these companies on the market. But you take them from conservatorship, they're allowed to take their equity capital, issue more debt with an implicit government guarantee, and lever it 33 times. And then they can buy up to $5 trillion worth of mortgages. This is $5 trillion of liquidity that is going to come into the market if you allow these two organizations to get back to business as usual. And so here are the fucking maths. Where do I get this idea that Bitcoin could hit $1 million? So if we think about QE for poor people, banks lending more into the real economy, I estimate that could be up to $3 trillion of bank credit that will be created between now and 2028. The statistic to look for is on the weekly Federal Reserve balance sheet, other deposits and liabilities. We'll see that happening there. If the banks are allowed to buy Treasury bonds, it's estimated that $900 billion of foreign demand could evaporate. And that has to be replaced by commercial banks who now can buy these treasuries with infinite leverage. And finally, let's free Fannie and Freddie and bring $5 trillion of liquidity to the markets, which gets us close to $9 trillion printed or between now and 2028. And let's put this into context. During COVID, the COVID stimulus programs and all the aid that was given to the financial sector within the United States totaled about $4 trillion. And from the lows of March of 2020 to 70,000 in 2021 in November, we went up about 10x. Remember, price is set on the margin. It matters about the much larger marginal price, not the whole stock. And so if we have less Bitcoin on exchanges due to ETF demand, and we're printing double the amount of money between now and 2028 than when we did till COVID, then Bitcoin $1 million is just easy. Thank you very much. Hope to see you all at our party tonight.
Thank you so much, Arthur. We definitely will be.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. It's day one of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world. Still so much more to come. You're going to hear from the Pakistan Crypto Council, Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, Bitcoin Standard author Saifedean Ammous, and Adam Back, the man who first corresponded with Satoshi all those years ago and went on to found Blockstream and other innovations. You just heard from Arthur Hayes, the BitMEX founder, pardoned by President Trump, giving his thesis for $1 million Bitcoin, here to bring an interesting perspective on that price appreciation. As an early Bitcoin miner and pioneer, James Howells from the United Kingdom. James, thanks for being here, and maybe you can share a little bit about your story. Obviously, some people might be very familiar. You've been in the headlines for years, but I think it really speaks to the price appreciation of Bitcoin. Your story, maybe you can fill us in.
Hi, Pete. Thank you for having me. What a great event. So obviously, many people might know my situation. It's been in the news quite a few times over the years. I was one of the first people involved in Bitcoin, and I managed to create quite a few thousand coins quite easily back in that day.
It was over 8,000, I believe.
Yeah, that's correct. There's exactly 8,000 Bitcoins in my wallet address, which is verifiable on the blockchain right now. I've been trying to recover those coins for the last 12 years, ever since this first happened. And I've gone to Newport City Council, who are the owners of the landfill where this hard drive ended up. And I've tried to put proposals to them so that I can excavate and recover my property. Unfortunately, they've not been too friendly towards me.
Yeah. Well, certainly this is a story that many people sympathize with. No one is ever happy about losing Bitcoin, and I know it must be a harrowing experience for yourself to go through that. But it sounds like there's hope on the horizon and some new activity that you're looking to recover these Bitcoins, which are currently lost.
Well, I'll never give up on this plan. So after I put together a recovery team, a professional recovery team, and presented that case to Newport Council, they didn't want to know. So then I decided to launch legal action against Newport Council. 2 high court cases in the UK, which were completely swept under the carpet. I wasn't even given a full court case to present my case. So I've come away from there with a complete and utter loss. But that doesn't mean we give up, because the hard drive is still there and the data that I need to recover is still there.
I'm curious your thoughts on why there hasn't been more sympathy for your situation. You first came out with a story, I remember, in 2013, and it was a big deal that you had lost millions or thousands of dollars at that point. It's become millions. It's becoming multiple millions. Why do you think there is, or is there a sympathy with your situation? Because it seems like if the hard drive is there and it's recoverable, this could be a resource for not just yourself, but the region.
I've had assistance and help and sympathy from practically everybody except for Newport City Council, and they're the decision makers that I need on my team. So I went to court, and unfortunately that was, thrown out. So now we've come up with a new plan. The next plan is we'll be buying the landfill from them, whether they like it or not. We're going to make them an offer they can't refuse. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to tokenize a portion of the hard drive coins, 1,675 coins, which is 21%. I'm going to offer those as ordinals to the public. I'm going to raise approximately $75 million via that tokenization project. And my plan is to buy the landfill outright from Newport City Council, so that I no longer have to beg for permission.
Who do you expect to be interested in this issuance? Obviously, we've seen things like this in the past, right? Major investors have come out. Strive, Vivek Ramaswamy's firm, looking to buy claims on Mt. Gox Bitcoins. We've seen exchanges like Bitfinex. They've tokenized their debt, made the people who experienced the loss whole again. Were you inspired by these projects? And if someone were to invest in something like this, which is a bit risky and unconventional, why would they participate?
Yeah, I have been inspired by past projects. One of the projects that did inspire me was the effort by Bitcoiners to purchase a copy of the US Constitution. That is very similar to the plan that I propose. The reason why somebody would purchase one of my tokens is that each one of my tokens has got a Satoshi amount allocated to it. So if I then complete the plan, recover the coins, I will then have to allocate a portion of those coins back to the people who supported this recovery effort. I believe this story is so known worldwide. There's a lot of people who would invest into this at different price points. So we've got multiple tiers for different tokens, which offer different benefits and perks. And at the same time, we're also going to put the entire excavation process into a documentary series so that people can actually follow along with us.
Right, I did hear about that, yeah.
So they can actually follow along with us and see what we're doing and see the outcome.
Do you feel like this is becoming a race against time? Because we know one of the things about software is that it continues to perpetuate. Hardware, a different story. This is a hard drive in a landfill. Landfill's notorious for toxic materials, debris. How confident are you that were you to find the hard drive, you could identify it, get it operational? I'm curious what work you've done there.
Well, I've had extensive conversations with a company called Drive Savers, who are based in LA. They've recovered multiple wallets with multi-million-dollar balances in the past. They're the best in the business at doing this, so I fully trust them. All I have to do is get them a physical hard drive, and they believe there's an 80 to 90% chance that they will recover the data. Now, the reason for that is, on a multi-gigabyte hard drive, the data is actually stored in one specific location or sector of the disk. All I need to recover is 51 characters, which is bytes of data on a disk. Now, if this was a multi-gigabyte video file or an MP3 file, the data would be scattered on multiple points of the hard drive, which would make it harder to recover that data. The fact that we only need a minuscule amount of data increases our chances exponentially.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people out there admire your determination. You have kept up with this for close to a decade. How close have you stayed to the industry and the state of the art of the technology? Are you buying and holding Bitcoin still to this day? Or what have you done to kind of maybe help make sure others don't go through what you've had to experience?
Yeah, I still buy and hold Bitcoin on a daily basis. I've been dollar cost averaging since 2013. I use Bitcoin as well. I use crypto. I like to pay for things with Bitcoin. I believe there's a use case there for it. It's not just a store of value. We can actually use crypto, and we can use the digital tokenization of assets onto the Bitcoin blockchain, which can only increase the value of everybody else's coins together. So that's what I plan to do with an Ordinals token in order to raise $75 million, and that will be going live on 1st of October. We'll be dropping that at token 2049 in Singapore. We hope to sell out by the end of the year. And the current council they've said that they're willing to close the landfill in early 2026. So it's my intention to put an offer to Newport City Council through my legal representatives on the 3rd of January 2026.
Well, of course, we'll see some leaders from the UK here for the first time. Nigel Farage coming up at the conference amongst the major guests still to come. What would be your message to the United Kingdom, not seen as progressive on Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies? What would you say to Nigel if you had his ear?
I'm pretty sure Nigel is already a Bitcoiner. So it's not Nigel I need to convince. It's the rest of the British establishment that refuse to change. And they need to come to the table and realize the opportunities that they're missing out on. For example, if Newport City Council had come and spoke to me in 2013, the city of Newport now would look like Dubai. Instead, it looks like a hellhole.
Well, James, we wish you luck with that search. We're going to take it now to our next programming. Stay here live on YouTube, Rumble, and X. We'll be right back after these messages.
Supply and productivity and efficiency, but it's the energy necessary for Bitcoin mining or HPC or whatever that is the big bottleneck. And when Ether switched over to proof of stake, you lost this other competing force on the energy for Bitcoin mining, and all of this energy infrastructure, which was kind of going towards Ether, now all flooded towards Bitcoin mining as the highest value opportunity. Now with the HPC and the AI emergence, NVIDIA is kind of coming full circle. And they went from Ether, it had a little bit of a lull, but now they're coming back in this space. And it's providing another high value opportunity for the energy. And I think that's going to be the real game changer here, because it's another bottleneck on growth on the Bitcoin network that we previously didn't have before ChatGPT emerged.
I want to talk to you both about M&A as well. So we'll start with Zach. CleanSpark, you've been pretty active in the M&A space since post-halving. What's your thesis on the current state of M&A and Bitcoin mining? Are we in the early stages, middle, late? What are you seeing?
You know, I think that Bitcoin is a finite asset, but the mining space can be an infinite game. And it's something that will always go into overtime. So I don't think it's about being in the beginning. It's almost like we're permanently in the middle. And again, where we're at is there's still a shaking of out event occurring. You know, as Bitcoin continues to rise, if you were struggling to make it when it was at 80, now you've got a new, you know, lease on life that's come into it. But it's creating opportunities, lots of opportunities for consolidation. And again, so we view it as we're going to pursue the opportunities, but we're doing so in the most capital efficient ways possible. We're also in a unique situation as a company where, you know, we're looking at the rewards for investors. There was a point in time where you were rewarded for growing almost for the sake of growing. That is gone as this industry's matured. It's about making sure that that growth delivers true shareholder value, which I think is a great thing for being a buyer, because it's a little bit of a buyer's market that we're still in. If Bitcoin continues to push, which, you know, I'm pretty bullish on and think it will happen, I think that the consolidation will slow down a little bit, because it will make more sense to stay and wait to sell than it does to, you know, rush into a sell right now.
You guys, Bennett Bitfarms, just acquired Stronghold Digital. It was an acquisition that was in the making for a couple years. How do you feel post-merger? Are you guys happy with it? How has that affected your capital strategy? And what are some of the things that you've learned in the last couple months since that acquisition closed?
Yeah, I mean, we're thrilled with the assets that we picked up there. We've always viewed this as an energy portfolio management business. And I think for years, Bitfarms has really been focused on the international growth. We started in Canada, we did some expansion in the US, and then we went off into Latin America. But when we're looking at what is the higher value opportunities, where are we getting the most value out of our megawatts, you know, where should we be investing the next dollar? It's in the United States. That's clearly where there's the most energy infrastructure, there's the most opportunity, there's the lowest cost of capital, there's the most demand. And so we have not only acquired Stronghold, but we actually divested the largest site that we've ever produced in Paraguay. We did that simultaneously at the same time. And it was about how do we manage an energy portfolio of hard infrastructure assets. And it's a lot easier said than done to manage physical infrastructure. But we, you know, effectively said, let's just focus on the best opportunities that we've identified, which is this US infrastructure, and how do we vertically integrate up the chain and get this big pipeline of capacity in the United States. So we divested our Bitcoin mining assets that we didn't want. We acquired these assets that we really wanted. And that's opened up a whole new world of opportunities for us as a company. And it's opening up whole new worlds for us in terms of the capital markets as well, because it's way easier to raise capital and to finance infrastructure in the United States than it is in Latin America.
You guys have historically diversified geographically. Is that still part of your play, and how is that going for you guys now that you have a bigger presence here in the US as well?
We're still, you know, a very international company, but our focus right now is on North America. So prior to these two transactions, we were actually going to be the majority of our infrastructure was going to be in Latin America. Now the majority of our infrastructure is in North America, and almost all of our growth is in the United States. So, you know, we still have international assets, but when we're sort of looking at where's that next dollar go, it's going right here in the US, it's going into rural areas in Pennsylvania, it's going into solving the biggest challenge that compute markets have, which is the energy bottleneck. Where are you going to get the energy? How are you going to get the energy? And how can you plan that infrastructure over time? And by focusing on these rural areas in Pennsylvania, we're able to solve that problem way better than we were investing in Latin America.
We talked about consolidation a little bit in the beginning, but there are new entrants into the market. Specifically, we've seen American Bitcoin come in recently, saying they want to dominate the Bitcoin mining space. How has that reshaped or maybe affected how you guys see competition in the mining space in 2025 and beyond?
You know, there's always going to be competition where there's opportunity. And for us, it's always about staying on the head of the efficiency curve. So we've invested heavily in optimization from day one. And so we feel really strongly about our competitive advantages and rolling through that. I think it just comes down to also when we see new entrants, we know that it doesn't matter if you're big or small or how big a balance sheet you have. There's a lot to learn. Bitcoin mining isn't just plugging in a machine and walking away. There's a lot of optimization that adds up to, at scale to tens of millions of dollars a year. And so we will always keep an eye on it. We will see, obviously, difficulty increase, but we also know that the learning curve is steep. So I would say we're very comfortable with where we're at and just maintaining our edge from an efficiency point of view.
Ben, anything to add on that? Competition?
I think when you're looking at how do you optimize and how you're managing, this is a competitive space, but it's not a competitive space that's usually a hostile space. It's one of the only industries that I know of in the planet where we face so much hostility from external forces that internally, even within the industry, everyone is friends, everyone is brethren, everyone wants to support and help each other. I don't think anything has changed there. I think there's a lot of political pressure, there's a lot of external pressure we face, but at the end of the day, whether you're at CleanSpark, you're at Bitfarms, you're a Bitcoiner. And that's what's really, really important, and that's what drives it forward. And usually the rising tides lift all boats in this space.
Something that has changed is profit margins have gotten tighter. You guys both have very different approaches at your company to raising capital. What lessons have you guys learned? We can go first with Zach about operating a sustainably responsible Bitcoin mining company in this environment.
Yeah, it was something that we pushed really hard as we approached the halving, and we term it as escape velocity. There's really a minimum size that you need to be as a public miner to shift into a high level of profitability. And it's a place that we have reached. And so we're at a point where we can self-sustain operations. And we can also not only self-sustain operations, but continue to build our Bitcoin balance. So how we're looking into it is we went through a phase where we built our Bitcoin balance to a target, which was about $1 billion, which we've now surpassed. And now we're using Bitcoin to get more Bitcoin. So rather than seeking outside capital to sustain our operations, we're using Bitcoin to do it. But because of our scale, we're able to have between 40 and 60% of the Bitcoin left over at the end of every month and add that to our balance. We're also looking at a third leg to add to the profitability of the company, and that is we are investing our Bitcoin. Simple things, whether it's covered calls or things like that. But when you have a very large balance of Bitcoin, it becomes another opportunity to use as a revenue stream. We're incredibly conservative about it. We're still in what we refer to as our crawl phase. But we are looking for capital that we generate ourselves to create shareholder value rather than looking external. Because I think that the mining space, I think it's well known. From a valuation point of view, Bitcoin has been outpacing it. And this happens all the time. We're looking and waiting for the time for it to catch up. And debt is also a great opportunity when managed wisely to fund the business into the future. All of that requires scale, and so those are the areas that we're looking at to fund growth, because we prefer to avoid the equity markets for the foreseeable future.
Ben, talk to me about your equity dilution strategy at Bitfarms.
Bitcoin mining is a capitally intensive industry, and any compute business is. And when you're in a capitally intensive industry, your capital strategy is ultimately probably your most important factor for success. If you're able to raise more capital at a lower price, you're infinitely more competitive. And if you can't raise capital at cost-effective prices, there's nothing that you can do on the operational side that will outweigh the higher cost of capital. So it's a really, really important part of the business. I think the industry is constantly evolving. And in the last bull run of 2021, there's all these companies flooding into the space, looking to do miner financing and try and break in and disrupt the space on the financing side. And unfortunately, it's very, very hard to do that in a traditional sense when you have the underlying Bitcoin volatility. What we're seeing now is that this entire space is changing at such an exponential rate that all of the capital strategies have changed. The kinds of people who are looking to raise capital or trying to give capital to these kind of companies are changing. The structures are changing. And if you would have asked me a question around capital structure maybe over the last 2 years, the question wouldn't have been about your capital strategy. It would have been, is there any capital available at all? Now, miners can be discriminatory. They can start allocating to different strategies. They can be more sophisticated. And this is even more true when you're looking at the HPC side of things, where the underlying volatility doesn't exist. And so, for instance, we just raised a $300 million facility with Macquarie Group in order to develop out HPC at one of the stronghold sites that we acquired in Pennsylvania. And that has an 8% coupon on it. Compared to what you pay for equity issuance or the kind of cost of capital that the mining industry experienced over the last couple of years, that 8% is incredibly cost effective. And as companies develop and they show more and more progress towards the HPC, there's going to be way more opportunities to constantly raise more capital at increasingly lower rates. So this industry is completely different. The amount of capital that's available now for digital assets and digital compute, it just didn't exist a year ago or 2 years ago. And right now, everyone's trying to ask, how do I get exposure? And all these companies out here like Bitfarms and CleanSpark are providing different solutions to give these companies exposure who want access to this really, really exciting space that is outperforming almost everything else.
The price of Bitcoin is going up, which everybody here likes to hear. But in an environment where the Bitcoin price stays flat or is stagnant for a little while, what would you say are the most viable sources of capital for miners in that situation? How would you guys handle that?
You know, I think that if it stays stagnant at 100,000, I think we're all still pretty happy. But, you know, it just comes down to growing at the right time, and again, on a counter-cyclical basis. I think that patience is what that would take and require in the space. Being flexible, adjusting plans, not being over-leveraged. It's the decision you made yesterday that is going to matter in an event like that. Do you have too much leverage? Can you service your debt? Are there bigger problems with your business, you know, fundamentally? And so, again, staying on the cutting edge of efficiency has allowed us to be at the right place, right time. We would frankly probably welcome even an environment like that because we think it would create a different kind of opportunity. You asked a question about what inning are we in from a acquisition consolidation space. Pain creates opportunity in different portions of the market. It also creates, I think, a strong network though, because it really shows the resilience the Bitcoin network has. We don't need Bitcoin to double, you know, overnight every year to have a very strong network globally. So it just further proves the resistance of what Bitcoin is.
Anything to add, Ben, on that?
No, I think you want to raise capital at the right times. And when you're investing in a space like this, and we did an analysis of every single Bitcoin miner we've ever purchased from 2017 rolling forward. And we looked at when we purchased the miners, what price we paid, the manufacturer, the model, the efficiency, the electricity price. We looked at all these different variables. And the number one determiner of success was the timing of when you bought the miner. You know, this is a highly volatile space. You can't outrun the underlying economics. And so, you know, when we looked at this, it was going into a Bitcoin mining halving and just exiting a Bitcoin mining halving when the fear and the uncertainty around what is going to happen with Bitcoin, that provides the lowest prices on the Bitcoin miners and the most opportunity. So what we did was going into the end of 2023 and entering the halving in 2024, we had put together a whole strategy around upgrading all of our fleet. We did over 83,000 miners purchased, deployed. We pulled down over 50,000 miners. It was a massive, massive upgrade. And the way that we look at it is a little bit differently than I think, you know, a lot of other companies look at it. And we're really trying to grow at strategic points in time to maximize our return on invested capital. And if we're not trying to do that, then I think we're doing a disservice to our shareholders. The challenge there is that shareholders, and I think most of the market, want linear growth in perpetuity throughout time. And this is not a space that rewards linear growth in Bitcoin miners over time. You really want to try and focus on when you're making your investments, when you're going, putting your chips all in on the table. I think we did that really well at Bitfarms. And for where we are right now, we now have our Bitcoin mining infrastructure upgraded. All of our miners are effectively deployed. We have that upside to Bitcoin's rising prices. But we're not running out there to buy more Bitcoin miners today. For that next dollar that we're looking for.
What is the key to progress? Is it more machines, more money, more buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, presented by Mara. I am Frank Corva, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine. To my left, we have Steve Lee, all the way at the left over there, lead at Spiral. We have Max next to him, founder at Hivemind Ventures. And we have DK to my left right here, host of Presidio Bitcoin. And from the main stage, we just heard from Ben Gagnon of Bitfarms, as well as Zach Bradford of CleanSpark and Eleanor Terrett of Crypto in America. Today, we're going to be giving you guys a little bit of a taste of the Presidio Bitcoin Jam. But first, I want to go over to you, Steve. Please tell us a little bit about that hat you're wearing there.
Yeah, it's an important message to share. It's everyone should go to saveourwallets.org. Congressman Tom Emmer has just proposed this bill. It's like one page. It's very simple. If a business or service does not custody people's money, it should not be considered a money transmitter or money services business. And as we saw under the last administration, there was the DOJ action against some companies and developers. So it's an important bill to pass to get clarification. And everyone should learn about it and find their own way to support it, either talking to the service provider they use or talking to their local constituent.
Okay, so saveourwallets.org, is that where people should go?
Yeah.
Perfect, saveourwallets.org. Max, let me go over to you.
Yeah.
So with Presidio Bitcoin, what do you do? We're trying to bridge here Silicon Valley with Bitcoin, right? It seems like that should be sort of a marriage made in heaven, but tell us a little bit about what this process is like.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because it kind of was, right? If you go pre the block size war, San Francisco and Silicon Valley was very much the heart of the Bitcoin ecosystem. And then, as you guys remember, the Bitcoin conference used to be in San Francisco. Then, of course, a lot of the traditional venture capital and big money ended up going into, the whole shitcoin industry, and we've all seen what's happened there. However, I think there's a moment now, which is we realize that, Bitcoin has already established itself as an incredible store of value, and I think we're really ready to see it become a medium of exchange for humans, for artificial intelligence, which we'll talk more about. And for us, Presidio Bitcoin is a new co-working space launched a few months ago. We've been doing this podcast, Presidio Bitcoin Jam, for about 6 months now. And our goal is, how do we make sure the best minds in Bitcoin, Lightning, and Nostr are connecting with the best minds in capital, frankly, in Silicon Valley, to build the next generation of payments on the web.
Appreciate that. So Nostr, I like to hear Nostr included in there too. Very cool. So Nostr, I like to consider Nostr. Yeah, shout out to Nostr, the world's biggest circular economy. I like to call it the world's biggest Bitcoin circular economy. Other topics that you tend to touch on, DK?
Well, yeah, we like to think about Presidio Bitcoin Jam is just what will we talk about in our own group chat. So it's whatever's happening in the world, and it's often whatever's happening in building things and in Bitcoin and Lightning and Nostr. So these days, it feels like it's all AI. Everything that we're talking about is how do you use AI as a tool to help more people create more things. Traditionally, Silicon Valley
takes tons of capital and big teams to build things. Now the individual is empowered to build. So we end up talking about that a lot. I kind of call myself a semi-amateur vibe coder.
Okay, all right.
Spend most of my time doing that.
Semi-amateur vibe coder, very into it, yeah.
And it's pretty badass, actually. For those of you who haven't seen, I think it's still up, pbhackathon.com. We just held the first Presidio Bitcoin hackathon with two sort of broad, I would say, tracks fusing Bitcoin and AI. One is the DK and Matt Belez sort of path of can you vibe code and easily integrate Bitcoin payments in there? And then the second path was, are we finally at a stage, and this has been sort of an obsession for me, and shout out to Mr. Steven going around from Block, he's been thinking about this a lot as well. Can we have autonomous digital life, which is going to be using Bitcoin as an energy-backed currency? So if you guys are interested, I don't know if it's still on the website, but we had some incredible projects, 5 or 6, that I think are, hopefully going to push the envelope on what we do with Bitcoin and AI.
And what was my biggest takeaway from the hackathon was that in 24 hours, people went from concept to working application that integrated Bitcoin payments and Nostr, and many of them integrated Nostr as well, including some of the top projects were people who were not developers. Anyone can build now. If you have a good idea, you can build. We proved it in this hackathon that within 24 hours, people who didn't code a line were able to build a working product. And they got, one of them got 3rd place and one got 4th place.
Well, I have to ask if you don't mind there. So I think about this a lot. I haven't gotten into vibe coding myself. I plan to. It's on my list of things to do. Do people have to look over the code that gets vibe coded? Does a proper coder have to look it over just to make sure everything is okay?
I think it depends on your goal. So if your goal, some people are building applications, just one-off throwaway applications. They have a need and they just build the application, fulfill that need. You don't have to look at the code as long as it meets your need. If you're building a prototype or just demonstrating to the world what I can build, or here's my idea, and I want to show it to you, you don't need to look at the code. If you're going to build a wallet that's securing people's money and you have millions of people, you still want human engineers reviewing the security and looking at the code.
I had a feeling that might be the case. Can we talk a little bit about this symbiosis of Bitcoin and AI? Is it inevitable that Bitcoin becomes the money of AI?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. I mean, for me, my long-time thesis, I come from the energy industry, is that Bitcoin eventually, forget all of the blockchain and everything else, which is our enabling technologies, but will be recognized as a ledger, the only currency of the known universe, which is joules, energy. And so I think for the AIs, if you think about it, even as the cost of software and everything goes to zero, there's still one real-world cost, which is computation or energy. So if they're going to eventually be paying for their own GPUs, their own bandwidth, their own storage, their own real-world resources, they need, I believe, an energy-backed currency. Is it possible that something else comes along better than Bitcoin in the future? Maybe, but for the foreseeable future, I don't think there's anything close to it.
They also, permissionless money will matter to AI, like agentic AI as well. They won't be able to fill out a KYC form to use a payment rails or use a money. So I think it'll be a very natural fit. I think the AI will figure out the best money to use is Bitcoin.
Okay, well, I'm learning something here, gentlemen. I wanted to ask you too, so is a lot of what you're doing with the Presidio Bitcoin Jam, is it education focused? Is it more sort of, you have kind of the attention of Silicon Valley, but now you're trying to sort of show them how Bitcoin...
Yeah, well, all three of us have lived in Silicon Valley for 20 years. At least David and I worked at Google for a long time. So we come from that world. The three of us are also very hardcore Bitcoiners. So we know both worlds, and I think generally there's a big gap between the two worlds right now. A lot of people in Silicon Valley don't get Bitcoin, most don't. And then a lot of Bitcoiners may roll their eyes at Silicon Valley. So I think we can do a great job at bridging the gap between the two. And so our target audience is big tech in Silicon Valley.
And I think a lot of the way Bitcoin is perceived in the world is like this store of value, this thing you should hold. And we agree with that, but we don't think it's just that. And we think it should be something that can be used for building new applications on the web, things that you've not even imagined yet. And so if people want to contribute to Bitcoin, you should hold it, sure. But the message that, part of what I get excited about is that you can actually build anything you want, even if you're not a developer. And you don't need to look at the code. There's other people who look at the code that gets incorporated into the final, what you're doing with the money, what you're doing with the signing transactions. But you can build all kinds of applications that don't worry about Bitcoin, blockchain, payments, how it all works. You just use it as a component. So Bitcoin now can become just this foundation that everybody can build their own dream app that doesn't have to be on Bitcoin or on a blockchain or something like that. You can build any app that requires money or value exchange, which is everything in the world.
And I think one of the things that's very important, because you mentioned you're excited about Nostr, which to your point now has over 5 million payments, making it the largest Bitcoin circular economy by payment volume out there. Now that we have, the way I think about it is the full protocol stack, Bitcoin as value, the Lightning Network and sort of adjacent pieces, maybe Cash or something like that in the future for payments. And now we have Nostr for identity and data transmission. The thing is, many of these people in Silicon Valley, they see Bitcoin and they're like, okay, we're not into gold, we're not into finance. The reason they got into Ethereum is not that they're all scammers, some of them are, but the vast majority wanted to build cool shit. And so now if you come in them and you say your idea that you want to build with your decentralized social media, your decentralized any internet application, with Bitcoin, Lightning, and Nostr, you can build that today, their eyes light up. And I think that to me has been one of the big learnings.
And I think the timing is now. Spiral builds development tools. So like 4 years ago, we watched developers try to integrate Bitcoin payments in their application, and it would take like multiple talented developers a year to build an application. Now, like we just said, a non-developer in 24 hours can build an application. So that is more Silicon Valley's jam. Silicon Valley wants to build fast, move fast, and I think that's why they were attracted to Ethereum for a long time. But now you can build really fast and unleash creativity on Bitcoin today.
This is amazing. It brings to mind one thing. What I think about when I hear all this stuff, you could build this quickly, it's that easy to do. Where does someone start? Someone who's listening to this saying, you know what? I feel it in my gut. I'm a vibe coder. I could just feel this is what I got to do next. Where should they go? What website should they check into? Where should they go to start vibe coding and creating some of these apps?
Yeah, there's a lot of great tools. I mean, I've been on the journey myself and played with so many different ones. I start with Replit Agent. You don't need to understand anything about how you deploy it. You can pull things in. Our friend Matt built a great app called High Fives that he fully deployed with both Lightning payments and Nostr identities. Deployed it with Replit Agent, and it's out there, and he didn't write a line of code. So anybody who has an idea can do it, just simple soup to nuts there. And then you can go to more advanced tools like we've used Cursor and Windsurf and Klein and Goose. All kinds of, all of these tools are using underlying LLMs to actually do the coding for you. You can review them in various cases, but you don't actually have to understand it. It's more like you give into the vibes. You just let it happen, right? So that's the whole point of vibe coding, is you don't have to understand it. But there are people who understand it, and if you want to, you can open the covers and look under and see how it all works.
Okay, I have one major last question here. Is it like Bitcoin that once you get it, you can't look away? Once you get into vibe coding, are you then just hooked? Do you just become a vibe coder for life? Is that how things work?
Well, I can't say I'm nearly as much of a vibe coder as DK here. I mean, the one thing I would say is, yes, there are certainly people like DK, like other friends of ours that are getting hooked. I mean, what I would say is when you lower the barrier to creativity, everyone is naturally creative. We as human beings are a creative species. And so, of course, we're going to enjoy being creative and making more. But what I would tell everyone is, similar to Bitcoin, kind of zoom out. Like 2 years ago, you couldn't do any of this. So imagine, 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road, you're going to be able to literally speak things into existence. And then you think, where is the actual scarcity in that world? Well, Bitcoin, Lightning Network payments, et cetera.
Yeah, this might seem even overwhelming to some. What does the world look like? Let's talk about this 5, 6 years down the road with all this coming. Bitcoin, AI, merger. What does the world look like in your mind, Steve?
Well, some other exciting announcements this week and last week are like Steak and Shake accepting Bitcoin. Merchants are going to be able to accept Bitcoin now. Yep. So we're seeing it from a lot of different angles. So I think over the next 5 years, the network is just going to grow. And so there's going to be more people with a wallet on their phone where they can spend, and then people will accept it. So I think we're going to see a lot of niches grow over the next several years, and then 5 years from now, whether it's AI or humans, there'll be a lot of Bitcoin payments.
And I would also say maybe zoom out and think about the category and frequency of payments can change by orders of magnitude, right? So in the same way that once we got the internet, we were able to have completely new business models. It wasn't just bring the New York Times online, we got Twitter. Similarly, I think once you have free instant microtransactions for tens of millions, and then hundreds of millions, and then trillions, and then quadrillions of agents out there, the kinds of transactions they're doing with each other at the speed of light, the ability to take 100, 1,000 payments together, put all of the pieces of data together, it's going to be a wild web, and I hope it's an open one. With Bitcoin and Lightning and Nostr, it can be. The alternative is a lot less exciting.
Yeah, appreciate that. DK, final thought. We're about to head back to the Nakamoto stage. Anything we didn't touch on here?
Yeah, I mean, I just think everybody who is a Bitcoiner should be building for Bitcoin. You don't have to be running a small shop and selling coffee. That's good. We have those tools now too. But you can actually build the application of your dream, something you've never dreamt of. you can actually be a builder in this new world. And I just encourage everybody who's a Bitcoin holder to start to become a Bitcoin builder, just with your own hobbies.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. Yeah, Steve,
If I could just show our show.
Please, of course.
If you want to follow our show, we do it live every Friday, 90 minutes. And you can find us on YouTube or social media, Presidio Bitcoin.
Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. Vibes are high here at Bitcoin 2025. Vibe coding is the way of the future.
We're doing
Things are good. We're heading over to the Nakamoto stage to hear about retail Bitcoin investment, the front running of Wall Street. We'll be right back here at the live desk after this.
These people and my
invest in crypto at any point and do it on a recurring basis as well. And at the end of the day, like with Bitcoin especially, you will have to have a strategy to do it on a regular basis. It's pretty hard to time a market like this. And so I think what we're trying to focus on is making sure customers understand like how to get into it and have access to Bitcoin easily.
The question was on what indicators Wall Street might be looking at. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the obvious answer, if you're one of these large firms, particularly look at like a large bank, a large broker, is to look to your customer base, right? And so they're looking at a few different things. They're looking at, back in the day, how many of my customers are buying GBTC? How many of my customers now are buying the various ETFs out there? And a big one they're also looking at, almost across the board, are how much of my customer deposits are leaving our bank accounts, leaving our brokerage accounts, and going to places that likely mean they're buying Bitcoin or crypto. Kraken, Robinhood, you name it, in the various different, they have that data. This is across the board. They're all looking at that data, and that's like one of their biggest indicators. When it comes to kind of like their high net worth client bases, that's just they're communicating with them directly, and they're getting asked these questions on like, hey, when are you guys going to support this? When am I going to be able to borrow against my Bitcoin? When am I going to be able to buy Bitcoin? So on and so forth. So they're looking at their customer base, and that's like really the impetus here. Again, it starts with the individuals.
Can I just say, if I look at Glassnode reports, which I think are very good, they give you a strong sense of how long have people been holding their Bitcoin and where have they been holding their Bitcoin. I think we're all Bitcoin holders, so we're obsessed with the price. But if you think about Wall Street coming in, what would I suggest that they look at? It would be, what do those reports and indicators tell you? A little bit about the sentiment. Holding Bitcoin longer using services like Zappo or others, there's an element of trust in the industry that was maybe destroyed a little bit after FTX. And if you think about why is that needed and relevant, well, because the more things you can do with your Bitcoin, the more that the industry will grow. And if you're thinking about, okay, how do we all benefit from that growth of the industry? How does Bitcoin become mainstream? I think there's going to be an element of Bitcoin having to bridge financial services. So if you're seeing a movement of Bitcoin from self-custody towards providers like ourselves or some of my other colleagues here, then that's a strong indicator, I think, that there's trust is back.
Key minus are really simple, and I hope I make my Econ 101 professor proud. There's a lot of metrics out there. I think the only one that generally matters is supply and demand. We are trying to build a better form of money, a better financial system, and the supply is limited. And every day, week, month, year, demand is going to grow and grow and grow, whether it's retail, Wall Street, countries, states, companies. That demand is going to spike, and with a limited supply in general, things just move one way, and it's an exciting chapter.
Let's dig a little deeper on this and talk about Bitcoin's next catalyst. Is it as simple as pension funds? I would say the last catalyst would have been the ETFs in 2024. Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, maybe we haven't seen the effects of that yet, but what is that next catalyst that may lead to a Bitcoin supply shock?
Yeah, I can jump again. People talk about the reserve and corporate treasuries, and those are absolutely right. The thing I think that's not talked about the most is financial advisors in the United States. We have over 300,000 financial advisors in the United States who meet with their clients every month, week, quarter, and they're talking about stocks, bonds, those kind of things, mutual funds. And most of those financial advisors are not allowed to recommend to talk about Bitcoin and those kind of products. And those dominoes are going to keep falling rapidly. And so you're going to have this army of financial advisors from traditional finance, I think soon, recommending Bitcoin ETFs to their own customers. And so we have this upcoming Bitcoin marketing team that I don't think people are talking about enough. And I'm excited for it to happen. It's a win for the industry. It's a win for those companies, but ultimately consumers who they've heard of Bitcoin, but they don't know what it's about. And when they're sitting across the table from someone they trust and know, and now that person's telling them about Bitcoin, I think that's going to make a huge difference.
Would you say 50% are still not able to recommend, or do we know those numbers?
It is way less. I think it's probably 10%. And some of these financial firms have 20,000 financial advisors, 15,000 financial advisors that they're not allowed to talk about it. And I think in 5 years, they all are.
I mean, if you just even look at the top 5, they're not doing it right now, and that's well over half, the total space. I'd probably rank that group maybe number 1. A close, second is just all of the opening up the actual true retail, banks, brokers, all the large, with tens, hundreds of millions of clients. And then probably third behind that might be the government side of things. We're starting to see Mubadala has a position in Bitcoin and these types of things. I don't know where Michael is out there. I don't know that the corporate treasuries is going to be that big of a driver vis-a-vis some of these other pieces and just how much capital's out there. And then I think probably the other, institutions fall in line behind it, pensions, endowments, and so forth.
I think for me, this idea that institutions are driving this catalyst at the moment, I think is fairly true. I think there's 2 other things out there that will happen in the future. When, I don't know. But one is, we're on this journey where we're making Bitcoin easier and more accessible for it to become mainstream. So everybody in this room loves Bitcoin, right? But we don't want to be an echo chamber. How do you make it easy for my mum or your mum to be able to use Bitcoin so that you democratize finance through Bitcoin? Well, not everybody can think about seed phrasing or think about how to keep their coin safe. So there's going to be that sort of within the retail space. There's also much more that can be done to make Bitcoin much more mainstream and more than just sort of a price speculative asset. And that leads to the other catalyst, which we'll see probably longer into the future, which is using Bitcoin as a form of enabling cross-border payments. So at the moment, we think about, well, it's just a store of value. The payment use case is dead. I don't think it is. I think you think about the internet and where the internet was in the 90s versus where it's now with streaming. HTTP is still the same protocol, but think about all the layer 2s and even 3s that were built on top of the internet. And I think that there's still a lot of innovation that can happen on the payment side, but that's probably for the next cycle or maybe even the one after that.
Yeah, I think one thing we forget a bit is, 10 years ago, the discussion when we were coming here at the conference was, is Bitcoin a vaporware? Is it something that is actually serious? People were still debating if it's something that will even exist in a few years. So, something you have to remember is there's only 21 million Bitcoin, right? And so when you see all these companies creating treasuries with Bitcoin, when you see all these countries creating strategic reserve, not just the US, there are more and more starting to look into it. At some point there will be this effect where there is not that many Bitcoin, and therefore the interest will keep going. And I think if you look at the past 2 years, like we had so much development, the ETF, you know, all this IRA, and for one case, I can now get access to Bitcoin easily, all this brokerage account that can access Bitcoin easily. You also have all the spot platform being democratized more and more. And so right now, it's not about a question of like, is Bitcoin going to exist? It's more a question of like, how much can you get and how much can you hedge your company or your personal finance against Bitcoin?
Show of hands out there in the audience, how many of you guys were here at Bitcoin conference last year and saw my panel? Okay, thank you for coming out again. You guys will remember I was on stage with two of the members of this panel today. So I want to first give it to Johan and Dave. And last year we had a similar topic of retail versus Wall Street getting into Bitcoin. Since then, Bitcoin has exploded. So my question to you guys, I want to keep you guys honest. What have you done or what has been done to keep making sure retail has an edge in this big Wall Street accumulation in the last year? From you guys.
Ensure that retail keeps their edge. Look, I think the reality is that, okay, so last year we were at a place where, you know, Wall Street was largely still in a place where they weren't increasing adoption whatsoever. Clearly the regulation, both here in the US and with MiCA in Europe and other places around the world, have kind of changed that equation, and adoption is now on the move, largely because of that driver. I think, you know, as far as like retail keeping their edge, we're still in a situation now where, for the most part, the institutions are going to, you know, have access to and experiment with, work with a fraction of all of what crypto has to offer. I mean, it'll be Bitcoin only, it'll be potentially, you know, borrowing, lending against Bitcoin and like a few narrow things, and not getting into the full set of services that a company like Kraken offers when you talk about 300 plus assets, staking across several dozen assets, derivatives, all these various different pieces that are already there available for individuals on kind of like a equal and open platform. So not to mention, we haven't even started with DeFi, which, you know, certainly doesn't have, you know, even regulation for the most part doesn't, you know, resurrect barriers for individuals vis-a-vis institutions there. So I think there's a lot of things that just point to this is, you know, there isn't going to be that dynamic that arises for crypto. Just given both the starting, where we've been, the current starting point of where we are in this adoption cycle, and then again, the existence of, you know, DeFi itself and decentralized finance.
Johan, do you guys have a Wall Street OTC arm, or is it just pure retail?
Currently, Robinhood is only pure retail. We do have an acquisition coming up of Bitstamp that we're supposed to close, and they do have an OTC desk. And we also announced the acquisition of WonderFi in Canada that also has an OTC desk. So it's definitely something we are looking at. And to answer your question on you know, the advantage of retail, I think it's just the speed of execution. You know, for most customer here in this room can learn about Bitcoin, can learn about how to get it. Compare that to, you know, an institution where you need to have 20 meetings at least to convince your treasury to start looking at Bitcoin. And then if you think about all the ETF, and at the end of the day, you don't really know the price of the underlying asset, right? Like when you buy on an ETF. And so most of these corporations that are using ETF for that have a disadvantage on retail. And I think the people that are curious and able to learn about Bitcoin, able to use platform like ours to buy Bitcoin, they can actually control everything. They can control the price, they can control the custody, they can transfer it out and keep it on their own wallet. You know, they have a lot of advantage compared to the institution that have like regulation where they cannot even decide where to custody the assets.
Seamus and Andrew, what are we missing? What happens to make sure retail keeps their edge in this next year?
So eToro, we've been offering Bitcoin since 2013, and we are passionate about empowering investors and educating them. And so something that we really press on is investor education. We have tons of courses, and we even started paying customers recently to take courses and take quizzes to learn about Bitcoin, learn about financial markets, learn about stocks, because we're that passionate about it. And we also have a whole social media platform within the same look to each other for advice Because all of us in this room, we get Bitcoin or are passionate about it, but most of the people living their lives outside of this world, they're not as familiar with it. So we love being a platform where people can come and ask ideas, ask for advice. And I think just continuing to push into education and empowerment is going to be massive. And then like what I said before, these financial advisors from Wall Street are going to do a lot of free work for us in this community, educating their own customers along the way.
For us, as we think about Bitcoin in the retail space, most people think about Bitcoin as something that you have on an exchange. We think of it, when you have your bank account at Zappa, you have a dollar bank account and you have a Bitcoin bank account. So we think of it as money. So if you think about what are the basic things that you expect when you open up a bank account, that your money is safe, you get an IBAN to send and receive money, you get a card to spend it, you get a savings account, some yield, and you can borrow. That's exactly what we have been trying to build over the last 4 or 5 years on the Bitcoin Bank side, which is replicating that same experience with Bitcoin. So at Zappo, oldest custodian around since 2013, our infamous Swiss banker, Lightning, Bitcoin in and out, with stable coins added to it. You can spend Bitcoin with your card, you can earn yield on your Bitcoin, and you can borrow against it. So all of a sudden, having a bridge between traditional finance and this Bitcoin bank account just adds superpowers to your Bitcoin. You've got all these things that you can do with your Bitcoin in one place. And I think that today, if you want to do anything with your Bitcoin, it carries a lot of risk. You have to move your Bitcoin around, or you have to take it out of self-storage. So I think we design our product for it to be super simple to use so that anybody can use it. My asset test that I give to my UX designers is, could my mum use this? And she does. She actually does have a bank account at Zappa. So I think that's what I think is missing. It's like, how do we move from beyond trading and thinking about Bitcoin as money?
I want to pose this next question to all of you, and it's something every single person watching this stream or out in the audience right now is wondering. Bitcoin price, just for fun, by next year. I want to start with Dave, because Dave, you're one of the guys last year on this panel that had the guts, in the depths of the price not moving, to say, by this summer, so this year, you thought Bitcoin would be at around $140,000. Has it played out like you thought?
What's the first day of summer? It's, I think, June 22nd, something like that. We're going to get there. Yeah, look, it's interesting. I'm actually been like a believer in the 4-year cycle, for what it's worth. I mean, I got into crypto in the earlier part of 2013, so I've been through this whole bear bull thing, or bull bear thing a bunch of times now. For the most part, I've kind of like, become a believer of the 4-year cycle. For what it's worth, I do think this, each cycle, each of the 4-year cycles become more muted than the previous one. The highs are not as high, and the lows are not as low, and so on and so forth. And so I think that is going to continue, probably to the point to where the 4-year cycle kind of dissipates. And I think we're almost probably going to see that around now, for what it's worth. But yeah, look, over the next few months, over this summer, based on the activity that we're seeing, the positive developments on the regulatory side, pushing in, more businesses, institutions that adopt, I think, frankly, a lot of the exciting things that we're seeing on tokenized real-world assets, the huge number of things that point to kind of continued adoption and growth and excitement and so forth. And so this summer, yeah, I think we're headed for higher highs at this point in time over the next handful of months, and probably throughout the rest of the year.
And to reset the question, by when we're all on stage next year, just for fun, how high do you think Bitcoin will have gotten to?
All right, I'll jump in. When I face a tough question, I do 2 things. First, I ask my wife. And second, I ask ChatGPT. I will not say in which order I do that. And so I pulled both of these sources of information. ChatGPT, when I did this prompt, said 142,000 by the next Bitcoin conference. When I asked my wife, she said 150,000. After almost 20 years of marriage, I've learned to never disagree with my wife, but I will on this, and I think it's going to be higher. I think it will be close to 200,000 by next year for the various factors that we talked about here today.
Johan of Robinhood, I know you see the data, the on-chain data. What do you think?
Well, I usually love this question because I started to mine 15 years ago when you didn't even need an ASIC to mine Bitcoin. You could just do it with your computer back in the days. And obviously, I'm still here working, so I made some bad decision around pricing estimation. But I think, at this point, I learned my lesson from these years, and my focus is really much more on the accumulation and making sure that I can get as much of the 21 million Bitcoin as possible, and then we'll see where the price goes. But
Seamus?
Well, let me start by saying I normally don't like to play the price prediction game because I always say my customers or tell my customers that Bitcoin is something that you should think about medium to long term. So don't obsess about the price, just hold it. But since you asked me the question, I think, look, this year we've still got some new all-time highs to see. Might hit 150, 200, somewhere in that range. But my fear for next year, though, is I think it might go lower. And I know that's not going to be a popular opinion. But the reason for that is, a bit to Dave's point about cycles, I think we all want Bitcoin to do well, but you can't rush Bitcoin. Bitcoin will take its time to do what it needs to do. And as the adoption picks up, the US is doing a huge effort right now to bring the industry here. That's going to be incredible, but it's going to take time. And I think that maybe next year people will sort of get a bit impatient and go, well, I'm not sure what's going to happen, so I might take some profit. And then that brings the price back down. So I don't think it'll be a spectacular crash, but I think we might be back into the 90s sort of this time next year.
And I want to remind the audience, none of us know what the price will do tomorrow, let alone months from now. This is all for fun. Of course, there's on-chain data and fundamental news that give us clues. Thank you guys so much for joining us. My name's Austin of Altcoin Daily. We speak to an audience of over 3 million across all social platforms. I will leave it to these legends to give their final thoughts and then see us out on the floor.
Well, again, we got a huge opportunity ahead of us, an amazing history. Let's all go change the world and build a better financial system, not just for us, but our kids and grandkids. And like the song earlier, don't stop believing.
Good stuff. I think my first crypto conference was in 2013. I was setting up a booth for the company I'd founded. The first person I met at that conference was an individual setting up his booth across from me for Why Bitcoin magazine. This was David Bailey, who was the first person I met at a crypto conference. And been to many of these over the years, and it's just incredible to see where we've come over the past decade plus. Frankly, while it was the aspiration to get to this place and to have this level of attention and adoption and spread the word on crypto, it's probably exceeded my expectations, which is awesome. I think we have a lot more to go. At Kraken, our mission is exactly this. We are in this to grow crypto adoption with the goal being to increase financial freedom for everyone across the world. And so let's keep it rolling.
Involved in the space, or at least working in it or interested. Building a bank that touches Bitcoin, I can assure you, is incredibly challenging. We've had our ups and downs, but check us out, give us a chance. We're here to serve you guys. So if you're a customer, thank you very much. If you're not a customer, please come and take a look. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, same message, I think. Thank you for everyone that has been in this space for so long now. It's thanks to everyone believing in Bitcoin that now we are in this world where Bitcoin is a strategic reserve at the US government. It's part of treasury for many top 500 companies. It's such a journey, so really exciting to be part of it, and really excited to see where we're going.
Thank you, guys. Round of applause for these legends.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much for an incredible
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I'm Frank Korver, the political correspondent here at Bitcoin Magazine, and I'm joined by none other than Paula Penley, lawyer at Nelson Mullins, who represents Bitcoin miners. Very important work. Paula, please tell us a little bit about the work that you do.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm a trial attorney by trade, and I represent Bitcoin miners, publicly traded miners like Mara, and litigation that they face, any kind of contract disputes, any kind of environmental claims, just kind of runs the gamut. We're a full service law firm. But yes, I've been in the Bitcoin world since about 2021, and then just made some of those connections, learned about mining, and they've come to me for some of their litigation needs.
Okay, so litigation, we were talking off camera a little bit about litigation around maybe Bitcoin mining and the environment. So you were saying that the narrative isn't really changing. Maybe some of us here are familiar with the idea that Bitcoin mining might actually be the thing that catalyzes more sustainable energy, but that's not necessarily the narrative in the mainstream media.
Absolutely
and
not.
there's so please talk a little bit about what that's like, if you don't mind.
Sure. So you have people that are very anti-Bitcoin, just anti the industry, and it's really a lot of fear mongering, unfortunately. And so, like even the skull of Satoshi that's here, right? Greenpeace designed that to provoke, and it did. But if you look back, like the legal reality of the art is that the claims, the environmental claims that they levy against miners don't hold up to legal scrutiny. And so we are really, the branding of being anti-Bitcoin is definitely still there. So we're facing claims from environmental justice, which is like a branch that used to be of the Sierra Club, and you have the Greenpeace, and they're still very anti-Bitcoin. But the point, what they're doing though is they're shaping the narrative and the public perception by increasing the fear from people who don't understand mining, and they make these claims that, and it's too energy and like the housing price. Oh yeah, and the housing prices in the area have gone down if a mining's there, or the energy bills have gone up, or people are having headaches and the water's contaminated. But none of that holds up to any legal scrutiny. Like, they can have a slogan, but you actually in court, when we're trying cases, you actually have to have evidence to support any of these claims. And so they just haven't been able to do it quite yet. So we are aggressively trying to change that narrative for the miners.
See, when I hear this, and I hear someone like you talk about this, I feel like you're one of the most important people here, really doing this amazing work to make America a place where Bitcoin mining is welcome, and we see a decent amount of the hash rate come here. What is it that needs to change? What is it about the psychology of these institutions that makes them feel that Bitcoin is evil and not potentially a force for good when it comes to renewable energy?
It's just something they don't understand it. If you go on Google right now, say you're in Texas, which is where I'm from, and I'm based out of Dallas, and if you're in Texas and you Google mining, it's nothing but negative press that you see. So say you're new to Bitcoin and you've heard about it in the news, it's being adopted, you have an administration now that's it's been very positive and the momentum's kind of changed. So if you're truly interested in it, all of a sudden you pop on the internet to learn something, you're not seeing any positive press, it's only negative press. So we have to face it in the litigation world. We are facing the court of public opinion and changing that narrative, putting out the real benefits of Bitcoin mining. And then in the courtroom, we're able to really pull back, and that's a whole other topic where, they make all these claims in the public and social media, in the news, on newspapers. But then on the other side of it, when you actually look at the complaint in court, they don't make those claims because they wouldn't hold up in court. So they make different claims, and they bring what's called, it's a statute called an associate standing. And so you bring in an associate, and you don't have actually people bringing the lawsuit, you have community groups bringing the lawsuit. So they're just kind of infiltrating the residents in the neighborhood. They're usually like people that just don't understand digital currency, and they just find Bitcoin to be kind of the boogeyman, or the digital currency boogeyman. And so it's just changing that narrative and the public perception. And then we can really do that, and what we try to do that in court is get the kind of get the orders from the judges that are favorable, that we can push out into the press, and that'll kind of slowly shift. But I mean, it's new, so even judges don't know it. So we have to educate the judges. You have to educate the court system. We don't have, it ends up being like cases of first impression for some of these some of these judges, and the precedent isn't there, so we're kind of creating our own. And that's really making a big impact, and I think over time, it'll change.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're here. We have the media on our side here at Bitcoin Magazine. We have tens of thousands of people watching. What are some of the major victories you've had? What are you most proud of when it comes to the work that you do?
Well, yeah, just some of that, making sure that the residents now, we're actually, mining, the benefits of mining, okay? There are so many benefits.
Let's go.
And so, in Texas, for example, it helps. So every grid has to, essentially you have to stay at about, I think it's like 60 hertz, and you can only be within like a 0.5 on either
a variation
of that. So, and it helps balance the grid, okay? So, and people just don't understand that, miners, different from other, hospitals can't do that, factories can't do that, so they can help, balance the grid when
so
there's
they
a
can
high demand.
Shut their power off if there's a high demand for electricity. Okay.
Exactly, and then you can use, and there's abundant energy in Texas, right? So they can use renewable energy sources, which is what they do, and otherwise that would all go wasted. All of that energy would go wasted if it's not used. So the miners can actually capitalize on that energy, which is a very green thing that you will not hear in the news, but all that energy that would be wasted, they're able to use. And then, and if when the gas is flared, that's methane out into they're able to capture that and use that. And so there's all these green initiatives that just don't get told, that story doesn't get told. So that's part of what we try to tell when we're actually in court, in front of a jury, and in front of a judge.
Okay, and just for context there, so Mara, I know there's one company they're trying to do work, I think it's even in, not only with flared gas, but in dumps where there's methane emissions that come up. And for those that don't know, what is methane, like 80 times more potent than CO2? Can you talk a little bit about what does that mean to take methane, to turn that into energy? How does that process work, actually?
Oh gosh, that's a little above my pay grade.
Above your pay grade. But essentially, we're taking this waste gas, right? They're turning that into energy, and then it's coming back out as what, CO2, a less potent waste gas. So essentially, we're reducing the greenhouse effect.
Yeah, and I'll give a shout out to Daniel Batten, actually. He's like an energy researcher, environmental research, and he's great at putting out the rebuttal, the other side of the story. And he's part of Mara's, I think he's on the board. So he's excellent to kind of explain the real technical side of it.
Yeah, shout out to Daniel Batten and the work he's doing, and also a shout out to you, Paula. Thank you for the work that you're doing. We're about to head back to the Nakamoto stage. Keep it with us. We'll be right back after this.
Is significant because it has the potential to reshape the way Bitcoin mining looks on a go-forward basis. And so to jump right into it, are there any synergies that exist between HPC and Bitcoin mining, or are these two strategies just fundamentally different? Let's start with you, Jason. I would love to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I think there's one primary underlying synergy, and that is both industries require large amounts of power. And wherever you can source a large amount of power, you have the opportunity to create substantial value. And what we have seen is, what we are doing is using Bitcoin mining as a tool to bring more power capacity forward that can then be used in other sectors such as AI HPC. We have a 1 gigawatt facility, as an example, 60 miles outside of Dallas, Texas. We started that facility 3 years ago when there wasn't a ton of tremendous value to that facility for anything besides Bitcoin mining. That facility got off the ground, and now we are looking to use the remaining capacity for building out a series of data centers. So I think these two business lines work together very harmoniously. And I think what we are going to see is companies such as all of ours using Bitcoin mining to bring more power capacity forward and doing a combination of both Bitcoin mining and data centers, or eventually transitioning the site to all data centers. Then at the end of the day, the valuable and rare commodity is access to power, and both of these industries, I think, monetize that better than anything else out there.
I love that. Harris, anything to add there?
Yeah, I think Jason covered the commonalities very well. Let me go over some of the differences. And so starting with, Bitcoin mining can be placed almost anywhere, and it's much more sensitive to the cost of power. Whereas HPC, it's much more sensitive to the location. You need it in a location where you can get fairly significant talent to work there. You need high bandwidth fiber, and you need a much larger footprint than a Bitcoin mine can accept. Footprints for HPC now are 100 megawatts and above, usually much larger, whereas for a Bitcoin mine, you can profitably mine it with a much smaller footprint. So there are some significant differences that way. Of course, there's very significant differences beyond that in terms of infrastructure costs and the business models for the two, but I think we could get into that later.
Awesome. And Nazar, would love to hear from you as well. You guys fairly recently announced an awesome partnership with Core42. I'd love if you could sort of walk us through what that sort of partnership looks like in sort of your guys' experience as you've built out infrastructure on the HPC side of things.
Yeah, in December of 2024, we announced a deal with Core42, which is a subsidiary of G42. They were in the news a couple weeks ago with the big announcement in Abu Dhabi. They're building a cloud business here in the United States. They chose our site as kind of their first site and their largest deployment outside of Abu Dhabi. And part of what they were looking for, right, is kind of the execution of taking a site and actually delivering an AI data center. And part of it is the things that people talk about a lot, which is the design, the construction. But there's another component of it that I think often gets overlooked, and that's just the financing side of it. You know, how we finance these assets is different than most of us here have been financing our business historically. There is a significant credit component associated with it that is a deeper and larger market of credit available for that type of a product than was for any of us on the Bitcoin mining side. And so it was our ability to kind of outline for them the process in which we could both fund it, raise the capital, construct it, operate it, and then also have a roadmap for further growth. And as Harris just mentioned, each megawatt that we're building is roughly $7 to $8 million of CapEx. On the Bitcoin mining side, you know, just for context, we spend $400,000 to $500,000 per megawatt. So it's just a step change difference in the capital cost. And so when you talk about a 100 or 200 megawatt deployment, you're talking about, you know, a couple $1 billion of total CapEx that is excluding the hardware. And so that, therefore, that capital component becomes an important part of the execution as well.
Yeah. One of the things that I love that you touched on there is sort of talking about the capital component and the difference with HPC and how that differs with respect to Bitcoin mining. I'd love if you could touch on sort of the opportunity that endeavoring into HPC might present from a cost of capital perspective. And having this new sort of business line that has more stable, predictable forms of cash flow, does that help at all from, you know, that cost of capital standpoint with respect to how you might be able to finance and grow your mining operation? How do you think about that?
I mean, all of us have accessed the capital markets consistently for, you know, past 4 or 5 plus years. And so the tools that we've used have been different. You know, so I'd say, you know, capital has been available. Again, capital is one of those things that you get as much of it as you can when it's available because it's not always available. And so that's true for any industry, kind of any form of capital. But I think in this space, given the absolute sums that you're talking about, again, when you talk about 100 megawatts or 200 megawatts, this is literally a couple $1 billion of total capital. The absolute sums are greater, and therefore the need to have a more robust credit component becomes part of it. And so within that, you know, if you look at where we think, you know, we launched a financing a couple weeks ago. We're in the market for a $300 million financing off the back of the two buildings we're delivering to Core42. You know, we think we're going to price somewhere between, you know, kind of SOFR plus 400 to 500, and that'll be a fixed kind of return. Over time, you know, data center operators are closer to 200 over, and so we think, you know, there's probably a premium embedded in folks like us entering that market, which we think over time will kind of come down. But if you think about just 70, 80, 90% of your capital structure coming in at, you know, some spread of 200 to 300 to 400 basis points over SOFR, that's a very different kind of cost of capital than we've been recognizing historically. And so I think your question is, hey, will that help us further scale our Bitcoin mining operations? And I think so, right? I mean, I think there's a possibility when you start to value these companies, you know, generally people look at us and say you should be a high single digit, low double digit multiple in terms of your business. whereas these data center operators sometimes get valued at 20 to 25 times. So there's definitely a gap there, right? So there's just a valuation gap, one. And then second, there's that cost of capital. So to the extent that we can get a meaningful portion of the capital raising at a couple hundred basis points over SOFR, that's very different than the instruments that historically we've been using.
Awesome. And so, Harris, I have sort of a question for you. How do you think about sort of capital allocation? Bitdeer is a vertically integrated business. It's pursuing HPC. You're also building out the seal miner machine, and you're also doing self-mining. So I'm kind of curious how you think about capital allocation across all of these different business lines. And I'm also curious to hear how all of these sort of come together and play a role strategically for the company.
So, yeah, I think that's a good question. And it really begs the question of why is a Bitcoin company really getting into HPC? And it really is about the cost of capital for us. In life and in business, you should really focus on where you have the best advantage, where you have your passion or your talent or your expertise. And for us, for Bitdeer, in our DNA is really making ASICs and Bitcoin. We've been in it as long as anybody in the business, and we're really good at it. So how do we lower the cost of capital for that part of the business so we can accelerate that, accelerate our ASIC business, our Bitcoin mining business? And part of that answer lies in, well, of course, being a public company, and two, having a portion of our power allocated to high-performance computing and AI. Because of the multiple that you can get on EBITDA that's generated from that, the goal here is to have a complement, something that's almost exactly the opposite in revenue terms and stability of what Bitcoin mining is. Bitcoin mining has tremendous volatility. It's difficult to predict what the profitability will be a year, 2 years, or certainly after the next halving cycles. But for HPC, at least if you're in the real estate side, if you're building a turnkey data center and leasing it out to a hyperscaler, you can get a 15-year lease from a counterparty that's extremely stable, very low credit risk, and have an underlying revenue and profitability that has a much higher multiple on it than the same amount of profit from Bitcoin mining. And that allows you to access more capital at a lower cost and really put that into where you have strategic advantage. And in our case, that strategic advantage is in making mining rigs and Bitcoin mining. So that's sort of our strategy around this. It is about cost of capital and about lowering our cost of capital so we can focus it on where we have the strongest play going forward.
Awesome. And so, Jason, I'm going to direct this question towards you to start. So I'm really curious to hear how you think about sort of the opportunity cost of a megawatt. You guys at Riot have talked about potentially exploring HPC sort of uses for the 600 remaining megawatts at Corsicana. And I'm curious to hear how you think about, from a planning and strategy perspective, potentially managing the risk of Bitcoin breaking out to, say, 150K or 200K, and we observe sort of this window of significant improvement in mining economics. How do you sort of manage the flexibility or adaptability of your power capacity to be able to make sure that you don't miss that opportunity?
Well, I don't believe we are at risk of missing out on that no matter what we do with our power capacity as a result of the treasury strategy that we've employed for several years. Riot has been holding Bitcoin on its balance sheet since its very early years in 2017 going into 2018. And today we hold over 20,000 or nearly 20,000 Bitcoin rather, $2 billion, a pretty good chunk of change at the current Bitcoin price. So I think we're very well positioned to get the upside from Bitcoin no matter what. But from a megawatt allocation basis, I mean, the foundation of our strategy is building a portfolio of power assets. We've continued to have that thesis validated by acquiring undesirable surplus power assets that over time become more desirable. And we'll continue to do that, and we'll look at the attributes of those megawatts of that site and determine what are the value maximizing uses. What is the value maximizing end use of that power? Is it using Bitcoin mining? because it is undesirable for normal data centers at that time? Or is that site valuable enough that we can build out a data center platform and get all the benefits that Harris and Nazar were talking about, the higher multiple, the predictable cash flow, the blue chip counterparties? That's a tremendous value creation opportunity for us. And we are able to do that because of Bitcoin mining and because of Bitcoin. And we remain very well exposed to Bitcoin as a result of the treasury and our existing mining operations that we have.
Love that. Harris or Nazar, any additional thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think an important point that Jason raised is generally it's to move data than it is to move power. And so if it's a network in the world. You can mine Bitcoin in any corner of the earth and it shows up and it's an asset. And you can't move power from any corner of the earth to any other corner of the earth. And so generally, I think a lot of us are playing this general theme that at the intersection of power and data, it's always going to be easier to move data than it is power.
Love that. Harris, any thoughts? Or?
Yeah, so I think, power is not equal everywhere, right? Our 600 megawatts in Bhutan is great for Bitcoin mining, and at the present time, probably not great for AI. Though over time, that could certainly change. Whereas our sites in Ohio or Texas are similar size to Bhutan, but probably a lot more appropriate for AI. So I think the location of the power is at least as important as the size of the power and whether you allocate it towards HPC or to Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think I'd sum up everything that we're saying is Bitcoin miners are uniquely positioned to be long power, like other industries aren't able to do.
Totally agree there. And so I want to pivot a little bit, and I'd love to get each of your guys' thoughts on sort of some of the hybrid sort of data center, I'll call it models that different groups have talked about. So is it possible for high-performance computing infrastructure and Bitcoin mining sort of infrastructure to live under the same roof? Or are the requirements to ultimately support that infrastructure so fundamentally different that they really should be separated? And the last piece that I want to add on to that are advancements with things like hydro cooling, making it a little bit more feasible for a hybrid sort of data center model to make sense. Let's start with you, Jason.
Sure, I'll take the first part of your question. I think there is an opportunity, and I think what we are going to see over time, although for sure we're certainly in early days, is that Bitcoin mining is this incredibly valuable tool to enhance the economics of data centers. Data center operators will benefit from having a flexible, interruptible load like Bitcoin mining. Especially when you think about generative AI data centers where they are not utilizing all of their compute, or any GPU data center, they're not utilizing all their compute 100% of the hours of the year. But they still have to have secured power capacity and presumably are hedging out power for every hour of the year. They will, if they're not generating something, if they're not having any economic output of that power during hours, they're effectively losing money. Bitcoin mining fills that gap. Bitcoin mining, in those cases, monetizes that surplus energy. And this folds into our broader longer-term theory at Riot that you're going to find Bitcoin mining in every component of energy systems and grids all over the world because it is a tool like none other that can monetize that excess power.
Harris, what do you think?
Yeah, so I think I'll take a more technical slant at that question, and that is that there is a lot of commonality now between the hydro-cooled Bitcoin mining rigs and AI, which is also hydro-cooled for the most part going forward. So I think there's more commonality in the infrastructure going forward than there has been in the past or even now. And another thing, I think we can probably safely say that going forward, AI data centers will not require, or will require less of the 99.99% uptime and, complete backup capability, because it's one thing to have backup capability for a 50 megawatt or 100 megawatt data center. It becomes increasingly difficult as you get to a 500 megawatt data center to fire up 500 megawatts of diesel for backup. So I think just for practical reasons. And I'm not saying they're doing this now, but going forward in the coming years, I believe that the AI data centers will come a little bit towards Bitcoin in terms of how they operate, a little bit, not too much. And then, of course, Bitcoin has been moving towards sort of traditional high-powered computing models by using hydrocooling. So that gap is closing. Right now, the gap is huge, but I think it will close partially over the next, say, several years.
Nazar, any quick thoughts?
Yeah, just when you asked the question, can they live under the same roof? I don't think they can live under the same roof, but they are complementary loads. And so if you look at the grid in general, there is a huge demand that's out there that people are worried at how they're going to meet this upcoming big demand. And so having demand side flexibility is critical. And Jason touched upon this a little bit, saying that Bitcoin mining is this unique tool that is, I call it the most economically rational electric load that exists. In any 10-minute increment, you know exactly what you're getting or what you're kind of giving up. So having this as a synergistic tool to help shape and balance the grid out is going to be invaluable. And so I think Bitcoin miners have, in some experiment that's happened, if you think about what we've done over the last 5, 6, 7 years, we've shown the market what a large, scaled, flexible load can do. And it's not just a discussion, it's not theoretical, it's application. And so I think going forward, the synergies that you're going to see between a flexible load, such as Bitcoin mining, and other loads that may not be as flexible, those are going to have to be paired together to be able to transition from where we are today to where we want to get to kind of 5 and 10 years out.
Awesome, and we have time for maybe just one final last question. I thought I'd try to come up with something a little bit spicy for this. So I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts. Do you think that pure play Bitcoin miners can survive or ultimately compete with the Bitcoin miners that are diversifying their power capacity to other uses such as HPC or AI workloads? And I'd love to hear what you guys think about that. Maybe try to give a sentence or two. Start with you, Jason.
Yeah, I think there's room for both types of businesses. I think you have different investor profiles and you have different assets that you can work on. So I think both will continue to exist, but I think with those with large quantities of power, the opportunities with AI HPC data centers are just going to be too much to ignore.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's room for pure play mining and mining that's associated with power generation or utilities. I think over time, we will see more mining associated with companies that do power generation or utilities. I think it's a natural fit for them. And if we do our job right as BitDeer, it should become easier and easier to have mining rigs as part of your infrastructure. So, right now it's almost all pure play mining companies, but I think there's going to be a natural shift over time. Both will exist, but I think there will be more mining among utility and power generation companies.
And Nazar, do you want to quickly finish?
We're all ice cream, we're different flavors. And so fundamentally, we're taking power, converting in some way. So pick your flavor. Some people like different flavors. We're all just different flavors of ice cream. We'll all survive.
Awesome. Well, that's all we have. I want to give a big thanks to all of our panelists. It was an amazing discussion. Thank you all for joining, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Awesome. Thank you so much for another.
Hey y'all, it's Veteran Crypto here. Hope you're enjoying the Bitcoin conference. Those of you that can't afford to go out there and be a part of the festivities. A bunch of the crew from Discover Crypto, Blockchain Basement, Lab Academy, they're all out there. They're all out there enjoying.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine newscast presented by Mara. I'm Frank Glover, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, and I'm joined by none other than Dombe, firefighter and Bitcoiner, a Bitcoiner who is running for a board seat for CalPERS, which is the largest public pension fund in the U.S. Dom, welcome. Please tell us a little bit about what you have going on.
Yeah, so, been a firefighter for 16 years, got a bunch of unions to learn about Bitcoin. They ended up getting involved, some added it to the balance
where
sheet and learned a ton about pensions through Bitcoin and prior. So I'm running now for a board spot on CalPERS, the largest pension in the United States.
Okay, and what will your responsibilities see? Like, so I'd imagine you're going to win. You got the personality for it. You got the Bitcoiner spirit for it. What will your responsibilities be in this position?
Yeah, so the board has plenary authority over the pension, which means basically everything. What's most important and why I'm running, there is a fracture in the incentive structure on the investment side of CalPERS. Years of underperformance, multiple chief investment officers. They've had 4 different CIOs in 5 years. So realigning the incentives, something Bitcoiners know all about, are the incentives, and then bringing education and just countering 10 years of misinformation from a very hostile, agenda-heavy mainstream media.
Okay. When it comes to education, what does that look like? Is it just sitting down with people one-on-one? Are you hosting meetings? What do those efforts look like?
Yeah, so obviously, the pension can educate individuals. I have a nonprofit. We work with educating unions. The main thing to breaking the misinformation is meeting people where they are. People have seen the headlines. All the viewers at home have seen the headlines. Person loses seed phrase. Bitcoin collapses and the price drops. Criminals use Bitcoin. How do you, neutralize those and go, okay, assume those are true. Let's still learn about this thing. Can you put $1 of Bitcoin in self-custody and see what it does, what it feels like? Can you learn what they're doing at USC or UCLA and why they have a Bitcoin club? That starts to chip away at that misinformation. And so that's a cornerstone of everything I've ever done in the Bitcoin space.
Amazing. Do you actually give people that hands-on experience? I find that that's really one of the most powerful things, right? When people think about assets, they see their Fidelity or their Charles Schwab thing and they look at their portfolio, but Bitcoin is a different experience, right? We have to learn how to hold those private keys. We understand that it's a much different, it's almost a bodily experience that we have to learn. There's an excitement that comes with it. There's a responsibility. Do you go through that with people?
100%. I always say, do not pass self-custody, do not pass go. Bitcoin's greatest features are its most simple features. The fact that I can hold access to Bitcoin in my own custody, not need permission from a bank, and I can carry it with me, but yet I'm not carrying the asset, I'm carrying the access to the asset. That's groundbreaking. We don't have to do more than that. Yeah. The fact that I can send Bitcoin peer-to-peer without permission.
Appreciate that. Sorry, I just got news that we actually have to go back to the Nakamoto stage. Dom, thank you for all that. We really appreciate it. We're heading back to here now from Irene Gao from Bitmain with a special announcement. Keep it live. We're here at Bitcoin 2025. We'll be right back at the live desk after this.
Thanks, Frank.
What we're doing at POW Mining and the new announcement, the exciting news about the U3 S23 hydro miners. So we're founded in 2013. We're headquartered in Singapore, and we also have global operations for the strategic purpose to support our clients locally. We have an office in UAE and the United States, one in United States in New York, the other one is in Irvine, California. So we will give proper support to the clients where need us. And we are not providing mining rigs, but also provide a comprehensive solutions to build a better POW ecosystem. We partner with the Nasdaq-listed cloud mining company, Vifufu, to provide cloud mining hash rate to the clients from everywhere. And we also work with the world-class mining pool and pool to support the clients who are the largest in this industry. And we also provide lending business together with Antarfa to ensure our clients can have their crypto assets security and have a more abundant usage and friendly usage of their capitals. And we also work with some energy providers to provide a better hosting solutions to our clients across the world. And here is a process about how we keep the innovation of the technology. You can see from S1, the efficiency per miner is 2,000 jar per terahash, and now we delivered 9.5 joule per terahash energy efficiency machines to the industry. Whenever we make a movement, this is a true leap forward for not only Bitmain, but also the entire mining world. So today, we're very excited to be here and successfully launch the latest server SaaS product, U3 S23 Hydro. It reached a new peak of hash rate, 1,160 terahash per unit, with the energy efficiency at 9.5 joule per terahash. What does it mean? It means it's the most efficient miners in the world. The efficiency have 27% increased, and the hash rate density just doubled. It means you can use less to produce more. You can consume less energies, you can have better economies, you use less space, but have a higher hash rate density. This is a truly game changer to the mining world. We're not only produce the most efficient miners, but we also want to have a smarter project. So this is a unique project that the first time to have the new business been introduced to crypto. That's because the miner can be compatible to the AI data centers. You can actually have a workload converge of both business and have a double benefit through it. Additionally, our clients can use the heat generated from their large-scale mining data centers to channeling to no matter residential use or the greenhouse operations to have a byproduct benefit through it. And everybody knows the hydro cooling products will give you the lowest operational cost, and you don't need a lot of maintenance on it, but have really good efficiency and performance. And we know that the Bitcoin mining industry is helping to the grids to balance the load. So you can also use these U3 miners to optimizing the peak and off-peak period to ensure you can get the best energy efficiency as much as possible. And except of the U3 miners, we also provide all-in-one solutions. When we talk about the deployment, we want it as easy as possible, as fast as possible. That's why we introduced these containerized solutions. With the intelligent PDU on it, you can have a real-time monitoring of your performance of the miners and have a remote control of it. And as it's a modular design, it's very easy and independent operate and easier maintenance. It means you can easily deploy it where the power is. You don't have to build the transmission lines, or even it can be run behind the meter. So those rapid deployments enable you to have those projects being set up in days instead of months. And I will give you two concrete examples for the solutions. One is the latest hydro cooling solutions with dry cooler, plus the most advanced traditional hydro miners. We just announced it yesterday, S23 Hydro. So, which each container is powered by 1.5 megawatts. It can supply 308 units, deliver a really high density of the hash rate. And it's very easy to be deployed. There's a really, really amazing power usage efficiency of this containerized solutions. It's only 1.02. And it's a dry cooler system that's mostly data center been applied, very efficiency, and it's a scalable turnkey solutions plug and play. You can have a rapid deployment for 100 megawatts within the shortest time of period. And the second example is the immersion cooling solutions with S23 immersion and Nspace MD5 together with the dry cooling towers. So each containerized solution is powered by 0.9 megawatts, and it can support 160 units of miners. What makes these miners so unique that it can work with dual performance modes, high energy modes and normal energy modes. The high energy modes performance is 12 joule per terahash with 442 terahash per unit, while the normal energy modes is 11 joule per terahash with 368 terahash per unit. What that means? It means no matter you want to prioritize your mining performance or energy efficiency, you can just switch according to the real-time data, which makes you have as much flexibility as you can in your mining business. And we also believe this flexibility gives the more opportunities for the future mining. Additionally, according to our clients' needs, we put monthly efforts to invest in more to the US production lines. We work with local manufacturers. We also invest in more to build more manufacturers to ensure that miner can be made in the US. Our clients want to have a fast delivery and want to have the goods in US and shop on time of after sales support. And now we have that available just in the US. You can pick the goods or have the repair services from one of our warehouse and get it within a land transportation within 7 days. So we'll keep continuing investment in this aspect, ensure it can satisfy the needs of our local customers. And we can give prioritized shipment of the goods made in US for US clients, especially for the new generation of the equipment. And that shows our commitment to give not only the best products, but also the best service to our clients in the US. So we are not providing products, but also keep the technology innovation and provide best services. And we think all the things we are work on is because this endless support from our clients, our friends and partners. And we want to keep going and work together with you guys and provide more support, and let's work together in the future, and let's build a better POW mining ecosystem together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Irene. Mining truly is such a key part of our industry, and having more mining here in America always sounds incredible. I know you guys are really excited for what's to come, so we're going to move on swiftly to another keynote. This is an announcement from Lava Loan, so please join me in welcoming to stage Shazan Moredia from lava.xyz. Let's go, guys. Let's get some energy. Shazan!
Hey everyone, my name is Shazan Moredia, and I'm the founder of Lava. So to start off, I want to thank everyone for being here with me today. So how many of you guys here have used the custodial platform? FTX, BlockFi, raise your hand. BlockFi, Mt. Gox, Celsius, Voyager. Seems like basically everyone here. Well, in just the last few years, these custodial platforms have lost more than $100 billion of customer funds. And one of the main reasons people resort to custodial platforms is to borrow against their Bitcoin, which makes sense. Because Bitcoin is the greatest appreciating asset of all time. If you can avoid having to sell it, why wouldn't you? And people borrow for all sorts of reasons, to buy a house, to buy a car, to fund a vacation, or other day-to-day expenses. But what if you could borrow without giving up self-custody? Today, I'm announcing Lava Loans, the first non-custodial way to borrow against Bitcoin. Lava is the first loan product where you can verify in real time and on-chain that your collateral is not being rehypothecated. Our team of cryptography researchers have spent years embedding the logic for a loan into a smart contract, a Bitcoin smart contract, so that when you borrow, no one can trade your Bitcoin and you can verify it. With Lava, you get cryptographic proof, not just legal or reputational assurances that your collateral is safe. And not only is Lava the most secure way to borrow against your Bitcoin, it's the easiest way to borrow against your Bitcoin. Lava is already global, it's permissionless, it takes you have to answer just 2 questions, and you can get a loan within seconds. And at any time, you can open the app and view your Bitcoin on-chain and make sure that it is safe and secure. And today I'm announcing that not only is Lava the most secure way to borrow against your Bitcoin and the easiest way to borrow against your Bitcoin, but it's the most flexible and lowest cost way to borrow against your Bitcoin. We have secured the capital so that we can now fund loans in any size, from $100 to $1 billion. That's better than even any custodial platform on the market. And with Lava, you get the lowest rates. We're 20% lower than the next best custodial platform. And for everyone out here in the audience today, for the next 24 hours, we're running a promo, so you can borrow at 12 months for less than 10%. This is better than any other platform on the market, full stop. If you want to try out Lava today, scan this QR code. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Lava Loans and Zan. I told you it was going to be super rapid on this stage, and we have another big announcement for you guys. So this is titled A New Dawn for Pakistan. History in the making. We're making history already today, but let's hear from Bilal bin Saqib, the Pakistan Crypto Council, Government of Pakistan. Let's get a big round of applause, everyone, for Bilal.
Good afternoon, Bitcoin Vegas. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. It's an honor for me to represent my country as the Minister for Crypto and Blockchain. And I want to take this as an opportunity to honor every single one of you. Because when others were fudding, you were holding. When others were laughing, you were building. You have essentially helped save this movement. And now the world is catching on. We are entering into a new era, an era where the power is going from the very few towards the masses. An era where from closed operations now we are looking at open rails. An era where we were too nervous to ask for permission, but now we can talk about possibilities. I want to take this as an opportunity to also congratulate the United States of America for always being at the forefront of innovation and for embracing bold ideas. I also want to congratulate and recognize President Trump for not just being a great peace builder who recently de-escalated a war situation in our region, but essentially as the president who saved crypto. He didn't just save crypto, he gave crypto the movement that it requires. He was able to recognize what most world leaders were too afraid to say, that Bitcoin is not a threat, it is an opportunity for innovation, an opportunity for freedom, and an opportunity for sovereignty. And today, on those premises, I bring you a message from Pakistan, a country which is oftenly misrepresented, people don't see it from the right lens. People see it from the lens of conflict, but our contributions are mostly overlooked. So let me introduce you to Pakistan from a lens of crypto. We are the 5th most populous country on earth, 230 to 250 million people, 70% under the age of 30. The median age of the country is 23. We are home to around 40 to 50 million crypto wallets. And that is not out of great regulation or luxury. It is out of great tenacity, resilience of the young tech-savvy population of Pakistan. We produce over 50,000 IT graduates every year. They do not wait for permission, they are building. And today I am representing them, which, they are also one of the leading freelancer markets of the world. So today I am not here as a policymaker for them. I am here voicing them. I am voicing this generation that wants to build, wants to contribute in the global ecosystem. They want Pakistan to be innovative, just like the USA, and want Pakistan to be globally connected. And today marks a very important and remarkable day in that journey of Pakistan. Today is a very historic day because today I will announce that the Pakistani government is setting up their own government-led Bitcoin strategic reserve. And we want to thank the United States of America again, because we are getting inspired from them. And this wallet, the National Bitcoin Wallet, is not for speculation or hype. We will be holding these Bitcoins and we will never, ever sell them. Pakistan is a great case study when it comes to blockchain. We are also announcing 2,000 megawatts of electricity to mine Bitcoin and for AI data centers. So we want to welcome all miners to come to Pakistan, all the infrastructural players to come to Pakistan and build with us. And this is just the beginning, because we have over 100 million unbanked people. They lack tools for saving, for investment. And we want to change that. We want them to break their economic classes, and I really believe that crypto and blockchain can help us take that quantum leap. We receive over $36 billion in remittances. That's a beautiful case for stablecoins. So we are looking at the Genius Act very carefully. We want to tokenize our illiquid assets. We want to do digital IDs. We want to create a public infrastructure to increase government efficiency. So Pakistan is really forward-looking at all of this tech. And there's something that is very close to my heart, is that Pakistan and Bitcoin has suffered from bad PR. We were looked at it being dangerous, risky, and unstable. But that is not the case. Once we look beyond these headlines, we can see a lot of potential, resources, and talent. So Pakistan is looking for allies. Pakistan is looking for access, because Pakistan wants to build. And hence why I think that today could be that remarkable day where Pakistan is seen from a different lens. It is not seen from a lens of fear. It is seen from a lens of possibility, of innovation, of building. So let today be the day where it's not just a new dawn for Pakistan, but for the whole world, where Pakistan can become that case study for emerging markets, where we can then help the belt from Morocco to Malaysia and all the other emerging economies in the South on how they should adopt digital assets framework. So let today be remembered that Pakistan is open for innovation, and we look forward to welcoming you all. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Bilal.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I'm Frank Korver, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, and I'm joined by Matt Cole, CEO of Strive Asset Management. Matt, it's a pleasure to have you here with us.
Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, pleasure's all ours. We want to talk a little bit about what you guys have going on. I know Strive just raised a lot of money. We have a Bitcoin treasury company. You had a cool announcement today. Please fill us in on what's happening.
Yeah, so a couple weeks ago we announced that Strive is going to be a Bitcoin treasury company. We announced a reverse merger with the publicly traded company asset entities. And then just 2 weeks later, we announced a massive raise. So $750 million plus the potential for an additional $750 through warrants. So potentially $1.5 billion. And the whole idea here is you have to start a Bitcoin war chest. We also talked a little bit about how we're different. So we're going to deploy all of the known beta strategies that we think are great. I mean, massive fan of what Strategy's done, what Metaplanet's doing, all these innovators in the space. We're an asset manager, so my background is driving alpha strategies, and I think there's an ability for innovation in this space, so we actually have a real differentiator in that we have a handful of multi-strategy alpha strategies to outperform Bitcoin. Is a lot of room for innovation in this space, and we're pushing other companies to adopt Bitcoin as well.
Yeah, I think speaking to what you were just saying, people say these treasury companies, the volatility is a feature, not a bug when it comes to the treasury companies, right? Could play the market either way if that's the case, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the other thing too, I think there was an announcement about Meta today. Did something happen with Meta? What was that?
Yeah, it wasn't even an announcement. So we put a proposal for Meta to put Bitcoin on their balance sheet. And so they gave us 3 minutes to give the pitch directly to Mark Zuckerberg. And so we actually did this backstage. They put it live on the stage, and it was laying out what is the best case for Bitcoin adoption. And I think Meta's interesting in the sense that their operating business is actually really strong, but they can take it to the next level. They have $70 billion of cash that's losing purchasing power effectively every single day as the debt crisis accelerates, money printing continues, and instead of just letting it lose purchasing power, maximize value to shareholders, adopt a bold Bitcoin strategy. And I mean, if you didn't know, Zuckerberg actually has a goat, and the goat is named Bitcoin.
I've heard this before. I wasn't sure if it was true, to be honest.
It's real.
You can't believe everything you see on the internet, but I'll take your word for it, for sure. When it comes to a company like that with $70 billion on the balance sheet, and you have a conversation with the owner, with the founder, what are you talking about? 2% allocation, 5%, 50% allocation? What does that look like?
Yeah, so for them, I would say the bigger the better. I mean, they have the ability to drive as much capital as they want. For people that aren't Bitcoiners but just want a little exposure, I think a 3 to 5% allocation is a percentage that you may not be a true believer, you could lose it and you won't actually go out of business. But if you actually understand where we're going and you understand the debt crisis, and I'm a former fixed income portfolio manager, was one of the largest buyers of US treasuries, which is kind of funny given the global debt crisis, but I saw this, and as you actually understand it, it's as much as possible, I think, is the right answer for corporations, for states, for nation states like the United States, everyone.
Appreciate that. Appreciate the perspective. Thank you again for joining us, Matt. We are going to head back to the Nakamoto stage to hear from Brian Johnson. We're live from Bitcoin 2025. Stick with us. We'll be right back after this.
Live at the Bitcoin conference with Brian Johnson. Brian, how is this whole conference feel? It's like both of your worlds colliding in a way.
It is, yeah. Actually, I built a company, Braintree Venmo, 10 years ago.
and we integrated in Coinbase to accept Bitcoin. So I was very early
Oh, this is
in
that
believing Bitcoin
freaking
as
weird
a powerful
dude yesterday
medium,
that was
payment and also
freaking talking
finance.
about like
So yeah, I'm
boners while
excited
you
to be here.
sleep.
It's amazing
he
to see
gets
this community thrive.
plasma
I have
transfusions
to
or
ask, was
something from his
Venmo
son.
inspired by
Get
Bitcoin?
like his
No,
younger
it was just
son's
trying to solve a
hormones
very
and stuff
practical
like that.
question.
to keep
How do you
himself
move
young.
money between people in a seamless way? And then Bitcoin
It was
answers
an
the question in a
interesting
more elegant
thought.
fashion.
Anyway, it
This is
it was
your
on
first
day
official
one. You guys
Bitcoin
can watch it if you
conference.
want.
What's your main takeaway?
That everybody needs to get more sleep. I spend a lot of time with people like, you will make more money in Bitcoin if you make sleep your number one life priority. So my primary role of being here is to help people make health their number one life priority. There's this idea, well, I was an entrepreneur as well. Nobody had my back in saying, Brian, if you prioritize sleep, you will feel better. If you prioritize sleep, you may not be as depressed as you are. And so that gets to really significant things. I want to be a positive voice in people's ear to say, make good life choices, prioritize health and wellness, and you will be a better, happier person.
I love that. Before I used to like pull all-nighters, but I heard all-nighters actually make your brain dead.
Yes, it does. So bad sleep is brain damage. It really does. It just is catastrophic for the body. So you want to prioritize high quality sleep. You will be a better human. You'll make more money. You'll be a better partner if you prioritize sleep.
Prioritize sleep, and there you have it. But don't go to sleep yet, because we still have more with the news desk. All right, wait.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk. As Isabella said, the last thing you want to do right now is go to sleep, because I am here with Matt Cole, CEO of Strive Asset Management. Matt, you talked a little bit before about a 3-minute pitch that you made, that a member of your team or yourself made to Mark Zuckerberg. How do you get the message across to someone like Mark Zuckerberg in 3 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, to explain Bitcoin in 3 minutes is a challenge, right? So you have to make it quick. So the first thing is, why Bitcoin? So we talk about how large of an asset class it is, because for these large companies, before, if it's $100 billion asset class, you can't allocate to that for a corporate strategy, even if you believe in it. Now it's a $2 trillion asset class, right? So enough size to actually allocate to it. We talk about the rise of M2, the debt crisis, how cash is losing its purchasing power. And inflation in and of itself is not the place to look. You actually have to look at the rise of stocks. You have to look at the rise of home prices, right? That M2 is actually driving prices up. And what is it driving the price up most? Bitcoin. It's the fastest horse. It's the most hard, scarce asset as we move into this world of abundance. We lay that case out. And the second part of it is, what makes that for Facebook or whatever company unique? And so we laid out for Facebook how they're in a position of strength. Their operating business is super strong, but if they want to be the largest company in the future, I mean, they're going to have to compete with strategy, frankly, and they could do that by adopting the Bitcoin treasury strategy.
Adopting the Bitcoin treasury strategy, competing with MicroStrategy. This is what Matt Cole has going on at Strive Asset Management. We are about to head back to the Nakamoto stage to hear from none other than the sons of the President of the United States of America, Don Jr. and Eric Trump. We're heading over to Nakamoto. We're here at Bitcoin 2025. Over to Nakamoto. We'll be back here after this.
We continue to accelerate, to do things that no one ever thought that we could do. We are creating history today and forever. Right, guys, so let's go with this incredible panel. This is titled Bitcoin as a Public Asset, the Rise of New Bitcoin. So let's get lots of energy out there. Join me in welcoming to stage our moderator, Aaron Arnold from Altcoin Daily. We have Eric Trump. Let's get a roar, everyone. We have Donald Trump Jr. We have Mike Ho from American Bitcoin. And we have Matt Prusak from American Bitcoin. Let's go. This is an incredible panel. Enjoy, everyone.
All right. Let them hear it, guys. Woo!
How are you, Las Vegas?
Take a seat, gentlemen, please. It is amazing to be on stage with these legends. Guys, promises made, promises kept. How does it feel to be building a Bitcoin company in a Bitcoin-friendly country?
Woo! Well, Las Vegas, we love you to death. We absolutely love you to death. Our family loves you. Hey guys, we're bringing Bitcoin to America, and America is going to win the crypto revolution. That much I can tell you right now. We finally have a competent president in the White House. And we have a president who loves this industry and is behind this industry 100%. Hey guys, I'm telling you, we as a family could not be more excited about this, and amazing things to come with this group of people on stage right now.
Listen, I agree. It's amazing. I know my father made a lot of promises to the crypto community, to the Bitcoin community. When I see the growth from Nashville last year to this, you understand you're really on the precipice of something special, and that includes all those who've been in this. From our standpoint in the private sector, I mean, between Eric, myself, I think we could show our true level of commitment when you look at all of the things we're doing in this space. Obviously, you have what we're doing here with American Bitcoin from the mining side. I think you saw all the announcement yesterday. Truth Social, TMTG, committing $2.5 billion to a Bitcoin treasury. And then, you know, the trifecta of crypto, you have what we're doing with World Liberty and USD1 from a DeFi platform. And so, you know, we didn't just talk about the sound bites. We're actually executing on all of the things, and we're very long crypto. I mean, it's a huge part of everything that we do right now.
And, you know, so my name is Aaron Arnold. I've millions of followers online at Altcoin Daily. Of course, you know the Trump brothers. I want to, and guys, anytime at any point, anybody's feel free to jump in, and we're all going to have a conversation. I want to get to know these two guys right now, the leaders of American Bitcoin, the Trump's mining company. And, you know, tell us, you guys were working in Bitcoin mining before President Trump got elected. You have been here for years, and you're here this year. How is it different this year? Is it a night and day difference?
There was a chance that we would not be sitting here today. The previous administration and their anti-crypto rhetoric, the proposed bills, the proposed 30% excise tax to miners, we wouldn't be sitting here today.
We could be an orange for Bitcoin, but it'd be an orange jumpsuit based on some of the ways they were prosecuting these things, right?
Absolutely.
Slightly different kind of orange, not exactly for me.
And on that point, now you have regulators hosting roundtables with the industry leaders working hand in hand in charting a path forward. I'll give an example. I'll give an analogy. I'll give a metaphor. Before, if you wanted to get from point A to point B, and you knew the path was littered with landmines, but you didn't know where they were. And when you find out, it's too late. That's enforcement with lawsuits. Now imagine getting from A to B, but the regulators are there, side by side with detectors. You cross from A to B together while mapping out where the landmines are for everyone else to know how to get past safely for the next travelers. It's truly incredible to be making America the crypto capital of the world.
I could not agree more. You could feel it, Mike, right? You could just feel in the air. Things have changed, right? We've obviously been through so many roller coasters, ups and downs, but every time the up is higher, right? Every time is a little bit better, and the time truly is now.
I think one of the things, I don't know, everyone didn't have the benefit of doing this. I was in yesterday and I spoke on this stage, and the vice president then had a roundtable with David Sachs, who's the crypto czar for the White House. And I got to just sit in on the room and listen. Obviously, some of the biggest leaders in the space. I'm sure you all know every person that was in the room, and you could see just in the responses, it wasn't your typical DC politician, like, here's the 4 things that someone gave me sound bites that I had to read off, and we checked that box. You could actually see everyone in the room just breathe a sigh of relief, because not only did the vice president, but obviously the crypto czar had such a fundamental understanding of the issues, of the space, invested in it themselves. These are people who've been in it for years and got it. That's such a big deal, where in Washington, the people who are making these rules, hey, crypto's big, it's sexy, so we're gonna put the person who has the most tenure. They don't have to know anything about the space. They're gonna make trillion-dollar decisions that they know nothing about. You could see everyone in the room was like, oh, thank God, they get it. And I think that's gonna bode very well for the community.
Let me
getting called off?
They're a violinist?
Was that bad?
Let me ask you guys this, because I've been talking to the tens of thousands of people watching the conference right now, and of course there's millions and millions watching at home, and it's very rare we get both Trump brothers to talk about crypto on the same stage. And this is something that people have
You know, a lot of my time for the last decade has actually been focused on politics, and it's sort of nice to be like, hey, we've run our last race. Now I'm fully, out of that space and to get back into focus. I think we all sort of experienced it a little bit in that, between the two of us, I think we're the most subpoenaed people in the history of the world. I think I've done more congressional testimony than anyone, and what we learned in those processes as we were debanked, as we lost insurance, as people that we would have been able to call and they would have picked up the phone call on the first ring for decades, no longer even answered. We realized how many of the traditional sort of TradFi systems were actually broken. I always likened it it was a Ponzi scheme that we were a part of that we didn't realize we were a part of. We were just so far up in the pyramid that it just sort of worked. And you realized how many people in America probably were getting screwed, whether it was because of political beliefs or things that they had done, and they didn't have those opportunities. And so this whole notion of democratizing finance, that's not going to be done in the traditional banking ways. That's going to be done in crypto.
Every single person in here got those calls, right? I mean, Don and I were getting these on behalf of commercial buildings, on behalf of hard assets. Hey, guess what? Your bank account is gone. The 600 people that you have working in the hotel that's 700 yards behind us right now that I built, you no longer have a traditional bank to bank that hotel because they don't like the fact that you're wearing a hat that's red that says, "Make America Great Again." Guys, we probably would have never found crypto had it not been for the very same scumbags that were coming after all of you. I mean, how many people in here? I've heard the stories from everyone. How many people in here had Wells Fargo call them up and, you know what? I owned 1 Bitcoin, and because of that, they found out and they canceled my accounts. I mean, my accounts just stopped working. And guys, you realize how corrupt the system is. I mean, every single person this system was weaponized. Traditional finance was absolutely weaponized. And, I always say, the enemy of your enemy is often your friend. That's what happened between the Trump family and the crypto community. And I'm not sure if we would have won the same way. I think we would have won, but I'm not sure if we would have won in the same decisive manner had it not been for this incredible community that was by our side the entire time. And I hate using the word hate, but honestly, I would love to see some of the big banks go extinct, because honestly, they deserve it. And the fact that they've been allowed to get away with murder for as long as they have is honestly kind of shocking. I use this analogy all the time, but obviously I run a very big real estate company. Every Friday at 5 o'clock, we're waiting for a wire to come in. The SWIFT system is broken, but not a single person outside the crypto community has talked about this system that's so fundamentally flawed.
Decentralized finance,
it works 40 hours a week, barely.
All those buzzwords you're always
you
hearing
have
about.
traditional banking in this country that runs
That's
9
exactly
to 5 with an hour and a half lunch break.
People are
go try and get a mortgage on your house. It takes 120 days, of which case at the end of it, they deny you, even though they banked you forever.
That's why those of us
they
that are
say
in
your
DeFi
money's
are so
safe when
bullish,
you deposit $1 million in a bank and they keep $100,000 of it and they go spend your money somewhere else.
And we're
you
the ones earning.
Try and pull out more than $5,000 and you're on some terrorist watch list somewhere. I mean, the whole system, guys, is broken. And now all of a sudden you have crypto, which solves all the problems. It makes everything cheaper. It makes it faster. It makes it safer. It makes it more transparent. It makes the whole system more functional. And you wonder why these massive buildings that dot the skylines of every city around the world, you wonder why these buildings even exist, and the thousands of people that are pushing antiquated paper in these buildings. And guys, they're fearful of this room. They're fearful of all of us, and they better adapt, otherwise they're gonna get run over, and they're gonna get run over really, really quickly.
Let me ask the Trump brothers one more question, and the next ones I'm going to throw it to these guys over here, the American Bitcoin team. But like I said, I've been talking with everybody in the conference, and something that you revealed in Bitcoin Mina, Abu Dhabi, Eric, on your speech is that you've known Michael Saylor, both of you, for 20 years. And he in fact helped kind of talk to you about Bitcoin and get you to realize the value prop. Now, Michael Saylor, he's always so tactful. He never likes to reveal personal conversations between him and the Trump family. Could you tell us what Michael Saylor said to you that finally got you thinking, maybe there is value here?
So Michael's been a great friend of mine. And by the way, everybody needs to give him a round of applause because he's great, truly one of the greatest. Bitcoin is so fortunate to have him. Crypto is so fortunate to have him. But he's truly one of the great spokespeople. But I've known Michael for 20 years, long before he even went down the Bitcoin route. We were friends from New York. But I was with him about a year ago. He goes, Eric, here's the play. You need to mortgage Mar-a-Lago right now. You need to take $2 billion out on Mar-a-Lago right now, and you need to go long Bitcoin. And I go, I don't know, if I mortgage my father's house right now, I'm not sure if he's, and by the way, he's a total Bitcoin maxi, but I'm not sure if he's going to be thrilled. But the amazing thing about Michael Saylor is he is truly one of the most pure, incredible people. He tells everybody, including Mike, right, including Matt, including our entire team, he goes, guys, do what I'm doing. Do what I'm doing. There's such incredible opportunity. I've never seen that in any other industry where you have the titan of the industry that's literally advocating for smart people to compete against them. And that's how much Michael Saylor loves this industry. And I think all of us owe him a tremendous debt of gratitude because what he's done for all of us is tremendous.
So we have the American Bitcoin team up here. And, it's been about 2 months since the announcement of Hut 8, a Bitcoin mining company, joining up with the Trump's American data center. And explain to me what's going on, what's new since then, and what is like the business model? You're a little bit different from a normal mining company, correct? In that you're not just competing for the most hash rate ever, you're also competing for the most Bitcoin ever, kind of like a MicroStrategy.
Well, to your first question, we've been busy stacking sats. Our mandate at American Bitcoin is simple. We want to increase the Bitcoin per share for our shareholders, and we do this through a variety of ways. I think I actually mined my first Bitcoin before I had my first legal drink. I've been in the space for some time. I've seen the industry evolve. I've seen it scale. I've seen it institutionalize. We're known to be one of the most efficient, lowest cost operators. We've been doing it for a very long time. So we see Bitcoin mining as just a foundational layer of being able to accumulate more accretive Bitcoin for our shareholders at a discount to what the market can buy Bitcoin for, a significant discount. And then there's a value in the volatility of the stock. Usually volatility carries a negative connotation, but in here, it's the volatility that allows us to raise very low cost converts to even accelerate our accumulation of Bitcoin. But measure our success by increasing the Bitcoin per share for our shareholders. When you buy an ETF, it's always a ratio of 1. The value of Bitcoin will probably go up, but your ownership will always have a ratio of 1. At American Bitcoin, we're an actively managed company, and our aim, measure our success by increasing that static number year over year.
What I would say is that, to Mike's point, we are looking for ways to accumulate as much Bitcoin as fast as possible, right? So we're running lean, we're stacking sats via our mining operations, we're going to stack sites with accumulation. How do we maximize that balance sheet? How do we make sure that we're a leader in the space? How do we create data centers here in the United States? How do we use energy here in the United States? What can we do to make sure that if there's hash rate globally, we're making sure that at the end of the day, we're making sure the US stays a category leader in Bitcoin mining and in Bitcoin accumulation?
Guys, let's talk to the average American right now. I talk to millions of people every day on my channel, and what I hear a lot is, well, Bitcoin's already over 100K. I can't buy one whole Bitcoin anymore. I could buy maybe 0.1 Bitcoin or a fraction of a Bitcoin, but I don't know, it doesn't seem worth it. What would you tell to somebody that is saying, should I buy 0.1 Bitcoin? Is a fraction of 1 Bitcoin worth it?
I think without question. Listen, I think for everyone, the second you get in it, right? Even as a student of finance and whatever it may be, once you're vested, all of a sudden you're paying attention. You're in the details. You don't have to buy 100,000, at Bitcoin. Like you buy as much as you can, whatever percent you can, and once you have that vesting, you're all of a sudden committed. You're paying attention to the details. You're understanding the game a lot more. You figure it out. I mean, people have said, "Hey, Bitcoin's too expensive." They said it at 1,000. They said it at 10,000. They said it at 50,000. This is a story that's pretty old right now. This has been going on for over a decade, where it's too much. So, I think it's just important to get people in the game, to start understanding that, to utilize the other platforms, to be able to figure out DeFi. I think the more you do that, the more people are vested, the further away you get away from the traditional finance systems, and I think the whole community grows accordingly.
Guys, there's one other aspect about this. I mean, all of us travel all over the world. Don and I travel hundreds of thousands of miles a year. I'm telling you right now, everybody in the world wants Bitcoin. I don't care where you are. I don't care if you're, royal families. I don't care if you're the biggest, financial institutions. Everybody wants Bitcoin. Everybody is buying Bitcoin. If you go back 12 months, there were probably less than 100 companies that were treasuring Bitcoin that really had any. And now every single day, it's another sovereign wealth fund. Look what GameStop just did. Look what Truth Social did. Every single day, people are allocating billions and billions of dollars to it. 0.1 Bitcoin is going to be worth an absolute fortune. And, look at the OTCs. The OTCs have the least amount of Bitcoin ever on their books, right? I mean, the arrow is going straight down as the price of Bitcoin is going straight up. I've got a dear friend. He spoke on the stage before, Simon from Metaplan, and I asked him, what's the hardest problem? And he goes, honestly, we're running out of Bitcoin. It's hard to find on the exchanges. I mean, guys, everybody wants it. No one wants to get rid of it. Everybody wants it as a balance sheet item. Every family, and this isn't America. This is the entire Middle East. This is Africa. This is all of Asia. This is Fortune 500. I mean, this is the biggest private offices. Everybody wants it. No one wants to get rid of it, and it's incredibly powerful. And I think you're going to see the value skyrocket. So don't be afraid of the integer. You don't need to buy things in whole integers. You can buy things in fractions of. Don't let that deter you from getting in there, because this is an asset, and this is an asset that is absolutely unstoppable.
I think it was only a couple of weeks ago that marked the anniversary of the infamous pizza purchase, RIP. It wasn't that long ago that it took 10,000 Bitcoin to buy just 2 pizzas. 0.1 Bitcoin at that time would maybe equate to a crumb. 0.1 Bitcoin today is like 1,000 pizzas. Take that into perspective. 0.1 Bitcoin today, 1,000 pizzas. Tomorrow, someday in the future, a luxury car, a house, a plane. It's not about the ownership of Bitcoin. It's just the love for Bitcoin is so clearly growing and spreading across every. Everyone, just start accumulating. Just to start accumulating, once that 10 Satoshis, 100 Satoshis, it's never too late.
Fully agree, and that's worldwide, right? You just got to get off of zero, Mike, right? Just get off of zero. That's it. Start one Satoshi at a time, stack the sats, get off of zero.
All right, guys. One of my final questions. Listen, we could talk about the intricacies of Bitcoin mining. We could talk about policy. Let's get to what you guys really want to know about: Bitcoin price outlook. Right? Now, Don Jr. said the other day he believes Bitcoin's going to the moon. Eric said about 6 months ago in Abu Dhabi he believes Bitcoin eventually hits $1 million. Let's take it on a little bit of a smaller time frame. I want to make some headlines, guys. Let's think about 1 year from today when all of us are back on stage for Bitcoin 2026. And thinking about what we hope will happen by then, stablecoin bill will get passed, market structure bill will get passed, maybe, if we're lucky, Bitcoin Act bill will get passed. Certainly the ETF adoption will have grown. Certainly sovereign wealth adoption will have grown. So 1 year from today, and I want to get answers from all of you, finish this sentence. Bitcoin clears at least this price by 2026.
The moon.
Really, the moon?
Moon.
All right.
I think it clears 170,000. That's my prediction.
Don, what do you think about that, 170?
I was going to say between 175 and 150, somewhere in there.
Okay.
Well over 200,000.
Right. No, guys, I think Bitcoin's in the 6 figures, and if we do things right, it's going to 7. Got to put that out there.
And of course, none of this is financial advice. Got to hold these guys' feet to the fire to get an answer. But then besides price, like just, nothing to do with price, just as this industry is changing, and you guys are like 100% full in this industry now, and you guys have been for a while, like what are your predictions for how this industry does change, whether it has to do with, Bitcoin adoption, crypto adoption in the US specifically or around the world? What are you guys seeing?
I think you're going to have an industry that, if you look at the maturity of this conference, it's unlike any that I've been to before. This is the most mature conference that I think has been held in crypto. And if you go back even a year, right, it's very different. You have an industry that for the first time has a lot of really beautiful voices, a lot of really strong voices. You have an industry that's self-policing itself. You have an industry that's starting to focus on hospitality and user experience. You never had that before in crypto, and those were all kind of hindrances of the industry. And so the maturity of what's taking place, and by the way, the antis can no longer deny what's happening out there. I mean, every single day you had CNBC that was shitting on all of us and everything that we believed in. Now all of a sudden they're embracing it for the first time. I mean, isn't that a really beautiful thing? You had Jim Cramer going out there and saying that Bitcoin was going to go to 0 before it was going to go to 200,000, and now all of a sudden...
Inverse Cramer, baby. Inverse Cramer.
Now all of a sudden they're kind of biting their tongues. And so I think the best days of this are ahead of us. There's no question we're in the dial-up mode right now. The next 10 years are going to be absolutely parabolic. And the people that get in on the ground floors, I think, are going to make an absolute, fortune. And I think I just, if I could quickly say, on behalf of this group, the ABTC group, it's not even just getting in at par. These guys, based on how good they buy energy, are literally mining Bitcoin at $40,000 a coin, $41,000 a coin. There's no commodity in the world. Gold, you go out and mine gold right now, you're pretty much buying, you're mining gold at par, and you're selling it using complicated options and things like that to make small little spreads. What commodity in the world can you mine at this kind of margins if you do it the right way, if you have the backbone that HUD 8 has, if you have the power grid, if you have the cheapest energy in the world, which we're doing in the United States, in the great state of Texas, which the Trump family absolutely loves. And so it's so cool. It's like, you're able to go out, physically build these buildings, physically mine, use American energy in America to grab, one of the greatest assets the universe has ever seen that's appreciating at 50 or 60% year over year, and acquire it for 30 cents, 40 cents on the dollar. To me, it's like the coolest business model ever, and I've never been more proud to be part of something than we are with these incredible guys. So had a lot of fun. Consider these guys unbelievable friends, and sky's the limits for American Bitcoin.
And then final thoughts.
We
Anybody?
love you.
Thanks, Eric.
So I would say a decade ago, the crypto community we were seen as the misfits. It wasn't mainstream cool. It wasn't. But now that rhetoric is completely flipped. It's completely flipped. Now we're on par with where the sentiment of gold was 50 to 100 years ago. It was everyone's dream to own a nugget, a gold bar. Crypto has so much room to run, so much room to go. Bitcoin today is only 2 trillion. There's, I think, $400 trillion in the world across asset classes. It doesn't take very much. It doesn't take very much. It is, and I have to say, there are no 2 better people than the brothers on the stage here to bridge worlds. From hard assets to strategic finance, from private markets to capital markets, and to have a common tongue with so many different groups of people, from traditional finance to the crypto community and to the general public that haven't orange pilled yet. We're so excited to be on this mission with you guys.
Likewise, man. And we're excited to help, bring those people there. Like I said, I mean, relatively speaking, compared to the people in this room, we were late adapters, but we were pushed there out of necessity. We were pushed there because the conventional options were literally rugged from underneath us. And once we commit to something, though, we go all in. We are innovators. We're not just adapting this, we're adapting this out of necessity. And I think there's a lot of other people that perhaps don't have our platform or the ability to get it out there that way, that have been under those same pressures, and we're doing this for them.
It is ridiculous that Bitcoin Conference only gave us 30 minutes for this panel. We need 30 minutes per person. But guys, this was it. Give a big round of applause for Matt, Mike, Eric, and Don.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Vegas. We love you.
Let's go.
Guys, let's stand up on the front of the stage for pictures. Let's stand up.
All right. So I've been streaming for almost 6 hours, so I'm going to go ahead and cut this off. But I want to stress that, everything that we've heard on this stream, even though it's very focused on Bitcoin, obviously. I mean, it's the Bitcoin conference. Oh, hold on. Let's do this. There we go. Even though it's the Bitcoin conference, it's important that you listen to what they were saying. Each of these speakers at some point brought up DeFi. They brought up decentralized finance. They brought up RWAs, real world assets. Those that don't know, DeFi is decentralized finance. It's basically finance of digitized assets. It democratizes the financial markets. So people like myself and people that are learning from our channel are figuring out that they can take their liquidity out of their savings account, or a portion of it, and put it into DeFi, and using smart contracts or using technology, they are able to borrow out that liquidity to allow people to do certain things in decentralized finance, like swapping, between Bitcoin and USDC, or just different assets, RWAs, as assets get tokenized. Everything can be tokenized, real estate, and fractionalized. So things that used to be out of range for myself and unless you're institutional investor, a lot of things were out of our reach. Real estate, for example, you used to have to go to a bank, you'd have to apply for a loan. They would decide if they wanted to give you a loan or not, whatever risk level that you had, based off a credit score and your job, and all those different things, if they liked the way you looked. Even now you will be able to go online and you can invest $1, $10, $100, $1,000, in real estate. If I bought a property, a rental property, and I tokenize it, then basically people can buy a portion of it. And with a smart contract, it would allow you to earn, paid out monthly, weekly, however the smart contract was written. If it's a rental property that I bought, I can fractionalize it. All of you out there could invest in it. And I'm not doing this. I'm not trying to shill this. I'm just saying this is a real thing that's coming. You can invest in that rental property, and after expenses and everything, then whatever's left, they pay out in a dividend. So you can earn residual income off of that investment. As far as liquidity pools, a lot of you that follow us, see I'm always posting about liquidity pools, and you can earn anywhere from 5% up to thousands of percent, in these liquidity pools, APR. And so I don't think people grasp the potential of DeFi and where it's going. This isn't right now it's a fringe thing. Even people in crypto, there's a very small percentage of people that are, in DeFi. And so it's a small percentage of a small percentage of people. You know, institutions, banks, governments, just regulation, they're all, as regulation gets drafted, they're already building, but they're going to be launching these offerings, that tokenize, Ondo with, BlackRock, launching, tokenized stocks, all these different things. As regulation gets rolled out and signed into law, they're going to start launching these things. You want to be in before that happens. It's like getting into a pre-IPO or initial public offering for a stock. If you can get in before, and then that they go public, it's instant profit. So if you can get into DeFi now, even with a portion, I'm not saying take everything you own and dump it into DeFi. What I did personally, not financial advice, I took 20% of my crypto investment portfolio and I put it in DeFi. And I began my journey to learn about DeFi because I could not find anywhere to learn about it. That's why I started this channel. But I have used that 20%, and my DeFi portfolio is starting to get to where it is larger than my overall portfolio because it is earning yield 24/7, 365, fully automated. While I sleep, if I'm out on the property, I was out clearing with my lady yesterday. We were, clearing a bunch of trees and stuff and opening up the property. We're talking about doing a greenhouse. If I'm on a vacation, drinking a drink on the beach, if I'm sitting down by the creek drinking a beer, I'm earning money. If at your job, you can be at your regular job and be treating this as a small business, and you can be earning on the side. DeFi is a beautiful thing. And so I'll close on this. Follow us on YouTube. I started a DeFi Academy. If you're not familiar, it is basic. Episode 1 is what is DeFi? And I break it down as simply as I can. Episode 2 is how to use, hot wallets and cold wallets, which is the next progression in what you'll need to know to get into DeFi. And each lesson builds on the previous lesson. I was a military instructor for a lot of years, and it's the best way to build out a block of instruction, and it's just in those individual blocks that one leads to the next. So please follow us. It's DeFi Crypto Airdrops on YouTube. We just started a Discord where we're going to start doing live meetings, and you can ask questions live. We will be doing screen shares and all that stuff. It'll be an open forum, but I hope to see you all there. This is such a huge opportunity, and I just hate to see people miss it. But with that, I hope to see you next time. Veteran Crypto out.